Okay, we are live. We are now streaming. It is a minute after the third quarter of the hour. We're into the fourth quarter of the hour. And we will now wait for the link to be provided by our man Jameson Reese, who will then, once I get that,
Gotcha.
Bless you. Thank you, son. Appreciate that, Mr. Reese. And it should appear in the text box sometime soon, I imagine. There we are.
Yeah, I guess I'm getting a little bit slow in my old age.
Yes, happens to all of us. Yes, Selena's recommending I drink warm water with honey, and she's absolutely right. That's why I'll get some tea as soon as we get the links up. Thank you, son. Okay. And Marcus Grick says, hey, mate. And so shout out to Marcus Gricks in Australia. And Jameson Reese responds with a yo. And Derek Talley has placed the PayPal link in the chat room. Very kind of him. With that, of course, I grabbed the share link.
That's a pretty cool. That's a pretty cool image you have for the program.
Well, thank you. It's a photo pentimento, as I was explaining to our lady Selena Khan, which means it's called action overpainting in the more layman's term. And
I like the water motif because it's very appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Well, we definitely needed the water to cool down some of the fires that are raging. It represents both the fire and the water elements in that regard, fire and ice as we head into winter. And redlining to our lady Selena Khan, which means it's called action.
She seems to be going into.
Yeah. Yes. The age of
While I was walking, I was doing an analysis of it, and I realized that it has all four elements in it. Now, Aquarius is an air sign.
Mm-hmm.
And we have, we would be, I guess the human race would represent the fish being poured out by the maiden.
Mm-hmm.
The maiden represents the matriarchal aspect of the realm in which we have to deal with. And the earth represents a sort of restoration because the water hitting the earth, replenishes the soil for growth.
Mm-hmm.
We have the air motif because the water is in air, and the fire motif is in the ceramic jar, which she's pouring out the fish in. So that means we're leaving the age of fire. We're leaving the age of the male.
Yes.
Dominant.
Yes.
And this is very appropriate given the fact that we have we have a new vice president who's female, which is great.
Yes. Yes, I will touch on that tonight, of course. And but feel free to introduce the subject.
Oh, yes. For those who don't know, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, have won against the Trump swamp insurgency.
Yes.
The alligators of the swamp.
Yes, yes. Actually, they've taken the swamp and they turned it into a toxic waste dump. So these are more like, toxic mutants.
Yeah, they're like the three-eyed fish from The Simpsons.
Yes.
And honestly, I didn't see that one coming. I was for sure that Trump was going to get it again because of all his devoted cultists.
Well, he almost did because of his devoted cultists, and he may yet do so, but that's a lesson for another night. But go on.
It took a lot of work, spell work, to focus on trying to see that he lost his throne.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dumpty took his fall.
Yes.
And now this fucker's going to be turned into scrambled eggs because he has a shitload of lawsuits that are going to be slapped on him from New York to every other fucking state that he fucked with.
It's true, but
and
New York
isn't being a one-term president kind of embarrassing?
Yes.
I mean, if I was going to run for president, I would want to make sure I do 2 terms because I'd be embarrassed to be like a George W. Bush.
Yeah. Well, they all want to be
but
2 terms.
W. Bush did 2 terms.
Did he? Which
Yeah.
one did the 1 term? It was his dad. It was his dad that did the 1 term.
His dad did the 1 term, but his dad really didn't care.
His dad extends his term through his son.
Yeah.
Because it's called legacy.
Yeah.
Which he created, and it's the legacy of that Republican white supremacy modality, in which they will go to war with everyone who's brown, and they will destroy everyone who's brown because they can't get over the fact that they lost to a colored ethnos of the Japanese race,
Yes.
who are technically the Caucasians of the of Asia, but they can't they can't live down the fact that they lost, and they can't live down the fact that they got their asses handed to them royally in Vietnam.
Yes.
For many reasons, and several reasons, including the ingenuity. One, when you're invading someone's home turf, not only do they have the home field advantage, but if they have rough terrain,
yeah,
they know the land quite well.
Yes.
The only reason why they were able to get away with what they did in South America in those in those other affairs is because they had the CIA operatives create political instability ahead of time.
Yes.
So they want up where they fucked before. Not only that, they had a private interest in that so that they could ship more drugs and bodies here into the United States and ship weapons out there. Now, there is something I find interesting about the weapons manufacturing in America, and that happens to be the fact that every time we have a politician go on about, every time there's a shooting and politicians talk about gun control, more people buy guns. So by this point in time, I would say that I reckon that, you know, both sides, both parties realize that the minute you talk about gun control, more people are going to buy guns. So in that fact, our government has been complicit in the murders of thousands of people who are by having more people buy guns out of the fear of gun control rather than passing these bills in secret.
Yeah. This. Good analysis.
That's your America, folks.
Yes, yes.
And that's what I hope to see change with our, you know, with what's going on. Will I decide to run for president? If I go sober, I don't think so. I will probably become a disgruntled painter who paints with his feces and creates steel balls so that he can sell them for billions of dollars to a bunch of asshats who have nothing better to do with their money. There we
are. There we are. Well, that's. I like to perceive you as a kind of alienated artist, and if there's an analogy to be made to a degree. All analogies are imperfect, of course, but I'm trying to remember exactly who it was that comes to mind, and it's Richard Shaver. Richard Shaver is often misunderstood. And he was like many artists, diagnosed with schizophrenia, and of course, schizophrenics. Not that you're schizophrenic, of course. That's a very specific diagnosis. But many schizophrenics, of course, are very creative, and
spectrum, yeah.
Yeah, and so he was. Of course, his schizophrenia was tainted with a deep level of paranoia. So Richard Shaver was famous for the underground kind of theme in which he was talking about, quote unquote, the hollow earth. So he's one of the people who, he wasn't really saying hollow earth. He was actually speaking in terms of a kind of a caverns, yes, and but he spoke oftentimes of DROs, which was an acronym for deviant robots, which was, you know, a kind of psychological term taken and turned around. And so these deviant robots...
Yeah, the occultists, some of the alien occultists have taken that and run with it, such as Alan Greenfield, who I find does himself a big disservice on that.
Yes.
Because he brings that up in one of his books. Again, he's more of a trickster.
Yeah, yes.
As most of the people who get really hard into the Enochian magic current are.
Yes, yes.
They sort of become corrupted that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is why I'm establishing a sort of anti-Enochian current in which everything is backwards.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, I will be mailing you, I will be sending you a private, what do we call it? A scan of some of the things I've covered when trying to come up with my own numerological system from the backwards Enochian alphabet. And there are some things that I find quite intriguing that I think will amuse you.
Okay. Great. I look forward to that. Thank you. And so we're nearing the top of the hour. Let's see if I can finally conquer the problem I'm having with cutting and pasting the text into the promotional banner for tonight, because we're dealing with just it keeps scrunching up on myself, and So let's see.
I'm watching a special on Netflix called Scientology in the Aftermath. And the host, Lee Romani, I think is how you say her name. It's how it's spelled, Remini. It's her special. And she was in Scientology since she was a child, really, because her stepdad and her mom got into it. And I'm on the episode now, speaking of politicians, where they took out the mayor of Clearwater, Florida, because while they were looking for a place to take over and pretty much make it the what Salt Lake City is to the Mormons, they wanted to find them a place and make a Scientology city. They chose Clearwater, Florida, because it was warm, it had a port, it was close to an international airport, and they said, okay, well, we can just set up shop here. And then they started buying up the town, and the mayor Gabe Cazares, Cazares, he said, no way. He said, these people are a cult. I'm not going to let them buy up my city and turn it into a cult town. And so not only did they just slam him documents of false accusations of child molestation. They tried to say he was married, he had a second wife, and that he was a polygamist. And after all this pounding him with false accusations, he met a lawyer that said, you know what, I'm going to take your case. And this lawyer was from Alabama, so you never would have thought he had any kind of ties to Scientology. But Scientology brought this guy in to befriend the mayor. And, the mayor, knowing that this guy's from Alabama, and most of the Scientology were coming in from California, he didn't, he never would have put two and two together that this lawyer that he hired from Alabama to represent him and his case was end up throwing the case and settled for mere pennies, just to destroy this man's life. So, Scientology destroyed Mayor Gabe Cazares.
Oh my God, that's so sad. Thank you for sharing that tragic story. And 2 minutes to the top of the hour, you managed to carry us there.
To note something I find weird, peculiar actually. I first found it when looking up when trying to look for, trying to do a Google image search, individual who was brought up by Selena last time we were on air, and I noticed that you see that there's a lot of people who have the same names all over the place. There's 9 people in the United States with my name, inclusive of myself, based on a search done. But what you see is that there seem to be similarities of people who run across these names. So I'm looking at this. I'm trying to look for this channel of this guy John McKenzie by just typing it in YouTube, and I'm coming across a lot of channels that show that that's not the best name to name your kid. Some of these people are just like, and it seems to be a pattern with names. There's something very interesting about it, and it's also something that seemed to, I think, indirectly fascinate John Keel when he was doing his investigations in the Pleasant Point incident during the Mothman prophecy. This I find interesting. I'm fairly certain that his channel is not going to be called that, but it's just interesting to note some of these people. There are guys who look like they. One guy looks like he's in a cult with this big gold medallion in this robe, and another guy has is a Tom Clancy fanatic with like a person holding a gun.
Oh, that's the same as being in a cult. I mean, Tom Clancy is just like a fucking joke. He's a cult all his own, and he's dead now, of course, thank God.
Another person has like somebody who's claiming that Cuomo is a monster. It's obvious that person's probably Republican or something.
Yes.
It's so interesting. I think it's almost like there's almost like a synchronicitous design that we're not aware of when it comes to naming kids.
Yes. Yeah.
And there's something very peculiar about it. So if you have in a community a history of people who have been shot and killed or shot by police who have the same first name, I would say you would do best not to name your child that first name.
Interesting.
Try to look for something rarer or more prestigious sounding.
Right.
And do a Google search of images of people who share the similar first name, because it's not to say your kid's going to have the same fate or the same successes, but it's to say that, to a degree, you don't want to lock them into something that's going to be a sort of shitty design. And I think that's something we call in magic, which is it's sort of like a contagion. It's sort of like it's a sort of entanglement.
Yeah. A quantum entanglement.
It's a quantum entanglement.
Yes.
It's also, there's another name for it that is so much better that escapes me at the moment, because all these things that are flowing through my head brilliantly when I'm taking a walk seem to just vanish when I, numb myself up a little bit and sit down and decide to talk.
I hear you. Well, that's the way it is with all of us, honestly. But definitely, I want to thank you, all of you, of course, for taking us to the top of the hour. We are now 2 minutes after 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So we are into the program officially. I'm going to officially start our program for tonight. I'm going to start it by going into the live stream top chat to acknowledge everyone who's with us, and I definitely want to thank in particular Salman Sheikh, who I'll be giving another shout out to later this evening, and Karen Kirschbaum, who I'll have to look up later, see if she's still on Facebook. I'm sure she is. Hopefully she's still with us, actually, because what I found out lately about people who are no longer with us that I was checking into, and you usually run into that in threes, as my late and sainted Sire and Cyrus used to say. And Mr. Grix donated, so God bless Mr. Grix. And he gave us $2 to United States dollars, or Australian dollars to Australian dollars. God bless you, Mr. Grix. And so I don't know what that translates into in the English. And hugs to Mr. Grix in Australia. And the Salman Sheikh also donated, so I'll give him a shout out later. And he was kind enough to provide myself a copy of his book. He is a published author, and he gets far more hits on his YouTube channel than I do, because he deals with basically, he, aside from his esoteric subjects, he deals with video game walkthroughs. So that's what gets the hits, is the video game walkthroughs. So I'll have to start doing first-person shooters or something. Maria Gregorich says the tokens show respect to DD, and thank you. He says he's having a baby girl due next month and managed to get the wife to shortlist Preston. Okay, Preston, is that a political figure in Australia? I'll have to check into that. Oh, I'm not quite sure who he's talking about. So if somebody could provide information on that, that would be welcome. Anyhow, Sarah Shield says congratulations, as does Maria Gregorich, towards Marcus Grix's the baby girl who's still in her mother's womb. His wife's, she's still being carried around beneath the heart of his wife. So shout out to that wonderful family.
Preston Nichols.
Preston Nichols. Interesting.
The guy Peter Moon was talking about.
Oh, as in from Peter Moon's books. Yes, and he managed to get the wife to shortlist Preston. Is that a positive or a negative then? I mean, Preston Nichols is dead, of course, but he's, as Peter Moon would say, he's still active on the other side. But I guess what Marcus Grix means is he's introduced his wife to Peter Moon's books, is probably what I assume he means. He can clarify that if that's not the case. True Jihadi says, hello, Mr. Dietrich. And I will bring up True Jihadi's wonderful donation in a matter of minutes. Maria Michaela Grigorich says hello to everyone, and a shout out unto she. and it's raining in Australia apparently, and so that makes Mr. Grix's body sore. The weather affects his bones.
Well, he clarified Preston as in from Peter Moon's books.
Yeah.
He said, "What an interesting life."
Okay. That still doesn't explain the term short list. There's probably some kind of...
Probably means like read about or, get information about.
Yes.
I suppose.
I figured it's some kind of Australian, shall we say, nomenclature. They're jargon. They're vernacular. And so, aside from that, I'm still trying to regain my voice. What I will be doing is people are going to, when the roundtable kicks in earnestly, I'm going to go mute, and I'll be grabbing tea and a sandwich, and I will be back. But we're not going to go into that just yet. I do want to thank True Jihadi for a donation, which I will put into some perspective. So Vicky Johnson says, glad to be here. Thank you, DDD, moi. And a shout out to Vicky Johnson, who I believe also lives in Australia. She can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I may be conflating her or confusing her with V. Sexton, one of those ladies who have very similar names, V. Sexton and Vicky Johnson. Not that similar, but similar enough. One of them lives in Australia. But either way, Vicky Johnson, you're more than welcome here, as always. And so glad I saw her there. And rolling down through the chat to see if anyone new is coming through. And, so Marcus is jealous of Maria, where they're having summer weather in Montreal. And I'll be alluding a little bit to Canada tonight as an example of weirdness when it comes to one of the subjects I want to address in Arc of Narrative is basically why we had so many colored people voting for racists like Donald Trump. In Toronto, it was that Ford character that reminded me of. And so, at any rate, I'll go into that a little bit in Arc of Narrative, because that was something that Pac-1 Morales mentioned, that many Latin Americans are attracted to that machismo bullshit. And so there's, yeah.
And this is the problem, is that they don't realize that a lot of that is slave circuited. That a lot of that is from the intergenerational trauma,
yes,
in which a black man has to be a man. You have to take a bullet. You have to take a whip. You have to take this and that, and you have to be super strong. You have to knock niggas out. But you have to always say thank you, Mr. White Man.
You're right. There is an element of that. That there's no denying that.
And I consider it bullshit, because black women are the most mistreated women on the planet.
Yes.
And they do not deserve it. They put up with a lot. They bring some of their sorry asses into this fucking world, and they treat their women like shit.
Yeah.
And that disgusts me.
It should. Yes.
Thank you. I'm a bit loud, but I have to say something on that.
Thank you. No, it needs to be said. I mean, the biggest problem with the black male culture is it's such a cock trip, and it really is offensive in that regard.
Well, those are the same guys who get to where they have to get to in Hollywood and shit by fucking white men and getting fucked by them.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
I tell you about that.
Yes, indeed. So
you're better off being openly gay than being a closet faggot.
There you go. There you go. And that's what we have with too many men in the macho world, is this kind of.
And this is why a lot of brothers of color can't stand me, because I'm never on that trip, and they feel a need to, use that. They feel a need to trample on that, and because I'm not insecure about it, they feel threatened by it.
Yes. No, I agree. So what we'll do tonight is we'll start by talking about the situation with the equipment that I need. In case people are unaware, I've placed up a GoFundMe. As a matter of fact, our man Derek Talley will be placing the GoFundMe link in the chat room as well. And though this is something for people to share, I do encourage everybody to donate, like Mr. Grix, a little something in the GoFundMe or in the chat room. And the GoFundMe is probably the place to really start directing people to. One of the first things that I'll do is go to the messenger box, and I will get the link from Selina Khan, who I shared the link with. I closed the messenger box earlier because our man Jameson was angry that Facebook had put him in Facebook jail. Of course, you know, I would wonder why Facebook doesn't have him in Facebook jail all the time.
I have a story that qualifies it.
Sure.
All right, this is very funny. So there's this company called Lambs, and their thing is, who will defend your body from 4G, 5G, and Wi-Fi radiation? Lambs will. NASA-inspired fabric blocks 99% of radiation. Lambs. Yeah, and what I put down, radiation that's harmless. I'll be interested when you have lead-lined products to protect from alpha, gamma, and beta radiation. You know, the type emitted from a nuclear meltdown, a more realistic and probable threat than EMF radiation, which is harmless. And so someone commented, Charlie Canzano, hey, to each their own, The Guardian. Why fry? Do wireless routers really kill plants? And I'm like, you're not a plant, nor are you going to be nor are you going to be right next to a router. This requires some common sense and rational deduction, which tragically is not common. I mean, shit, what are you doing? Hanging out near a wireless cell tower? Get real. And someone named Mike Savoy said, you tell my buddy who just died of testicle cancer it's harmless after his doctor told him it's from walking around with his cell phone in his pocket for years on 3G. And I put down, there are more things that lead to cancer than that. Much of the drinking water we consume has hexavalent chromium, which is a carcinogen. Most products we ingest are full of chemicals with such potentials. What was his family history? Were they prone to cancer? Was he sexually active? For a doctor to claim it was 3G phone in his pocket means that's a pretty shitty doctor, not worth the 10 to 12 years his PhD was acquired by.
There we are.
At best, we can form links as between studies and other factors such as lifestyle habits that predispose one to cancer more than others. To casually imply a direct link like that without looking at other factors shits on every scientific approach on which practical and applied medicine is built. So try harder. You read a few Russian disinfo pages citing this stuff because Vlad wants to beat America in the 5G race, and a few conspiratory videos and you're an expert, get the fuck out.
Thank you.
And I put down on the bottom, FYI, I had to screenshot this shit because it's hilarious. Buddies will get a kick out of this. And so this Charlie guy says, Cookie Monster, can I be in the picture? Imagine thinking keeping a microwave oven on while it's next to your head is no big deal because someone told you it's non-ionizing. Microwaves cannot get through human skin if you're not in a fucking microwave oven.
There we are.
Of course, you know, I kind of went off on a personal rant on my page where I was like, can we just get rid of most of the males in this population? They're full of shit. The world would be better off if they were all wiped out. And then Facebook sends me this thing. This going against community standards. I'm like, really? I didn't say anything against anyone of any specific color. But and I said, irrespective of race, the males have got to go. Oh, so it's okay to call women bitches and be sexist, but heaven forbid you say anything about guys. The things between penises and balls.
You know, it's because all of these fuckers are out there trying to stand up for male rights now. You've got all of these insecure men who are just
male rights.
Yeah.
Are you fucking shitting me?
Yes, it's preposterous. It is preposterous. Yes, it's up there with white grievance. Male grievance is it's like, why does it exist? There's.
We should be able to fucking rape anything that's of color, and it should say, thank you, master!
Yeah, yes.
And it's the same thing with the male grievance. Women should do anything we tell them to and be our slaves because we have penises!
Yes,
You have a fucking beer gut, your fucking face looks like Captain Caveman, and you drive just to pick up the fucking mail.
Thank you.
You can't get a fucking erection unless it has a fucking kid being killed or someone being murdered. So you wonder why women don't want anything to do with you?
Thank you. Thank you. It's so true, and this is where we're at. And well, at any rate, I really appreciate you putting.
We have a poll already.
Yeah.
Good enough. Everybody has rights. Okay. Goodbye, buddy. I don't even care what your angle is.
Yes.
Just because I can. Because I'm entitled. I'm a male.
This is where it comes from, a real sense of, a bizarre sense of entitlement. So, but what I want to do is, while Pac-1 Morales is still with us, and Derek Talley, of course, I want to bring on Pac-1 first, and then go into Derek Talley. We're going to have these gentlemen give us a situational update on what's going on with them. Pac-1, because he's got his family, we'll bring him on first, and then I will go a bit into the situation and the GoFundMe that I established and the context behind it. And so, Pac-1, tell us a bit about everything. Catch us up as well upon what was going on with your cousin Luce, and anything new that may have happened with the family. One thing I was curious about was that I noticed that whenever you related the story about cousin Luce, was that the fact that his mother had other sons or a brother didn't really enter the narrative because, well, of course, all human stories are very complicated, but I was wondering if his brother and he got along, so I was just curious about that. And but aside from that, you had something awful happen to a friend of yours. So, yes, go into everything that's been going on lately. I think that this is so important that people understand what's going on in this community in Flint, Michigan, and Pac-1's life covers a lot of that. So take the stage, please, Mr. Morales, and tell us what's up.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. Hello, everybody. So as of lately, with Poco Loco, Luce had a brother, a younger brother, and he also had a sister. Him and his brother, they kind of got along. I mean, they weren't like super close like that, but they were, they were all right. They were brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. It's, it's not really. He wants. Yeah. I mean, he just kind of, he wants to take over his brother's business. He's said it's established, and he don't want it to lose it. So, okay. He's doing his thing, working in there every day. Trying to keep it afloat. So, I do whatever I can to help. And I'll continue to do my part. For Luce. So.
Yeah.
And so I know they're trying to fix their roof because the roof's messed up, so they're going back and forth with the landlord about it. Mm-hmm. And they have I guess electric damage, but they're still running the restaurant. They're still working on this last leg. They're not going to give it up. So that's really good. It's really cool. As far as the Mexican community in Flint is pretty small. I mean, there's a lot of Mexicans, but it's pretty small. Everybody knows each other, and one of the families that a lot of people know are like the Guerras, and one of them, he was a boxer way back in the early '80s. He was about to go pro, and he was pretty badass when it came to boxing and stuff. And his nephew over the weekend, who was married to a friend of mine, I went to school with, her older sister, mm-hmm. and her name was Lydia. They were at a house party, and the person who was there, they didn't really know who it was. So, but she was just at just a random house party, Halloween people, people dressed up for Halloween. Mm-hmm. I guess there was an altercation or something between Lydia and this young lady. And out on the porch, and a fight broke out. And upon the fight breaking out, Nick, who I grew up with, he came outside to see what the ruckus was or what was going on, And I guess this girl was hitting his wife, and that girl that was hitting his wife, her brother was there and tried to jump in the way or something. So he ended up putting hands on him and whatever. And in the midst of all that happening, the girl who was the attacker ran inside the house and grabbed a steak knife and came out and stabbed Lydia in the heart.
Oh God! And
and then Nicky, he in defense mode started trying to fight her off and stuff, and She ended up stabbing him up and cutting him up. His brother, who just got out of prison, he was there with his new wife, and they tried to jump in it. They got cut up, but I guess upon them either getting to the hospital or waiting for the ambulance or something like that, the brother, Nikki's brother, Jose, just beat the living shit out of that girl and her brother.
Right.
Put them in the hospital. Put them in the hospital where they deserve to be. But
right.
Lydia passed away in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and Nick was in intensive care. He ended up getting out, and he was, he's mourning the loss of his wife and stuff. They had a benefit dinner today. I cooked all the food for all their benefit dinner today. So, trying to help them out. So it's crazy. I mean, but that's every day in Flint. Every day in Flint, there's something. Someone. It's such a small city. I mean, what used to be in 2014 when the water crisis happened and there was kind of a mass exodus of Flint. There was still 100,000 people left. And I mean now there probably really ain't that many. And funny thing is, a lot of the people that work in Flint don't live in Flint, Right. And a lot of people that live in Flint don't work in Flint,
right.
So it's weird, but everybody knows everybody, and if you don't, you're probably it's just you either know someone or you're related to them,
Right. But by the way, it's very similar to San Francisco. San Francisco, many of the people who live here do not work here, and many of the people who work here do not live here. So that's a very similar situation. But what I get the impression that you and your family seem to live in the midst of turmoil. And this is, of course, we always remember the violent incidents, but I seem to get this running thread in the narrative of your life of this violence that is that indicative of the general culture of Flint, Michigan, or the sub?
Yeah, that's we're pretty desensitized when it comes to a lot of things. I mean, it's like, someone, when the quarantine first started, and people started trying to do the mask regulations and stuff, and not letting people into their businesses. Another guy, he got murdered at his job for trying to enforce a mask on a lady, telling her she couldn't come in. So she left. Well, she started fighting with him. Then she left. She went and got her son, and her son came up to the store with a fucking mask and shot the guy in the face. Killed him. And this guy was like, he had like 8 kids, right. And like he was like super, involved in their life, and I guess what you would consider in the community like an OG, saying like someone you look up to, someone Yeah. And it's just crazy shit like that. Everybody, I think everybody in Flint deals with that. It's always this city. They and like the like the Mexicans and the Cubans and stuff that come out here from like Cuba or Mexico or so they call this the pueblo chiquito, fuego grande. Small rock, big flame.
Right.
But it's always something crazy going on around here. We're just like a third world city.
Yeah.
We have next to nothing out here. I mean, you have the water crisis that affected everybody, and technically they're only supposed to fix the pipes up into the road. So anything in your property running into your house, all the pipes in your house and your water heater, all that is on you to replace. And unfortunately, these families are low-income families around here, and it's gentrification at its greatest because you got these families who've raised their children since 2000. Children being born in 2014 when they finally acknowledged the water crisis. It was 2014. These children have been raised off of bottled water. They've been given baths their whole lives off of bottled water.
Oh, God.
This community is so fucking twisted. You got people demanding clean water and fix their pipes, but in the same sense, you still have people who are cooking crack cocaine with lead-based water and selling it to people that smoke crack on the streets. It's just it's really double-edged, and it's really sad. They've given our city like $50 million to work on the pipes, and And then some private a private bank account got opened up, and they were receiving donations in it that nothing got used for the water pipes, and the contractor that took the contract for the water pipes, he replaced 2 or 3 pipes and then quit, and they just all sorts of sad, just messed up shit. Your houses are technically condemned out here. It's nuts how this city, how everybody lives in the city. You know,
God. If you call that living, I mean, they're barely subsisting. They're just existing in this physical existence. Now, we need more updates on your wife, of course, with her ward being turned into a COVID-19 ward. How are things going? Anything?
Yeah. So it's fucking scary, Douglas, because four employees that she works with on a day-to-day that she's close with, you know, they talk, they eat lunch together, they all hang out. They've tested positive for COVID.
Oh my God.
You know, you know, and one of them's really bad. She's had it for like 3 weeks. She's still not better. You know, she's at home. You know, my fiance, she's been tested. You know, she's been tested a couple of times. She's negative. You know, it's just crazy. Everybody's getting at my cousin's Luce's funeral. After you know, they came forward and said about 15 people had COVID at the funeral, man. Right. And they were, and some of the people that were walking around with the COVID, they had COVID. They were walking around the funeral with no masks, shaking everybody's hands and talking to people and shit. And they were the ones that were talking about, oh, COVID's fake, and you know, the Latinos for Trump crowd, fucking douchebags, man.
Oh my God. Yeah. That's crazy. It's crazy. I'll do my best to try and put some perspective on that, but the bottom line is it's self-loathing. It's really self-hatred, and when it comes to because your wife is exposed to this, and she does her best to come home, and basically you've turned probably a part of the home into a decontamination chamber. I take it she just pretty much strips in that part and showers, and how's this handled?
She comes in through the garage, and then she strips down in the garage, runs right to the bathroom, you know, so that the kids don't see her and try to run up to her, or, you know, whatever, and she hops in the shower, and then, you know.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I'm just, oh my God, I'm so sorry with everything that you're going through. I want to thank you so much for providing us some insight into this situation, and know that you're in our thoughts and prayers, and that we love you dearly. Is there anything in particular that you want to draw people's attention to in terms of a mass prayer request, or anything for your friend, for your family, anything in particular?
Just everybody could keep a friend of mine, Nick Guerra, on their prayers, you know, for the strength to continue, you know, raising their 4 children together, you know, that they had together, you know, and have the strength to be able to do that, and, you know, overcome, you know, a tragic loss, which, you know, is impossible, but, you know, at least the strength, you know. So just keeping him and his family and everybody's prayers, that'd be amazing. Mm-hmm. That's really cool. Yes.
It is, and thank you. God bless you, and certainly you're in my prayers, and we love you dearly, and share that with your wife and your children, of course, and I do hope everything's at peace with the rest of your family as well. There's just so much going on at all times, but I'm so glad that you're able to help these people the way you do with your cooking, and you've done this both for cousin Luce's family, and you've done it now for this other individual's family after these horrific tragedies. It's impossible for me to imagine why people get that violent, and you wonder if it has something to do with the water or other elements of the environment. But as you said, there's a desensitization and probably a loss of hope that contributes to this. It's, you know, thank you for having the courage to live through it, and we'll be back on in the near future to certainly I'm going to bring you back on as often as I can throughout the winter, while you're kind of even though you have kind of toned the business down for the winter, you're still doing so much because of all these things that are happening. It's incredible how busy you've been. But aside from that, All right. You have a blessed night, and
You too, Douglas.
yeah, we'll be speaking soon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Hugs. And with that, we give the stage to Derek Talley. Derek, if you could catch us up a bit on what's going on and what you hope is going on with the TSA, and of course everything else that's going on in your life. Of course, Lena was kind enough to write that she hopes that you're still kicking cancer's butt, and I think you've pretty much handled that. That it's pretty much, as far as we can see, really not a factor in your life anymore.
Right. So, first of all, thank you, Douglas, and hello, everyone. But yeah, I'm now, I'm done with my cancer treatment, ready to get back to work. And I actually went back to work for 2 weeks before I found out that my hazardous materials fell off of my license, not to any fault of my own, but it was actually the government's fault when they put in my hazardous materials endorsement, fingerprint and background check. They put it in for Indiana instead of Tennessee, and Indiana only lasts for 5 years, and Tennessee's only good for the 7 years, I guess. So it's just one of those things to where I'm just back out of work, and I just gotta wait until my background check comes back through. Which last time I took it was in 2015. And that took 45 days. So, I was luckily I had just got off of disability, and which kind of made it easier for me to get right back on it. So it just kind of bought me some time. It bought me to December 14th, at which point, hopefully by that time, the check. 'Cause I go on the site every day. They have it. If you've ever had to do your TWIC card or your background and fingerprint check for your hazmat, it's you go to the website and you check it every day, and it'll say, well, your background check is still in progress, and we received your background check and it's still in progress. And if you haven't had any, if you haven't heard from TSA in 30 days, give us a call. So I'm still in that status, just waiting around, because when the government needs something from you, they need it right now. If you owe them something and they discover you owe them something, they need it right now, or they're going to start garnishing your wage immediately. But if you need something for them, they know you got to work. They know you need your hazmat in order to do your job. Well, you just hang tight, and we'll get around to it when we get to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, and so thank you for sharing that. There's more to share, is there not? I mean, how are things going at the...
Oh yeah. I'm doing good. I'm just doing the workout thing every day. I'm going to the pool every other day at least, and then on Saturdays I go there. I volunteer there on Saturdays, and I have my class. And so usually in my class, about 2 or 3 people usually show up. So last Saturday, I only had 2 people in the class, but that was cool. Have a little boot camp, underwater aquatic water workout class, which it's not only helped me lose a lot of weight, but it also helps me with my peace of mind, and just being in the water itself, because the water is warm. The water at the pool is from 90 to 94 degrees, so it's warm, but it's cooler than a hot tub. It ain't hot, because believe it or not, that sounds hot, but your body's 97 degrees. So when you get in, the water's still cooler than what your body is. So I do my little workout there, kind of relieve stress, and so that's just what I'm doing while I'm waiting here. And I wake up in the morning, I study my hazmat test. And before I go to sleep at night, I study my hazmat test, so that when it comes time to, when they say, well, we've received your background check and you're cleared to go take your hazmat test and get it put back on your license, then I'm going to go do that immediately, and then I'll be ready to go back to work.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. And is there anything else you'd like to bring up? Any other people that you've been communicating with? I mean, I found out the other day while talking to Derek Talley, and he had to turn his computer on, that just how slow it was. And he said his father bought him the computer. My impression was that his father apparently went to an antiques shop or some kind of antiquarium and bought one of the
Best Buy. And I guess it's just the nature of the computer, but it's actually a good computer. I mean, it holds a terabyte, and I haven't put hardly any music or any files on it. I'm most of the time playing with my phone. My phone is full. My phone can't even update because I got so much stuff on it. But my computer is practically empty. So it's slow starting, but once I get going on it, you know, I think part of that is my internet.
Actually, I think it's your RAM. It's your RAM. You have too many startup programs, and it's eating a lot of your RAM.
That's probably right. Yeah.
How much RAM are you running on your computer?
You know what? I couldn't tell you.
Is it 4?
All I know is I have plenty of space because it's a terabyte, and I only had it for a couple of months, and I don't put nothing on there.
Well, the terabytes, that's the storage space. That's the ROM. That's the random overwrite memory. The RAM is the running memory, and the running memory is what you really have to go by. If you have a low amount of running memory, it's going to be a lot slower than if you have something like 8 or 16 gigs of RAM. Plus, I've also found that there are things you can do if you have the type of laptop that you can unscrew the back of it. And you could probably buy the tools from like Amazon, but there are certain things you can do to upgrade the RAM.
Okay.
If you're willing to put in the money. See, the way you are with cars, I am with laptops. So it's kind of.
I know, and you know what? That's ironic because that was, you know, what I'm seeing now, how the Mac and PC users, and even with the phones, how the Mac and Android users was. Back when I was in high school, that was the Mopar, the Ford, and the GM guys going at each other like that. You know,
Yeah.
that was so funny. It's Mopar, GM, or Ford. So everybody else would call Ford found on the road dead. They'd call GM garbage motor. Mopar, they'd have their stuff for that. And those guys would just fight with each other and just argue and diss each other all day long. So now it's the PC guys and the Mac guys doing the same thing.
I'm a PC guy because with PCs, you have the ability to really tweak your shit a lot better. Whereas like Macs are more like the modern cars where you can't drop in a big block or stuff like that because it has a sensitive computer. You can't do that. Yeah, what I hate about modern society now is that the customization has gone down. So there's almost a sort of communistic thing going on with corporate, which I hope is going to change, as time goes by.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Right. By the way,
aftermarket radios aren't a thing anymore because that used to be the thing to get your aftermarket radios, your aftermarket speakers. Now everything's like whatever you need, we got you at the factory. So just buy your shit and don't go to Best Buy and get nothing else.
Oh my God.
Well, that's the thing about Best Buy, and this is why I sort of like to do my things with Amazon.
I'll be right back. You gentlemen are both doing so well. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes or 15. Thank you. Yes. Keep going. Yes, you're doing great.
All right.
Keep it up.
Well, the thing about Amazon is you can look at what other users are saying about the product, and you can also if you buy something like a computer that's customizable, they'll show you how to customize it and what parts you need to buy to customize it. So that's one of the advantages to buying like computers on Amazon. I mean,
Alienware. What do you think about Alienware? That's like a Dell, right?
Alienware is top of the line. Personally, I use Asus because it's cheap, but it's still customizable. I mean, Asus is still expensive. I mean, it's not cheap, but it's not cheap, but it's not as expensive as Alienware. So it's customizable enough. And music production on these devices, such as laptops and computers, it eats up a lot of RAM. So the two devices I have are really good because they they have the sufficient amount of RAM to allow me to work with very large samples and very large, very large synths and whatnot.
Cool. Cool.
Well, most dudes around my community drive up to get the mailbox because they think it looks cool and whatnot, and they're wooing the women with their cars. I'm like, I spend more money on my laptops than most people spend on the whip, as they call them. You're dead ass.
Yeah. So.
But there have been some, now there are some interesting developments going on worldwide for, those of you who aren't familiar. Hurricane Gani is still going. Now, it's a slow-moving hurricane. It's in Asia, and it's tearing Asia apart. It did hit the, oh my gosh, was it the Indonesia or the Philippines, one of those. But it's actually still going, and there's a hurricane behind it. Also, Florida is going to soon get hit by Hurricane Eta, which is like a Category 4. Now, what's making these storm systems so dangerous is that the wind speeds are immensely fast, but they're slow moving, which means that there's a lot of energy in the system. Usually, if you have a faster moving system, what happens is all that energy disperses over that period of time and it grows weaker. But Gani doesn't seem to be going down at all. So,
So the ones in Asia, now aren't those usually typhoons?
Yeah, they're called cyclones or typhoons. And that's what it is. But the only difference is that it spins in a different direction because it's on another side of the world, whereas the ones in the Atlantic spin in a different. I'm not sure whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise. We also have earthquakes in Turkey. Turkey was devastated October 31st, of course. Eta has ripped apart mostly Nicaragua, and Honduras. So it seems to be making its move on to the Florida Keys, where all those rich, filthy rich retired Republicans are. So I say, go ahead, have fun, wipe them out. I'm less apologetic about people than most people. Please don't think of me as a cold bastard. Actually, you can. It's fun. I don't care.
Florida, we were talking about Florida earlier with Scientology and the Scientology. They were in a ship and they were looking to come back to the United States, and they knew that the DEA, the FBI, and all the alphabet agencies were waiting for them. So they stayed out at sea and didn't come back. But finally, they said, well, you know what? Let's find a place that has a port and that's close to an international airport, and the weather's warm, and we're going to make that our city. We're going to make that our hub. And they decided on Clearwater, Florida. So they went to Clearwater, Florida. I guess L. Ron Hubbard was sick and he needed some medical attention, so they decided to come back to the United States, even though they had all those people waiting for them. So they came back to Clearwater, Florida, and they ended up buying up that whole town. And so buying up this whole town, the mayor got wind of it, and the mayor called them a cult. Mayor Gabe Cazares. And so Mayor Gabe Cazares, he actually took them to task. And man, they ruined him. Like, they just pounded him with false document after false document after false document, accusing him of everything from pedophilia to being polygamous. He's of Mexican descent. So then they came up with some false documents saying that he had another wife back in Mexico and that he was a polygamist. And so finally, he met a lawyer that was going to help him out, and and sue them for defamation of character, because that's what he was getting ready to do. Well, this lawyer threw the case because he was secretly hired by them to befriend him, and he had no idea. So that's where I'm at right now in episode 8 in Scientology in the Aftermath.
Interesting. All right, so I have news. The tropical, all right, Eta has been dropped down to a category 1, meaning it's 120 kilometers an hour, but it still has the possibility of devastating certain populations. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I wasn't really reading this map in what you would call chronological order. But we have earthquakes in Samoa. We have earthquakes in the islands in the volcano islands of Japan. There was also an undocumented earthquake, which was actually brought forth by Deutschens, who I am another channel which I happen to follow because I like to get what's going on around the earth. So there was an earthquake in Massachusetts. I think it was like 4.5, I think.
What was
that? This was in Massachusetts. This was actually today. And what happened was it was like within the last 24 hours actually. But what the guy was saying was that there's no major plants to worry about, but I actually did find one nuclear power plant in area. So he didn't take into account nuclear power plants. The particular nuclear power plant that is in area is called the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Plant in Plymouth, Massachusetts. It's the only operating commercial nuclear power plant located within Massachusetts. Now, as we all know, we do not have the infrastructure in the Northeast to deal with earthquakes and shit like that. So these next few decades are going to provide a challenge for the human race to come up with some pretty good engineering ideas and to try to implement change that we did not change that people like Trump and the Republicans were sleeping on, because who cares? The more people dead, the better for us.
I'm sorry. Yes, that's
Trump's voice is more like this. More people are dead, the better for us.
Well, hey, what do you think about nuclear power, though?
It's all right. Nuclear power, it's a mixed bag of chips. The problem is, nuclear power as we have it now is more of a harm than good because of all the waste that it produces. And the fact that a lot of times where the waste is stored are places that aren't secured. This, most of this waste is not secured. I mean, I did cite that case in which some of the nuclear test materials from the Manhattan Project were stored in a Navajo River where people were drinking from it. So this goes to tell you where things will go, because, people are always desperate to cut corners, and nuclear power is the worst shit ever sold. Now, within reason, nuclear medicine does have its uses and it does help, but the problem is, unless we find a way to we're still using we're still using steam turbines. That's the problem. Why are we still using steam powered turbines? Whether you have nuclear power or whether you have water power, if the premise is still using if we're still using steam turbines, we're still using it's like powering a fucking stone chisel from like the Stone Age with solar power. What difference does it make? Tesla has wireless energy. Why the fuck? You know what? You could still charge people for wireless energy. I mean, I realize that we need to have a balance. Those corporations aren't going to want to just go out of business. They're going to want to make their money, and they have a lot of lobbying power. So why not make a win-win for everybody? Yes, you could charge for energy that's wireless energy. You could charge for energy that doesn't use turbines. Because the human race... This is why I'm angry at the human race. It's not that I hate you guys. You creatures have so much potential. In fact, I admire artists, I admire athletes, people who push their bodies to the limits. I admire engineers, people who use their brains to come up with cunning new things. We have technology such as implosion technology, as put forth by Victor Schauberger, that could be ages more efficient than a fucking water-driven turbine. I mean, fuck on. A fucking kid can come up with something better than this.
Thank you. That was wonderful.
So I'm angry at the human race. I'm angry because you are squandering your potential.
Yes.
Think outside of the box and stop demonizing people who think outside of the box.
Thank you.
Fund them, and have them solve the problems that we need to have solved so that we have a fucking earth to live on.
Yes, thank you. No, we need that. And really, it's so important that Jameson express himself in this regard, because that anger is something that oftentimes I myself feel, though I don't express it as vehemently. But in terms of the human race itself, yes, the argument needs to be made that the potential is being just pissed away, and it's being pissed away because for some reason the leaders that we continually elect are so short-sighted and so miserable in terms of their meanness, that means smallness in the correct definition of the term mean, and so they are very self-destructive. They lead us down these paths to self-destruction. We are at the most critical juncture in human history, and we have the worst leaders at this point to take us to perdition. But at the same time, there are many women being elected that are taking us in a totally different direction, and that is why it's so important to have someone like Kamala Harris and a very old white man who brought her to power, who has a good chance of dying while in office so that she can take over. Not that she's a intrinsically nice person, but I will bring up why it's so important that she be there. She serves as a transition, and if she herself is vicious, she had to be such to get to where she is now, to pave the way for people who will not be as scarred as she has been by the experience of pioneering the way for other women. And so what I'll do now is I will emphasize, because these gentlemen were doing such a good job of talking about the computers, I'll talk about the main issue now with my computers and the entire need to establish a professional studio. So this goes into a level of myself that people have heard before, but it needs reiterating. And the reiteration that needs to be made is that I am, of course, on Social Security disability insurance, and this is a product of my having paid for that through all my years of employment. What people need to understand is that this is not welfare. So that people understand exactly what I'm doing with my work, they need to disambiguate, if they don't understand this concept, between Social Security and Social Security disability insurance. They're vastly different programs. And Social Security is, of course, for people who are either retired or people who are unfit for work. And people who are deemed unfit for work due to physical or mental issues, and if they're processed onto Social Security, then what they get is this extraordinarily small pittance that one can barely subsist on. As a matter of fact, most Americans would find it impossible to live on Social Security. You certainly could not live in San Francisco at all. People don't understand the prices here. For instance, when I talk about, say for instance, or New York, excellent point. Your point's well taken, Jameson. By the way, feel free, either Derek or Jameson or our lovely Selena, to just, interject yourselves whenever you have a statement to make while I'm in this mode, because we're not yet in full monologue.
Well, New York, you were to try to get by on $600 a month, you'd be laughed out of existence.
Thank you.
I barely make ends meet. As far as, I do pay rent, and I'm not someone who's just sitting on my ass collecting disability that I worked my ass off to get.
Right.
I have to oversee the care of my cats, and I have to oversee the care of my father, who my mother cannot take care of alone because he is damn near almost paralyzed.
Right.
So I do have my full-time duties.
Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, it's important to share that. And so when I bring up the disambiguation between Social Security disability insurance and people on Social Security, this is not at all to denigrate people on Social Security. I do denigrate people on Veterans Administration's benefits for the very reason we don't need to have Veterans Administration's benefits at all. We have a civilian system. Those people can just as well get on the civilian system as civilians do. There's no need for a separate veterans welfare system. The fact that there is one is preposterous, and it doesn't even make any sense, especially since military pensions are now passed out by private companies that are contracted by the U.S. military. The fact that we have a federal system to pass out veterans benefits it's asinine. It is beyond redundant, and it is a total waste of resources when these same people could just as easily process through the civilian field. But the reason they don't go through the civilian field is because most of them would not qualify, because the Veterans Administration is a scam that feeds in and on itself. If anyone wants any example of overgovernance, a governmental overreach, where there is simply too much government, cut the fucking VA. The largest healthcare system in the fucking world. Larger than any healthcare system on earth. Anything in China's public healthcare system, India's, nations with over 1 billion people, far larger than that is the Veterans Administration. Larger than the entire National Health Service, the NHS, the Pride of Britain. You've got all of this money going in for a handful of people who contribute nothing. They did not save you. They did not protect you. They lost World War II. They lost the Korean War. They lost Vietnam. They've lost every fucking war they've ever been involved in. In no way, shape, or form have they protected your freedoms. These people are a burden, and they're scamming you out of everything you've got. And now all of you are unemployed, and you can't even get unemployment. But your taxes go to pay them. That, of course, is beyond insane. This is where you need to cut the fat. So they can reapply along the civilian system like everyone else. And if they don't qualify, well, they need to get to work. Now, I'm at work because I'm on SSDI, and on SSDI, it is a program of insurance that I paid into all of my life by working. And when I was done working, due to multiple injuries, mechanical and psychological, then I qualified for SSDI. My psychological injuries being post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, I'm one of the biggest advocates for destigmatizing mental illness, but a disambiguation must be made between post-traumatic stress disorder and mental illness. Post-traumatic stress disorder is a psychological injury that literally impacts the brain and changes the very physical shape of the brain, because the injury is the psychological equivalent of stepping on a landmine. It is something that literally changes the shape of your brain, and you can't heal from it any more than you can heal from having arms or legs blown off. All that can be done is to try and mitigate the loss of that limb with a mechanical apparatus. In the case of post-traumatic stress disorder, that's done through regular counseling. And so,
Douglas,
yes,
if I may add something.
Please.
What post-traumatic stress disorder injuries do is they reshape the brain itself.
Yes.
And they reshape the prefrontal cortex. They reshape how you process events. I myself might have elements of it based on what my therapist is telling me.
Oh, sure.
Based on the violence that I suffered and abuse growing up. And this is intergenerational abuse because a lot of times in Black culture, it seems to be hitting the child seems to be a good thing. Yeah, you hit the child, but don't hit him in the fucking head.
Right.
My
Yes.
father was a 250-pound man who's 6'3", and I was a tiny little thing, and I was a little more delicate and sensitive emotionally than most boys, which he did not take into account when he went upside my head many times, and sometimes I did black out. So what it does is it also changes how you process the world around you.
Yes.
Because so for this reason, I'm always in a constant state of the now and fight and flight. I cannot process the realm in terms of relaxation. I always have a feeling that if I relax, something bad is going to happen to me. Whether that's true or not doesn't make a difference. That's how my brain is wired now.
Yes.
So
How do you put living in New York with that? So I know you talk about your experience with your father, but the fact that you're in New York, do you think that has anything also to do with that type of thinking?
Well, actually, I found ways to use it to my benefit, because when I'm navigating the city streets, a lot of times people take for granted the way shitty taxi drivers drive. They drive horribly. I'm able to dodge cars. I'm able to dodge people relatively fast, which is something I enjoyed doing on Saturday. But although I walked a bit too much, what it does is it allows me to exercise that fight or flight reflexes while to some degree experiencing joy simultaneously, rather than experiencing it in a traumatic or stressful situation.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. No, very important. And so what I'm saying is that in my case, so people understand my situation, what happened with me was that I was in the military. Of course, that's one prominent thing that is denied by the gang stalkers and attackers. And they've gone well beyond that, of course, and they attack everything imaginable. As a matter of fact, for your own morbid entertainment, you can check out the blog spot of, who's that fat guy again? I always try to forget him. Stephen Outram. And here's an individual who's dedicated thousands of pages to attacking myself. And they attack just everything I say. It doesn't even make any sense. Whatever I say about myself on my resume, they attempt to say that it's not true. It's obsessive to the point where they obviously cancel themselves out. They contradict themselves. Nothing they say makes any sense. So if you take a look at that, you can see the extremes to which they go. And the extremes to which they go are just maniacal. They have nothing to do with even logical thought. It's just that everything I say, they will assert is a lie. And but only what I say about myself. So they try to destroy the real message, the message of my analysis of society and history. And they try to destroy that by destroying my character, which to them is to destroy everything that comprises my reputation. So, of course, this is something that you need to be made aware of. And this is why we have to present what we do about the gang stalkers. So that brings us back to the situation at hand. When I was in the military, I was exposed to cyclostyrene nerve gas. This resulted in my lungs collapsing multiple times over the years, and eventually very extreme radical experimental surgery had to be performed in order to staple my lungs to my rib cage. This was enough to render myself physically unemployable by normal standards, by normal human standards. Therefore, I was placed on Social Security. The moment my parents started deteriorating in their health, I had to sacrifice that Social Security to be recognized as care provider for my parents. I did not have a choice because my father had spent all his life in the military, and because he had spent all his life in the military as a careerist, he was married to a foreign war bride, and she was his military dependent. And as his military dependent, his spouse, she was supposed to get free medical care, along with himself, at any active military base where there was an operational military hospital the rest of their lives. Now, because I did the right thing and ultimately did what I did to expose the Presidio military base, The Presidio military base, the largest operational military base in the United States, next to the Pentagon, had to be shut down. Not only was that shut down, it led to a domino effect where the Treasure Island Naval Base was shut down, the Alameda Naval Station was shut down. Everything in terms of the San Francisco military was shut down. All military presence was evacuated from San Francisco. So there is no military presence in San Francisco now. The end result was that my parents had no medical care. There was no place they could turn to. Treasure Island is gone. The closest thing we have now is an operational Coast Guard base, which has no hospital worthy of the name because it doesn't have a life support system. Now, for the parents to have been taken anywhere, I would have had to have physically moved them, and we could not afford to do that because rent control in San Francisco enabled us to live here, and we were perforce stuck here. We couldn't afford a move, which would have taken tens of thousands of dollars, well beyond that, and no place else to go. So I could take them to Travis Air Force Base if they, at that time while they were alive. That would have taken days, literally hours and hours in terms of driving. It just was not feasible. So because there was no active military hospital around, I had to transfer them into the VA system. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with the military and its bureaucracy, remember, I am a former Department of Defense research librarian, and I was in the military. My father was a career military man. I am more familiar with the military than any of my detractors could ever possibly be. There are people who are literally born on military bases, and there are people who literally die on military bases. Derek Talley was born on an American military base. The only reason he's a U.S. citizen is because a U.S. military base overseas, in his case in Germany, is considered American soil. So a child born on a military base is considered a U.S. citizen. The only reason I'm a U.S. citizen is by naturalization, because my father was an active duty serviceman overseas when I was born to my father. Therefore, I'm a U.S. citizen by naturalization. So the difference is, because I was not born on a military base, I was born in Mackay Missionary Hospital in the capital of my native nation of Taiwan, I cannot run for president, whereas Derek Talley can, because he was born on U.S. soil on an overseas military base. So when it comes to my situation, it's a bit more rarefied and exceptional, as is everything with my life. But in terms of what happened with my ultimately knowing so much about the military, it was inescapable because I was involved with the military at every fucking level. So what I can tell you is what you cannot even begin to imagine, the complexities of the military system, which is so pervasive in your culture and defines it. You have no culture without your fucking military, just like the Soviet Union did not have a military-industrial complex because it was a military-industrial complex. That's the same with your culture, which is but a reflection of communism. So when it comes to the United States, you have military bases, and then you've got the Veterans Administration, which is civilian. All of that is civilian welfare state. It has nothing to do with the fucking military. The veterans are simply shunted in to a quote-unquote military, but it's not. It's a welfare system run by civilians, but their entire mystique is on fooling you into thinking that they're military. They're not military. They're just veterans. They have nothing to do with the fucking military. So when it comes to my father's situation, he could no longer go to any local military base because they were all closed down. I had to transfer him laterally into the Veterans Administration system. This was a monumental task, and it almost never happens. So what I had to do was get him transferred in by proving, believe it or not, the injuries he suffered in combat. I had to get him on disability, which he had never been on. My father was a veteran of 3 wars, had been injured in each one of them. And I had to get witnesses from each war to sign affidavits that they personally witnessed him injured in combat in each of those conflicts, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And then when I got that rounded up, I was able to get him on 100% disability, which he should have been on all of his life. So we had been starving to death on his military pension all the while I was growing up, and it took my getting all of the experience as a Department of Defense research librarian to learn how to get him onto the disability he should always have been on, which gave us like 10 times the fucking salary, the income that he ever had with his military pension. Try and imagine what I'm saying. So that you understand it, this is why all the veterans claim they're disabled. So when they transfer into the VA system, they can soak you, the taxpayer, for money they never earned while in the military. That's why the scam of all these disabled veterans. That's why every veteran you fucking meet is disabled. Yet they're walking around, they're having a ball, they're drinking, they're smoking, and they live like you and me, except they get multi-$1,000 pharmaceutical prescriptions for free. Your prescriptions cost you tens of thousands of dollars a year. If you're your typical middle-aged or elderly American with all your typical health issues, you're spending the majority of your income on prescriptions. A veteran gets it all for free. And they get all these prescriptions they don't need so they can sell them on the black market. Painkillers mostly. It's the biggest scam in the universe. So these motherfuckers are doing shit, getting everything, and you're paying for it. While you're starving to death, they're selling their painkillers for thousands more dollars that they get for free. So your average veteran is raking in tens of thousands of dollars a month. Every fucking month. This is what you've got to shut down. Fuck the war machine. Fuck the military-industrial complex. Shut down the veterans. Shut down the veterans, period. They can file for civilian benefits like all the rest of us. Now, here was the problem. My mother was being treated in military hospitals, and by the time I had to transfer my dad into the VA, she had never been treated at the VA, and they couldn't take her in because she was too old. They could only accept the military spouse if she hadn't been treated at the VA before, up until the age of 65, retirement age. Since she was over 65, they couldn't take her in. So I had to get her on civilian insurance with the state of California, which means I had to become her care provider. Now, she could have divorced my father, then we could have gotten her in to the civilian program, Medicare and Medi-Cal, but they refused to divorce. So, in case you don't know this, the entire Medicare or Medi-Cal system for a woman is based on her husband's Social Security number. So, this is the patriarchy in action, where the woman is totally dependent on the male. And unless she divorces the male, everything has to be processed through the male. Meaning, the man. His Social Security number is used to identify the female in the Medicare system. So I had to get them both on Medicare, but Medicare wouldn't take my father because he was already in the VA. So I had to do something unprecedented in history. I was the first human being to ever accomplish this. I had to bring administrative law judges from the state of California to hold trial in my own home, where my home was turned into a court of law, where successive administrative law judges would judge whether or not they would make a groundbreaking case allowing my parents to both be put onto civilian insurance while simultaneously my father received benefits with the Veterans Administration, which is entirely illegal until I accomplished what I did, which took years. And during that period of time, every administrative law judge, and it was always a cunt, it was always a bitch, said no. This is because we don't have women in power, and all the women who get into power, their great sense of empowerment entitles them to just piss on everybody else, because they feel that's what everybody did to them all their lives. This is why women need to get into power regularly, because otherwise these are the only type of women who get into power. Finally, the city and county of San Francisco got tired of paying the bill for these trials to be held in my home. And what they did was they just surrendered to my becoming the care provider, recognized by the state of California, which the municipal system helped as an interface between the county of San Francisco and the state of California in making happen, but I would have to pay a share of cost. So I was paying a share of cost, meaning all the money that I earned for taking care of my parents being recognized as their care provider so they wouldn't have to be taken care of by the state in a state-run healthcare facility. I saved the state money by keeping them at home. I had to pay everything I earned to the state in what's called share of cost, which was everything I made, even though I was recognized for taking care of my parents 18 hours a day in terms of pay for both of them. So on paper, I was making more money than the president. My parents qualified for 24-hour-a-day care, each one of them. I never got relief because even though I was forced to become a member of the local healthcare workers union, a very large healthcare workers union, at that time the local 250 SEIU, I had to pay all the union dues, but no one from the union would relieve me because then they would have to pay my share of cost. So I had no vacation. By the way, for those of you who don't know, in all three careers I ever had, with the Department of Defense, with personal security, with care provision for my parents, I never had a vacation in my entire fucking life. Not a single day. All the money that I had saved, enough to retire as a millionaire, was spent on the health care for my parents until I was able to get them on state insurance. Then, once I got them on state insurance, I was broke. I had nothing. And I made nothing. And therefore, everything that I made, which was, as I said, more than the president on paper, went back to the state, but I was considered employed. And because I worked for 11 years while my parents died, by the time they both died, I didn't have a penny. And the state, meaning the federal state, the United States, came and said, you owe back taxes on those 10 years you were working. And I was facing jail, so I had to hire an attorney to keep me out of jail, and I had to pay all the taxes that I never even received money on. Because all that money was going to me in cyberspace, even though it all went back to the state and share of cost, which is not counted as any excuse for not paying federal taxes by the federal government. This means I paid taxes on money I never even received. That means I paid more taxes than anybody else on fucking planet Earth in human history, because I was paying taxes on money I never even got. So there's no one out there who's got a sob story like mine. No matter what you think has ever happened to you, none of you have gone through that. So, at the end of it all, when I was left destitute and homeless, then I was able to get on SSDI, which is just all the insurance I paid into with all the money I never received, because even though all the sheriff costs went to the state of California, all of that also went into FICA, SDI, and all the taxes that everybody else pays. So all the taxes that I paid that were not taken by the state went into covering my ass when my parents died. It took 2 years for that to kick in. And normally it would have taken 5. But I had a state judge who was a man who was much kinder to me than any of the cunts had ever been. And yes, he was a white man, just like so many decisive white men in my life who have been beneficial to me, which is one reason I always work through the rule of law and have the deepest respect for white males who have lived by the rules. This judge confronted myself, and he awarded me my SSDI on the first review. Which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, who have filed for Social Security or SSDI, that never happens. Ever. But in his first review of my case, normally it's shunted off. This is like 100% of the time. You always lose the first. Then you appeal. Jameson Reese knows. He's been through the process. In my case, that wasn't the case. The judge confronted myself, and he made the biggest exception of his career in my case. And he said, "Mr. Dietrich, I've never encountered anyone who's been through what you've been through. And I've seen it all." And he says, "I get people who come in here who are blind. I get people who come in here who have lost all 4 of their limbs. I get people who come in here who are paralyzed. None of them have been through what you've been through." So, in terms of what I got with my SSDI, I couldn't get it based on mechanical injuries, because once you start at work, those were considered ruled out for applications in the future. I had to get it through recognition of my PTSD. And so, because of that recognition of my PTSD, it was confirmed through my psychiatrist and through the federal judges, and this is at the federal level, his access to paperwork, that I was disabled in combat in service to the Constitutional Republic. A service which my detractors and gangstalkers deny, having falsified documents, which people do regularly, and people in the government also falsify documents quite regularly. I know, because I did it for the state, under orders of the state. This happens all the time. Documents are destroyed, documents are created, documents are altered. So are historical photographs. You cannot trust anything that's released through the Freedom of Information Act. So when you see Stephen Outram, or you see Richard K. Cole Jr., and they're both citing FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, you might as well say it was the shit machine. That shit they're cranking out literally on their computers. So, when it comes to where I'm at now, I can only maintain my Medicare and Medi-Cal, which keeps me covered for what I need in terms of my physical survival. And there is but one real thing I need that I effectively will not survive without, or the quality of life deteriorates so much it's not worth living. as I said, there is one baseline genetic defect. This is because of the reality of vampirism, the reality of subspeciation. My mother was half a vampire. When I was born, there was another factor that they think might have been factoring into my health defect. The MDs, of course, are probably wrong, and this is the only way they can explain it within their conventional framework. They say, well, your mother had these silicone injections when she was very young, therefore she could never breastfeed you, and we feel that the lack of organic nutrients that are normally available in human breast milk were not made available to you, and therefore you didn't adapt, and your body didn't adapt, and therefore, because you grew up on formula, your body developed this gastric rhinitis, which is the condition where every time I masticate, that means chew, I produce massive amounts of mucus, and my body therefore renders it impossible to eat. This is why I grew up very underweight and very malnourished, and now at 160 pounds, I weigh more than I ever did in my entire life. But the reality is, my body can only tolerate so much solid food. I'm baseline on amatophage, which means I survive on blood. And so when I intake solid food, my body reacts violently and makes it impossible to eat because my body really can't digest that food. This is why only by making the intake of blood regular in my life have I obtained any baseline health. I'm healthier now than I have ever been. The doctors cannot conventionally acknowledge this reality. So, the one prescription I need that helps mitigate my gastric rhinitis when I eat solid food costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. The only way I can maintain a semi-normal life without drinking blood all the time is through this prescription that enables me to digest solid food when I'm not drinking blood. To maintain that, I have to be on both Medicare and Medi-Cal, and this prescription costs me $1.30. To maintain myself on Medicare and Medi-Cal to cover this cost, leaving me with an extraordinarily small co-payment, I have to be on the 250% disability program, which I am on. The 250% disability program is called such because it means that my entire net family income, which in my case is just myself, is no more than 250% above the federal poverty line at any given time. Which, of course, I'm well below the federal poverty line. So, the other requirement is to maintain myself on the 250% disability program is that I have to work until I'm 65 years of age. So until I'm 65 years of age, I have to do what I'm doing. Because I'm working on systems like a broken laptop and a broken PC, both given to me by charity, these systems are beyond collapse. They are held together by rubber bands and paper clips. That's not an exaggeration. That's the physical reality of what I'm working with. That's as much a factor in my constantly being knocked offline as sabotage by outside parties knocking me offline. Now, I've had an enormous amount of help from what many people would consider surprisingly unlikely sources like Comcast that have helped to stabilize everything in terms of the ability of others to knock me offline, but now I need a professional grade studio, or rather professional grade equipment, to turn my home into a studio so that I can continue doing what I'm doing. For that reason, we started the GoFundMe. Now, as we were starting the GoFundMe, I received a contribution of about $210 from True Jihadi. So, my thanks be unto He. Allah be praised. And that is a first step towards the $6,750 I need for the new microphone, the new laptop, the new PC, and all the equipment that will provide my ability to continue transmitting on bandwidth digitally, and thereby maintaining my employment, which literally enables me to physically survive. This is beyond your normal person who has to work for a living. They have options. I do not. I could not work any normal job making minimum wage and afford the prescriptions that I get by being on SSDI combined with the 250% disability program, the working disabled program. So my situation, as it has been throughout my life, is terminally unique. So this is why we need you to take the link towards my PayPal, rather the GoFundMe, and share it with everyone else. So we need to get the money through the GoFundMe in particular at this point, probably even more so than the PayPal. All contributions help, but putting them into the GoFundMe is probably the most appropriate at this time. So I'm going to provide that link to Maria Michaela Grigorich as well, because she's always so helpful in this regard, as I provided it to Derek Talley, and deeply appreciated to everyone who has always been so helpful to my cause. With that, we're going to ask all of you to contribute at least a few dollars. GoFundMe.com/donate-me-now ? And then a bunch of other crap. Honestly, what people really need is to just link onto it. And so this is something that we're hoping people can contribute to at least a few dollars. Everyone who's here tonight and everyone who listens, that you can spread the word to. You can spread the word to people who don't listen, and that will help immensely. And wonderful. Our dear lady added it to the DDD page earlier. God bless you, Maria. Couldn't live without you. And so, with that, I want to welcome so many of the wonderful people who have joined us, such as the Lay Renee Encounters, a wonderful human being. And she said hello earlier tonight. And she said hello, Team Dietrich, and she clinked some champagne glasses together. Mwah! Love you, Lay Renee. And All Junk Mail is a wonderful human being, says hi, DD. And we have Daniel Arola, hi from Texas, hi with an H-I-G-H. And also Ms. Alim, who says, good day, long time no see. So glad to have you with us, Ms. Alim. And all of you, wonderful human beings. With that, of course, now that you understand the gravity of the situation, again, spread the word far and wide to all and sundry. Let people know about the GoFundMe, and that way we can ultimately get myself a professional studio so I can continue my work. All Junk Mail gave us $3 in the chat room. Thank you, All Junk Mail. Love you dearly. Hugs and kisses. and don't know whether all junk mail is a male or female. But it hardly matters at this point. So, with that, I want to thank all of you for your patience with the situation, and I provide my service now by analysis of the situation. But before I do that, I do want to bring Selina Khan on. Selina's going to catch us up on a few things. I want her to talk a bit about what she's been doing with her work, and I hope she's willing to share some of that. So do come on, Selina, please. Mwah. She says, I love my vampire baby. Thank you, honey. You're so kind. Oh, you're so generous. And do please come on stage, honey. Don't be shy. And tell us a bit about what's been going on lately. You've had so many exciting things happen at work. And you deal with so many interesting people. Let's hope we can coax her on. She actually has a Chinese man she's working with lately. Let's see if she can get her setup going. Now, I know she's active online. And she's so shy. Come on, honey. Let's see if we can get you on here. I really need to start bringing... I've talked to Crystal River about coming on more regularly. There we are, Selina.
Oh, yes,
Oh.
absolutely. So, Douglas, just give me like...
Few minutes? Sure, honey. Take your time.
can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Where am I?
Well, you're here online. You're here with us. You sound like me when I do my drugs. Yeah, then I ask the same question.
Douglas, just give me like...
Sure, take your time. Yeah. And with that, we're going to bring on both Derek Talley and Jameson Reese to kind of help us burn bandwidth till Selena's ready to come on.
Okay,
yes.
I got some interesting things I've been thinking about.
Oh, great.
This actually, I was watching a video where they were talking about they were talking about different monuments that people have found as far as like the Stonehenge and whatnot. And what I was thinking is we've always seemed to be thinking about, when we think about electronics and we think about circuit boards, we usually think on the level of adding a charge to something or allowing energy to flow through channels.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I was thinking about, and we still have a lot to learn in petrology, but I was thinking about the fact that, perhaps these things were a sort of circuitry.
Mm-hmm.
Now, rocks don't conduce a charge normally. So what I'm thinking about is the idea of circuitry in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas instead of meaning that we would place these stones in ley lines or areas that have a charge in a certain configuration. And in that configuration, what we're doing is we're achieving something by blocking certain channels of energy, as a means of having like a sort of negative voltage to produce a certain effect. And so this is what I think the ancients were doing when they constructed many of these monuments in places of power. And I think that it's not that these things were meant to radiate power themselves. It's that sort of negative zone in which these stones, because limestone doesn't, limestone isn't like quartz, or nor are the stones that Stonehenge are made of.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about rocks is that they usually have a negative charge to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas, if they're in an area where there's a positively charged ley line,
Mm-hmm.
when you merge the negative and positive, when you have that flow of energy that's negative and positive, you open portals or gateways.
Mm-hmm.
This permits feats like teleportation and things like that.
Oh.
This is where I think the ancients might have had a sort of advanced edge to what we are doing now.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, yes, yeah, and so what led you down this train of thought?
Honestly, I was probably channeling something. I honestly don't think, because the thing is, I've taken this approach, and I wanted to speak to you about whether I should talk about this earlier, but I'm sure it would be of interest to the audience. Now, what I'm going to say is this. I think that the idea of binding entities to something electronic, I can see where one would get that idea. And I would see where one would look at all the gods and goddesses we've had as being distant from us, because they're not in the human experience as we know them to be. But on the same token, I can understand how one would sort of, have a sort of contempt towards them, because, here we are sending them all of our energy to do such and such, but where are we getting power from ourselves? But rather than taking a destructive, rather than using that destructively like the people of the Temple of Set do, I've decided to take a more positive approach and decided to offer my body and my physical experience in this life unto these deities. And so these deities are walking with me throughout my day-to-day routines. In a sort of sense, I'm always possessed. And so oftentimes when I start to hear things such as, people looking at certain things like monuments, these ideas would just jump into my mind. And in a sort of sense that is similar to the way Nikola Tesla was, in a sense, channeling things from what he admitted to him were aliens.
Oh, right. Yeah, so that's how he interpreted them. Yes, that's how he perceived them. Yeah.
In a real sense, in a real sense, they are and they aren't alien, in that they do belong to this earth and this plane of existence, but they're alien to us, and that we could not conceive of anything that they have, anything that they have to present to us. While I was on the ferry boat, I was channeling a sigil for a specific deity within the Shaitanic paradigm. And this is one of the daughters of Iblis by the name of Manat. Now, I was hoping Peter Moon would be on tonight so I could present this, but I will be able to bring this up at a later time when he is on.
Yeah, let's do that with him on our next transmission.
But I can fill airtime and basically go into what she told me, if that's all right with you.
Sure.
All right. Time is a novelty to us. We operate without it. For you, it's a struggle to exist in a reality. We, however, observe a triple nature of it. It flows bidirectionally and expands and contracts simultaneously. We can slip in anywhere at any time. Pause. Resume. There was a pause in the session because the boat had reached dock, and I resumed this channeling when I went around and took the boat back to Staten Island. All right. We can slip in anywhere at any time, but there are specific nodes or points in its geometry in which we have more of an advantage to influence changes to the shape and structure. These meridians permit what the fuck did I write? Omnidirectional ripples, keeping a constant flow of change. To you, it's a circle. To us, if it would resemble a 5-dimensional spheroidal torus in which it simultaneously expands and contracts while spinning in every direction. To simplify, right to left, left and right, vice versa, up and down, diagonal, and in every which way. Magicians help facilitate changes in which we evolve. It is a perfect and imperfect. It is perfectly imperfect, and the residue after which these changes occur exhibits ufological phenomenon and instances in which travelers from other parallel layers of the universe might be misplaced. this might also explain why, I'm cutting from the narrative here. This might also be why we might sometimes find things like plugs embedded in rocks, which I found fascinating.
Yes, that's by the way, that's a fact. There's all kinds of anomalous. People can look this up in Richard Cremo's Forbidden Archaeology just to find examples of this. So please go on. Yes.
Apportation and teleportation occurs as well based on this.
Right.
Now, she stated, ask Mr. Peter Moon to confer with Mr. Anderson on the matter. He, Anderson, does know more of this. This ends our session, Jameson, and no, this isn't all in your head or drug-induced fluff. Channeling and cross-referencing will become necessary to you humans very soon. My father's interest is in what JMO, affectionately she refers to me as that, chooses to do with it. Mr. Reese seems to think in a rigid fashion of oaths, and he... Oh, what the fuck did I write?
Well, some people have a hard time reading their own writing. I confess that I'm probably one of them. I know most people can't read my writing, so...
and he chooses... but we... and he chooses... All right. Basically, she's saying that I'm very rigid in the way I look at things from time to time. And she says, we are more flexible when we are more flexible when approached with certain respects. We are not compassionless, and we do feast on emotion and sensation, but in what the hell? Damn, it's like unreadable.
Oh well, that sort of thing happens, and
but win-lose situations is not our way. Remember Lucifer's philosophy, JMO, in which C was correct. C refers to my last mentor, who I thought was a handler.
Right.
Win-win is harmonious. In some, oh my gosh, in some humans we must feast on, but others we aid when certain conditions are met in session. Mana.
And
this spirit Mana is an initiatrix of chaos, and she is one of the 3 daughters of Iblis.
Right.
And Iblis also has 5 sons.
Just to clarify this so people understand, Iblis is usually in the West interpreted as the Islamic Satan, or Lucifer rather. So that's one, shall we say, perception. But go on, yes.
Well, that was basically what I channeled, and wow, this is still pretty new to me, because
it reminds me of automatic writing. When people do automatic writing,
it's very similar.
Yeah, it's like sleep writing.
And this is how Austin Osman Spare created his alphabet of desire, which Kenneth Grant wrote about when he would sort of plant the seeds to what William Burroughs and Phil Hines and the others would create, called chaos magic. The problem is the introduction to chaos magic usually is very artificial and rigid, in that you would take the letters, you would knock out repeating letters, and you would create this sort of pictogram. And as what's his name? Oh my gosh, as Michael Aquino would attest to, masturbating on sigils does nothing.
He did say something like that at some point. Yes, yeah.
And to that, he was to the point. One of the things I respected about him was the fact that he did get rid of a lot of the mysticism and airiness. This sort of awe-inspiring atmosphere of bullshit which is what it more or less was, that Blavatsky and other people had. You know, this sort of mysticism in which people would say, "Ooh, respect." Yeah, he dispelled a lot of that shit. So to that, I give him credit.
Okay. And
that is not praising him.
Understood. Yeah.
The guy was a son of a bitch.
Right.
I'm not praising him, and I'm definitely not going to call him a Guido, as those noses up his post-mortem asses do.
Yes. Yeah.
And I made my point on that, and that was also one of my critiques in one of my personal videos that I had on Coettings in his attack on you. How do you attack a man when you didn't even listen to his narrative? You didn't listen to his story.
Yes.
You can't attack him. So that's why I lost respect for him.
Thank you.
The rest of the stuff I found brilliant. His way of marketing magic into the mainstream, I do admire that. So I do respect the man as a magician and an occultist. But as far as his personal defects, no. No, it's not okay to attack a man like Douglas Dietrich, who has taken, basically, you paid your dues, man.
Thank you.
More than anyone in this fucking country to America. So he does not have a right to just go get there and attack you and get off with it. Like, okay, yeah. Let me take this opportunity because I want to shove my nose up Michael Kino's ass before he dies. And again, I'm not saying this to respect you, Mr. Coetting, either. I respect your work tremendously. Nor am I interested in a cult war, because my interest is in gaining as much fucking superpower and becoming like a super occult badass before I die, so I can become immortal and all that jazz.
Well, there you have it. By the way, you did buy a backup system for yourself in terms of a crystal. Would you care to elucidate just a little bit on that?
Yes. What this is this is my shadow. I had hired a very brilliant magician, and he is one of the individuals who I do oftentimes cite as far as, you know, his validity in what he exposes about the entities and how he and his deconstructions of the Order of the Nine Angle system. And this is the man who goes by the moniker V.K. Jehanum. He did a rite in which my shadow was integrated onto me. Before that rite, you know, there would also be this voice in my head that would curse out and disrespect the entities that I choose to work with and that I have a lot of respect for. So when he did that rite in which my shadow was integrated into me, that stopped. Also, that had to do with a trickster spirit that my last handler had placed onto me, which was a sort of false proxy Lucifer that he believed in, which is more analogous to the Christian Yahweh.
Right. Okay.
By
the way,
basically, this backup is a house for my shadow self.
Yes, understood. It's deeply appreciated. Thank you. So Selena Khan is back, and so Selena, and thank you for helping us burn bandwidth till she got back on stage, and we'll discuss more of this when Peter Moon is with us. And I deeply appreciate your courage in sharing this with us.
Take that break, and you know, if that's, and also give this cat her medicine. So I'm going to take a slight break.
Sounds good. Just let us know when you're back, okay?
Gotcha.
Thank you. And so, honey, tell us a bit about how your day went and how everything has gone.
Well, you know, it's typical work day.
Well, you have a Chinese work partner with this one deal, right? Are you willing to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, definitely. You know, over the years, you know, I wanted to learn the business initially. I didn't know how this business works, so I was not very, you know, successful or very motivated to do the work, you know, talking to people, not knowing quite, you know, it's a business. It's all serious matters. It's not something you go to work and then you come home and do the day. So anyway, so what I learned that I came to know a few Chinese agents, and then and then tried to work with them, and then I learned a lot of things. So, anyways, and at a point I left the other companies that when I came to know them through those other real estate firms. So anyways, so basically lately I have few agents that I work with, and I have a lot of Chinese buyers. So I had this my business is so interesting. I sent me a picture, right, that was like sunset and all this. It was just it was very emotional. It was not some romantic pictures that I sent you. It has some different meaning to it. Like, so basically I had this listing that I was working on for like 4 or 5 months, and then problem with too many owners. It's 2 sisters and brother, and I'm friends with the brother's wife. So it was kind of like, they were pretty much getting so impatient. House is worth, probably like million, little over $1 million, but they wanted much more. So all of this thing was happening past 3-4 months. I was having problem. Sometimes we lose listings. Just homeowners just like, what, we're not happy with your service, therefore we'll list with somebody else. It's not some very easy thing to go through. Like, you have the fear of losing the listing and not able to sell the price that the sellers demand. So past 3 weeks was pretty crucial. I suddenly out of nowhere, this agent was like, Chinese agent, like, oh, I have a buyer for you, so I'll come and show the house and all this. So he did. Few other agents that also, but his offer was the highest that I got. So the thing is, the way it works is that if someone lists a property, so they get the full commission of like 4 or 5%, whatever is agreed upon. So most cases, every agent, high-end property is not easy to get. So they like to sell on their own with their buyer, and they get entire commission, like, a lot of money. So I usually never do that. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to earn money, whatever I can. I do my best. So this agent, so now we have to split the commission. I got this, buyer through this Chinese agent. So 2-3 days ago, basically I was asking him that if he can go a little bit higher and all this, because homeowner, all 3 of them were furious. They were like angry, literally. I was like 45 minutes, like 3-4 times, or 4 different people just talking and trying to convince them. So today, like when the agent came, and the Chinese agent, so and then we worked out fine, and a contract was signed and all these things. I was just sitting down like, oh my God, I'm thinking it was like sunset, and I was like, so many memories that before that I used to watch this sunset sitting down there, like my office in my car. I'm on the on the street right in front of the house, and I was like, oh my God, I just want to get rid of the house and all these things. So today it was like same sunset, but it was different. It was kind of very joyful and good feeling that house is contract is signed, so we all agreed upon whatever the price, but house is sold pretty much, it's like 50% down, so it's a good deal. So that's what happened today. I was so relaxed, and I was like sending you the pictures, like, oh my God, it's a good view, it's sunset. It's gonna be a beautiful morning tomorrow. We're gonna do a lot of paperwork. Months from now I'll have closing, and the memories that I have for past 4 or 5 months, I was so disturbed, concerned, but it all come to an end. You just have to be patient and all this. So yeah, that was today was a very good day.
Wow. That's remarkable. I want to thank you so much, honey. And the lovely Maria Michaela Grigorich
Yeah, I know. She sent me a text. I have to respond to her. That was some sweet of her. She's such a lovely lady. I truly like her. And I noticed her. She's on the chat box, always, policing on everything. It's amazing. Good job, Maria. I really appreciate. And that I work for Douglas, and I do take care of his business matters and all these. So yeah, I like that what you do. And not only Maria, all of us here, everybody's so nice and so loving and friendly. So I feel like it's like a good family. I just joined in. So yeah, it's a good feeling.
Well,
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
Yes, and she notified me that Ŵoaumphyieorai, a person whose name is spelled Vuvvobud. This is obviously an avatar, but a good person, has donated $50 United States dollars. These look like United States dollars. So I'm not sure how that works in the chat room. That's going through the chat room, and I know the chat room has these limits on donations. So hopefully that goes through the limits. And it's deeply appreciated. Mwah! Hugs and kisses to Ŵoaumphyieorai. Not quite sure how they'd want to pronounce it. But
that's amazing. Yeah,
yes.
I'm just gonna, this is something through the chat box. Okay, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, and see what you can find out about that in terms of how that works, because if that goes through the limits, that's deeply appreciated, and so definitely want to thank them for doing what they're doing. I also want to thank the wonderful Chris Collins for mentioning Forbidden Archaeology by Michael Crema, and I want to give a shout out to the lovely Veronica Barrera, who says Buenos noches, Didi and everyone. So buenos noches, Senora Barrera. And by the way, so people understand, maintain Veronica Barrera in your thoughts and prayers. I believe she's dealing with the challenge now of lymphatic cancer, and I believe that it can be cured. So she will probably beat this. In fact, I know she will, just as Derek Talley has beaten his cancer. So Veronica Barrera, God and Goddess bless you, and may you have a wonderful life and a long one. And we are with you in spirit, thought, and prayer throughout this struggle to keep us updated. I should bring her on, if that's at all possible, at some point soon, so she can speak about this. So if you're open to that, Veronica, let me know. Just say yes in the chat room. I'll see it eventually. And or actually send me a personal message and let us know. And if you're willing to come on. Jameson Reese is back with us, and I want to thank him very much for notifying us of that. And definitely appreciate his sharing what he did. And with that, Selena, it's so wonderful that you're here, and you really provide us this warm, shall we say, just energy that we otherwise would not have. And we want to bring more women in, and as Selena has suggested, sometimes, once in a while, bring Noreen on just for a little bit of variety.
Oh yes, is she coming in tonight?
No. Tonight's going to be,
okay,
that's, I didn't, anyhow.
No. I mean, I really liked her a few times she came, although I like her, the guts, the courage that she has. Doesn't matter, I'm a woman. I want more women to come join, whatever, few minutes, say something, feel free. And I'm so sorry to hear about Veronica. Although I don't know her much, I know, Lena Shea, actually, speaking of Lena Shea, she's my friend, so we will still be friends. I came to know her at some point. But yeah, so what I was saying about Veronica, that, come out, share something, you'll be fine. You're healthy. I see your pictures once in a while. I don't socialize much. I'm not there pretty much. I just, I'm so busy with my work. But yeah, please come out, share your experience. You will inspire other women. We should be everywhere now that we have, women vice presidents. So yeah, women should be, should speak up. Doesn't matter what it is. Just like over here, we have too many men. Not that anything wrong with this panel of people over here with Douglas, but I would definitely encourage other women to join, share something. So yeah, welcome.
Yes, and Jameson, go ahead, Jameson. Yes.
And I wanted to say to Noreen, I don't personally dislike you, but the thing is, the only thing is the white grievance. I think a lot of that has come from the Russian propaganda.
It has.
A lot of that Russian propaganda has infiltrated in Revolution Radio, which Mike Gringley, I don't know who the hell runs it now that it's still, now that he's dead from whatever the fuck.
Just a bad lifestyle, but go on, yeah.
Yeah, but I want to say, I do want to invite more females into the discussion panels, so that we can discuss many of the challenges that do face women, in our chauvinistic and, oftentimes barbaric culture.
Yeah. I really appreciate you saying that. I mean, honestly, Jameson, Crystal River was saying, as a matter of fact, I can quotist her. She was like, I'm trying to convince her to become come on with us more regularly, and it's definitely something that she should do, because she has a lot to share, and I want to give her a chance to promote herself, her psychic services. And so she was saying, of course, that of course there's several subjects on which she and I strongly disagree, and so she was is concerned about coming into conflicts about things that she and I disagree on, such as what she calls the scamdemic. I roll my eyes, and
well, the thing is, with that, I'm learning that to have a less abrasive manner when dealing with the ladies, because this is good, because what it does is it allows me to learn how to socialize better, and not become like one of those fucking stupid incels who are like,
thank you. Yeah, no, I agree. I mean,
that's not my manner. But I the thing is, the reason why sometimes I came across as very abrasive with Noreen Helpan is that she does not oftentimes give a chance for people to express their viewpoint.
Yes,
and she has a kind of mindset where, because I haven't experienced it, it's not valid, which is quite fallacious, which is a fallacy.
Yes.
Thank you. I have to point that out as respectfully as I can.
Right.
So I shall, and I invite her to come on, but I invite her to try to maybe not be on the attack as much, because she does, I realize she's a passionate woman, but there's a sort of like attack dog thing that it's very. It's frightening to a gentleman like me.
Well, let's just say it's just not conducive to discourse. It's one of these things that
you said it better.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Well, to continue with what Crystal said, which will lead me back to that. Crystal said, some of the subjects we disagree on, what she references as the scamdemic, and flu shots, and voting blue, though she emphasizes not that she votes red either. She's basically so cynical of the system. She says, I feel myself walking on eggshells at times. Here's what she said to me: it's your platform, and I see the disdain for Noreen when she fails you in this regard, and I myself value our friendship more than I enjoy being on transmission. So I explained to her, of course, well, do remember Noreen Hellpand is a completely different case in the sense that she does basically go on the offensive, and that's just unnecessary. That's not where we don't need a shouting match, because the shouting match is just not. Yeah, we're
going to have our disagreements, and it's that we express why we have these disagreements without just, if you're going to have a disagreement or a rebuttal, bring some context into it. Don't just start shouting and start, drilling into people. That's not true. Everybody should be valued.
It's awful. It's awful. To just give you some.
Excuse me, Douglas. May I say something?
Of course.
About Noreen and Crystal. Look, I like both of them. Now, something they come here and they share. There will be many things they will say in a different tone, different manner. So we what we can do is best is to just hear them, and not to make the conversation as in confrontational, rather than sharing, opinion one against another. So with that in mind, I understand, Jane Maurice and Noreen had many subjects that there is disagreement, and even, Noreen probably said something or mentioned something in a manner of, dominating sense, and she's probably the right and what she's saying at her point. But still, I would say that they're more than welcome, in my opinion, if it's okay with Douglas. But it's just that, just participation here. That's how I look at it. So, my dear friend, Lena Shea, I understand there is, she's no longer with us or with Douglas, but she's still my friend. I hope I didn't offend Douglas saying that.
Of course not.
I just wanted to make sure that I'm still friends with her. So
yes.
If she wants to come one day, she will only come here as in she's my friend through my reference. So yeah, I'm open to everyone. I listen to everyone, and I enjoy it that way. So yeah, that's all I can say.
Oh, of course, honey, of course. Here's the just to put this into some perspective. In terms of the different ladies, and Crystal River, I hope, is listening. And if she's not, I'll gladly repeat it for her, and she can spank the hell out of me when she comes in next time. By the way, I want to give a shout out to some of the people in the chat room. Dat Dude says hi, Doug and Maria, and so hi to Dat Dude in return. And Chris Collins was correcting myself. I said Richard Cremo, more than likely. It's Michael Cremo. Yes, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. Michael Cremo. The funny thing is, I happen to like Michael Cremo. I met him personally, and he was so kind. He gave me personally a copy of the Bhagavad Gita. For those of you who don't know, Michael Cremo is a practicing Hindu or a practitioner of the Vedic tradition, just like our man Brendan Zogin. So he's this wonderful human being. Of course, his lectures, he's a snoozer. Because, he deals with forbidden archaeology. And it's and he can go on about that for hours. And he really has no other issue that he covers, so it renders what he he's like a one-trick pony, right? And so on. By the way, we received $25, $250 from Sammy Romero. So a shout out to our dear hermano, our dear brother Sammy Romero. God bless him. And he lives right here in my California, and wonderful human being. But by the way, honey, before I go into a little bit about Crystal and Noreen, just some little anecdotes. What the gentleman that you were working with, Dao Lu, do you know if he was from mainland China or Taiwan or Hong Kong? I was just curious. It just doesn't matter either way. He could be born in America and just happened to still retain a lot of his culture. I was just curious, do you know? Would you happen to know? Honey? She there? Oh, well. I'm sure she can...
I'm sorry, Douglas. I didn't get a chance to. It's just, I'm going to look at it. I'll find out. And then I'll also find out, which is interesting, that how it worked out. Your limit over here per night, which is only 2 nights. So $36, so it's $50. I'm just going to go find out right now, and I'll update you. Just give me a few minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, look forward to that. And because we have this stupid limit that's imposed on the chat room donations, we don't know if people donating money will go through. Who knows? In our case, maybe the limits have changed. We'll find out soon enough through Selena's investigation. And with that, I'll leave her alone because she's doing important things for us. But yes, here's some little experiences with Noreen Helphand and Crystal River. First, I'll start with Crystal. Is that Crystal is very cynical. She is... It's amazing to me how, when I really encounter many people in this day and age, I realize that I'm actually an optimist. That, as Crystal River used to say, I was actually the terror, probably one of the most, I don't know what term she would have used. Selena Khan herself said that I was very like a bully that in the old days, or on Revolution Radio, where I would actively tell my audience how much I hated them, that I was one of the few people that would do that. And but it was something that the audience didn't really mind. I mean, honestly, they come there for the abuse, is what I would tell Mike Ringley when he was bitching about it. After all, he's a primary example of self-abuse. But in terms of, and that's how he ultimately died, was from self-abuse. But when it came to the cynicism that I realized, or as Crystal said, with the kind of, how would I say it, just my abuse towards the audience, etc. Crystal was saying, of course, that I changed to look more like the, very much the moderate when Jameson Reese came on board. So in that sense, Jameson Reese, does his thing and serves a purpose in that sense towards a presentation, a representation of myself as basically the moderate. And when it comes to Crystal River, she is like many people. I mean, honestly, she's not alone in this, and she's not particularly exceptional in any sense in her cynicism. I noticed this with this other young lady that I interact with on Facebook named Amelia Willard, who's kind of like an artist in her own right. And Amelia Willard, shout out to her if she's listening, which I doubt she does. But Amelia Willard is very cynical, and Amelia Willard is convinced that the COVID-19 is just nothing to worry about. But look, she's this young lady who's in the pink of health, and it's so easy for young people to be cavalier about something that can kill people who are not blessed in that way. But with Crystal River, she has a cynicism based on, she's seen a lot. And Crystal River's been through a lot more than she's ever spoken about. And so Crystal River has suffered tremendous loss. And she's gotten very cynical because of it. So it's understandable. But her cynicism was such that when I was relaying the experience of Brendan Zogit, and Brendan Zogit, I was talking about when he had the testicular torsion and basically was brought into the hospital after, I mean, basically, for those of you who aren't familiar, in a nutshell, kind of a pun right there, what happened was that our man Brendan Zogit woke up one morning with his balls turned inside out, or one of his testicles turned inside out. This is called testicular torsion. And doctors will just tell you that for some reason It just happens to some guys. They just wake up that way.
Oh, yes, actually, there's a genetic factor there.
Okay.
What happens is most males are born with something that prevents the one ball from going into the other nutsack.
Oh, shit.
Well, one testicle from going into the other testicular sac.
Mm-hmm.
There are some men who genetically don't have that.
Holy shit.
Where one ball can go into the other sac. And what happens is, if you're doing something like sports or walking vigorously or something, you can be the subject of testicular torsion.
Oh my God.
And that is a very painful thing, because what happens is, once the blood supply is cut off to the testes, it swells up.
Oh my God. Yes, so he woke up with his swollen testicle, the size. First off, when he woke up, it was I can't resist this. He woke up basically, and he was wondering who put the basketball between my legs, and then it really hurts. And then that's when he realized something terrible had happened. Something new had been added. Baseball-sized testicle and shit. And it was turning blue, and so he wound up going to the hospital, and then some doctor who happened to be Jewish, because many Jews go into the medical profession. This was a factor for Brendan Zogit, and this is debatable and arguable, but he was under the impression this may have been a factor in potential mistreatment because he's Arabic, he's Syrian, and so he was wondering if that might have been a factor, that maybe his case was not treated well. But the Jewish doctor wound up doing what he did to try and correct the problem. Did a lot of stitching, if you can imagine this. That's just a horror to imagine your testicles being restitched because of something. And then let him go. And this is what happened to me in a hospital. I had a medical intern in this case, not a full MD. And this medical intern, basically, this Dr. Doof, hyphenated name. I remember Doof because I think of doofus. So this doctoress, she sent me home after one of my lung collapses without stitching up the chest tube site. She didn't even stitch it. And so I was sent home with that covered with a Band-Aid, and it got grossly infected. To the point where I developed sepses throughout my body. If it weren't for the fact of the nanoplasma, my vampiric genetic heritage, I would have died. As it was, I turned into what my father called a floater, which is, as a sailor, he was familiar with those bodies that wash up on the beach, and those bodies are called floaters because they're all swollen up like bloated whales because of all the distension via internal gases. That's what I was, except I was alive. So he had something similar happen to his testicles. So basically, the infection in his testicles from the doctor stitching him up the wrong way, he wound up going back to the hospital. First off, he kept going back to the doctor, who kept telling him that he was okay, this would go away, but it didn't. And by the time he turned himself into an emergency room, it was too late. So when he was in the emergency room, he was basically informed that he was not going to leave the emergency room alive, that he was going to die. So I was pointing out to, by the way, he's Orthodox Christian like myself. He's from the Lebanese Orthodox, or Antiochian. That would be the Syrian Orthodox Church, would be Antiochian Orthodox. So he's of Antiochian Orthodox Christian heritage. So he asked for a priest, and to show you how cynical Crystal River was, because she's familiar in the West with all of the horror stories of the priests, she made, by the way, she was completely sympathetic to Brendan Zogit's story, his experience. I need to emphasize that. It wasn't like she was laughing at Brendan Zogit, but she made a quip about, because Brendan Zogit, I told her, was so doped up on the painkillers and flying high. And then she said, he probably didn't notice it then when the priest flipped him over on his back and fucked him up the ass. I said, oh my God, this level of cynicism. It's something that I don't know how to respond. I'm not shocked by it, but it's I know that I don't have that level of cynicism yet. So it's remarkable to me. It would be like Amelia Willard's cynicism in the sense that these are young ladies and a lot of young girls these days that they're really cynical. I mean, really cynical. So this is like, well, a lot of young men are too. So it's just, this is pervasive now, this level of cynicism. So it's there you go. So that's an anecdote related about where some people might be coming from.
Sometimes it becomes pathological when it's out of context, when it's just trendy.
Yeah.
The young people call it being edgy, and so they could walk around without mask, thinking, nothing's going to happen to me. And that's the thing, is that, you know, how much do you value yourself? That's my question. Cynicism, yeah, I'm pretty cynical myself to a degree, but at least, you know, you have to value yourself to a degree. And if you don't value yourself enough to protect yourself, so what? So let's say the virus is a hoax. Let's say there is something out there. Being defiant just for defiance sake is not going to be healthy to you.
Yeah.
Especially if there is something out there. My thing is, if there is the case that there is something out there, even if this is a hoax, I would be better off wearing a mask anyway, because at least I'm protecting myself from something.
Yes.
And the problem is, a lot of people in my age range aren't seeing it that way, and they're the ones who are killing over and dying.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the elderly population, more and more of them are wearing masks, and so you're going to have, again, we're going to have a larger elderly population than we have of the young population, and this is very destructive to a state's operation, as far as a nation is concerned.
Yeah. It's you really got to take this into consideration, and so I want to thank Jameson for that. By the way, Derek Talley has just put up a photograph of himself and his father again on his Facebook timeline, and want to thank him for sharing that with us. Definitely, well, in the case of Noreen Halpan, then what we're dealing with is, in her case, part of the problem, I think, is, well, you know, look at how I phrase that, right? That's already a negative part of the problem, the way I phrase that. Part of her behavior that I experienced in Australia, for instance. Now, remember, and this cannot be overemphasized, I would not have gotten out of Australia without Noreen Halpan. And it's thanks to a sponsoress who wishes to remain anonymous, who paid Noreen Halpan's way, that we were able to get me back home. Noreen Halpan was the battering ram by which I got home from Australia. Otherwise, I would have been stranded there, and almost certainly I would have been killed. I would have gone to prison. Because, by the way, for people who don't know this, in the rest of the world outside of the United States, and even in some states in the United States, like Texas, you're guilty until proven innocent. Means any accusation can land you in jail, and you will stay in jail, and you will rot in jail the rest of your life if you cannot find advocates to get you legal representation. And in jail, of course, you're a prime candidate for assassination if you're someone like myself. It's far easier to murder you in such an environment. And so that was the intended destination for myself set up by Nexus Magazine. When I got into Australia, all evidence that I had arrived in Australia had disappeared. So I was essentially an illegal immigrant. I actually would have wound up in one of their illegal immigrant camps. And for those of you who don't know, Australia is infamous. It's infamous around the world for its mistreatment of immigrants. And it's taking refugees and slamming them into internment camps that make Auschwitz look like a vacation. People don't know about Nauru Island. So Selena Khan does reassure us that the half $100 United States dollars did get through our chat room. So thank you. The chat works. The chat room donation button works. And it goes beyond the limit that was imposed before. So good. That is wonderful news. Thank you so much to... I'm going to have to look at their name again. To the wonderful Ŵoaumphyieorai and so anyhow, let me well, Veronica says, thank you, Douglas. God bless. God bless her. So yes, she says she will come on my program eventually. Good. Thank you, honey. So with Noreen, when I was in Australia with her, however, we were guested by this wonderful hostess who unfortunately has died of cancer. A very different kind of cancer, more than likely, from what Veronica Barrera has. And this is common among women in Australia because there were so many atomic tests conducted in Australia by the British. And the atomic tests released an enormous amount of radiation that impacted women more than men, because women have more fatty tissue so that they can survive motherhood, having a baby in their body which feeds off of the mother in a sense parasitically, and therefore the mother has to have enough body fat to maintain the baby. This is why women are more curvaceous than men, and why women are always...
Rabbit Island, right? If I'm not correct, Rabbit Island.
Well, you might be thinking of Japan with its biological warfare experiments has a rabbit island, but Australia...
Oh, it was something like Easter Island. I can't remember, but the British were doing tests. I'm going to do research on that.
Oh, well, the British were conducting some anthrax tests on an island off of Scotland. And so you might be thinking of that. But the British, of course, they're just...
The atomic tests that they do.
Yeah, well, the atomic tests the British conducted were mostly in the center of Australia. And they were at, I forget, but, just various desert areas in Australia, their version of America's Nevada. And when it comes to the French, they were doing all the tests in the Pacific Islands. So the French and the British, they're just, doing everything they can to fuck up everybody's lives as far away from their homelands as possible. And so the end result is that in an entire generation of Australian women, the overwhelming majority of them contracted thyroid cancer. So thyroid cancer is, of course, you never want to get cancer, but if you had to choose, thyroid cancer would be the one to choose. It's the one where you can lose the thyroid and you can live the rest of your life with potassium supplementation. So it's the one part of your body you could sacrifice without too much happening to alter your quality of life. So when it comes to this almost all Australian women had it, at least during the generation of the heavy-duty bomb testing in the Pacific. So, but anyhow, this it wasn't thyroid cancer that killed this Australian hostess. Some other kind of cancer she had that was very serious. I'd have to look into it. But it was a tragedy because she was so nice to us. But when she had Noreen and I in her company, and she was offering to take us to dinner, she said, "Oh, what are you in the mood for right now? Sweet or savory?" And I recall myself saying, "Oh, savory would be fine. I wanted a real dinner." Noreen, I think this has a lot to do with the fact that she didn't have a father. Or rather, she had a father, but he wasn't alive to raise her, really. She doesn't know much about him. I think he died when she was very young. And she was raised by her Japanese mother, who was still very Japanese in her cultural outlook, and so she was never, in a sense, westernized at home, and yet she kind of she's very American, but she acculturated, for lack of a better word, kind of on the street or in public school systems. And you know what the American public educational system is like. It doesn't do anything to socialize people. And so she has what I call kind of feral child syndrome. But she innocently asked, "Oh, what's Savory?" And so the Australian lady explained to her, "Well, that means it's something that's not sweet." It's anything that's not sweet. And that's when I said, without any intent at insult, I said, "I never realized how provincial you were." And I said that just casually, and she said, I'm not even going to try to emulate her tone of voice, but it came out really loud. I'm talking about like at the top of her voice, like everybody in public turned around and looked at us loud. Like everyone thought she was being assaulted or something. She screamed, "Fuck you!" Like that. I mean, no sense of control of modulation, no sense of awareness, environmental situational awareness. So, of course, I had to deal with that with the best of my ability by just like it didn't happen. I had to act like it didn't happen. The Australian hostess was just shocked, just eyes wide. So much so, she responded the way I did. We just went on as if nothing had happened, and everybody gradually turned around and looked away because obviously there was no ongoing violence. But there's something with Noreen's. She's not socialized. And Revolution Radio has made that worse because they encourage that level of shouting to the rafters because that's the Alex Jones style that they demanded from myself. And so it's that they're all trying to get this kind of shouting, anger, Michael Savage type, the opinion host. This is what's called the opinion host kind of comportment. And so it's done nothing to improve that comportment. So that's the challenge that we're dealing with in maintaining conversation with Noreen. So hopefully that puts that in some context. And other than that, I don't know if Derek Talley's still with us, but just out of curiosity, I'll ask. So, Derek, does that make sense? I think he just checks out. That's my impression.
It's possible he might be resting.
No. He's on Facebook. So he just checks out. I think he he does what he does. And I'll ask you, of course. I hope what I said makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. The challenge then is how to get someone who's used to showing no restraint.
Yes.
How to convince them how to convince them that it's advantageous to show restraint in such situations, such as being on air.
Yes.
Because if everyone's like, if I wanted to hear that, I would listen to death metal.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot like that. And I've never listened to her show, which is this roundtable that she has called Wild at Heart, which is an appropriate title now that you reflect on it. But it's. I'm wondering if it goes into that. I wonder if it's like. I assume it must. There must be times she just does that, and that this is what people probably tune in to listen to. They probably tune in to listen to that because it's probably trippy as hell. I mean, I know if I were, a guy driving at night and I was afraid of falling asleep, I would turn that shit on because it's like itching powder. It'd be like, it'd keep me awake, all night. It's just so abrasive, right? With having this chick, this wench. Just screaming in your ear like, ah! Yet, I'm sorry, this is horrible. I shouldn't do this. All right. But on the positive side, she's a very very perky person, a very positive person, and she needs to be positive because she feels she has this Morgellons syndrome. Oh yes, and I'm supposed to hook her and Sarah Shields up. Yeah, so they can talk about this because Sarah Shields is concerned she might have Morgellons. This has been an undercurrent of worry with her. So there we have that. You know who can go on about Morgellons syndrome at great length? Brendan Zogit, who does not have it, but Brendan Zogit has, for whatever reason, read deeply into it, which sounds like the kind of thing a vegetarian would do. I mean, this is like, there's like, and Brendan can spank my ass the next time he's on about whether I presented his story in such a manner that he feels I did justice to it, or, you know, by the way, for people who just to add the punchline to the story, of many punchlines, one of many punches Brendan got along the way, when Brendan did heal from his condition, which the doctors did not expect. Obviously, they told him that he was not going to leave the emergency room alive because at that time, by all logic, he should have died. Statistically, a miracle was worked in that he responded to massive loads of antibiotics that they poured into him, and they did this just out of form. They did it out of, you know, just, they didn't expect it to work, and but it did work in his case. And then when he finally was able to return home, he was totally enervated. His body was wasted by time in the hospital, where people generally lose a lot of weight in hospitals, and he was supposed to be rehabilitating. He won't mind my saying this because he would confirm it. And that's when his mother basically kicked him out. I mean, literally, because he was too weak to resist. She was able to physically manhandle him. She literally bodily forced him into the car with his possessions and drove him out to the middle of a national park and abandoned him.
Damn. That's fucked up. The fact that he's able to attain such a level of optimism that he does astounds me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because I mean, I would become like the son of Sam or some shit if that happened to me.
Thank you. Thank you. She left him with some of his personal belongings. Like, if you can imagine this out in the middle of a national park in winter, like his sports.
A national park in winter.
In winter? In the middle of winter?
What the fuck, man? I mean, I mean, I love the dude to death, but I mean no offense to him, but some people are not fit to be parents.
Yes. Well, he would be the first to tell you that. And at any rate, his father was obviously out of the picture, but it's not like the father was any positive figure either. He could go into that story, what a train wreck his father was. But in terms of, so his mother left him with his belongings, what few he had. This included some sports banners, which he used like a semaphore flag, like a sailor signaling down another ship. That's how he notified some park rangers that he was there, freezing to death. So he could be recovered before he died. They brought him to a telephone where he was able to call his sister to take him in for a period of time. Oh my God. Poor son of a bitch. And so there we have that. And, so anyhow, so with Noreen, she survived a lot. And she scares the hell out of me. One time I was talking to her, and she blanked out while she was driving. I was on the phone with her while she was driving, and she blanked out. And when she came to, the car was undamaged, but she was in the middle of one of those islands. By the way, she lives in Los Angeles, so there's a lot of these islands that divide these really wide lanes. She was on one of those islands. The car was on one of those islands without having suffered any damage, and she was physically safe, but she had blacked out and wound up there.
was that a dissociative fugue?
Fugue, I believe is how it's pronounced, but I don't know. I don't know what was behind that. It's interesting. It's interesting. But by the way, of course, I think Jameson could probably tell us a little bit about being dissociated, because I think some of the street drugs that you've used are dissociative, right? They're dissociative.
Those are the only substances I use, because for some reason when I'm dissociated, I function a lot better as a human being. Mm-hmm. For those of you who are listening to me now, when I am completely sober, you will not like me. If you think the guys who sit in their rooms and plot massacres and real bad, you can imagine this guy with like minus the Aquino eyebrows, plotting about how he's going to use magic to annihilate the human race and exterminate the entire existence of the universe. I mean, that's bad. That's bad.
Yes.
It doesn't matter who you are. That's like, dude, what the fuck?
Yes.
You're young. Get out and live. What are you doing plotting the, you know what I'm saying? But for some reason, when I'm dissociated, that it's like this is my real personality comes out. It's like it's like when I'm not dissociated, I'm always permanently in the altar.
Oh, by the way, I'd like to ask your opinion on this. You can do a review. It's on YouTube. There's some clown, I think he's one of these right-wing incel clowns, was trying to say they're trying to erase H.P. Lovecraft. So you can look that up. They're trying to erase H.P. Lovecraft, some YouTube guy.
I commented on that. I was like, he was my comment on. I actually physically commented on that post on YouTube, and I was like, for what point are you going to try to defend him being racist? It reminds me of this guy called Dark Journalist, and he has some woman of Hispanic or brown descent on his channel. Dark Journalist. He's supposed to be some ex-CIA or fucking FBI agent or some shit. And he's talking about like Thomas Jefferson, and he's like, well, everybody was racist at the time. He's like justifying. I'm like,
rationalizing.
So it's okay to fuck brown people, but it's not okay. But it's not okay to be. It's not okay to be against racism. What the fuck kind of logic is that?
Thank you.
I mean, what the hell goes through these guys' minds? It's like, as long as I can park it, I don't care. But people. It's like, what the fuck is up with that? I hate it.
Thank you. I do too.
There's a reason why I'm glad Trump is gone. There's a reason I'm glad people of his ilk are fucking sore and all bitter about it.
Yes, thank you.
And you know what? I don't mean to be like, I'm going to say this politely. What you may do is you may take a chainsaw. You may take some oil that you would use to fuel your car. Turn yourself upside down and put it in your rectum, and then sit yourself on that chainsaw while it's running. That's what you people who are apologetic to bigotry can do.
Thank you. That's appreciated.
I said it without swear words.
You did, and that's appreciated too. And not that, of course, we mind swear words on this program, but it actually makes it more palatable when we go into that kind of, shall we say, scenario building. And with that, I'm going to start the monologue, and we will basically ask Jameson, of course, to stay with us throughout the night. Leslie falls asleep at 3 a.m. in the morning again, like he did on the last transmission, which is understandable for someone normally, but his case is different. He's normally awake throughout the night. And so love you dearly, brother. Thank you very much. Say good night to the audience for now.
Good night, folks, and I shall be on standby.
Thank you. Deeply appreciated. And, of course, getting to...
And I'll be on standby, too.
Oh, excellent. So there you are. So tell me, what drove you? I always find those things annoying where you see a lot of people do this, of course, but I personally find it annoying when people put on their basically the Marine Corps graduation photos. I noticed you put that back up as your Facebook icon. What inspired that, if I may ask?
With the Marine Corps birthday coming up, and then the Veterans Day coming up, and I asked my dad to send me pictures of my granddad, his Army pictures, and I was going to make a little mirage with my granddad, my dad, and then myself, and then have it like the Army, the Air Force, and the Marines.
That's cute. That's delightful. Yeah, that's wonderful. So your grandfather served in World War I. That's wonderful. Tell us a bit about that.
He was in World War II.
Oh, okay. Yes. So tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, well, basically when my grandfather was younger, he stabbed the son of the sheriff down there in Dixon Mills, Alabama, and they were going to kill him. And so his mother took him to Mobile, Alabama, and put him in the Army, even though there was a war going on, because he said, I don't know if you're going to get killed in the war, but you're definitely going to get killed down here because you stabbed the sheriff's son. So she put him in the Army when he was a teenager, and he joined the Army, went to World War II, came back, and I guess so many years had passed, him and the sheriff's son who he had stabbed had shook hands. This is like in the 1940s we're talking about here. So, then he became the principal of the high school. He was my dad's principal, and my dad, my dad grew up. He joined the Air Force.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I'm going to take advantage of this to chew a little bit of my sandwich here. Please go on. I mean, this story is incredible. People really need to hear this. This is amazing. So tell us a bit more about this bizarre relationship that worked out for the positive.
Well, it was actually my auntie that told me the story. His sister, my great aunt in Chicago, my Aunt Mary, and she's still alive. But my great aunt, my Aunt Mary, was telling me about how my granddad, I guess he was a hothead at the time, but he wasn't taking no shit from nobody. And, back then, in the 1940s, especially in southern Alabama, there was a lot of racial violence. Well, my granddad stood up for himself, and he stabbed the person that was coming after him, but it just happened to be the sheriff's son, the sheriff of Marengo County. I don't know whether that's considered Marengo County or Choctaw County, but down there in Alabama. But they had to get him out of there because they were going to kill him. So,
well, certainly. Oh, my God.
In the Army.
But what's so remarkable is how they came to terms with each other and the shaking of the hands. I mean, people used to shake hands once in a while after fistfights. Well, actually, that was quite common. People would have fistfights in bars, and that's how men introduced each other. It was some perverted form of male bonding that I will never understand. And but you don't usually shake hands with someone who stabbed you. So that is exceptional. So our man Jameson Reese says Macho Nachos. Yes. So how did they even start communicating with each other again to resolve this?
Well, I guess when my grandfather got out of the Army, he went right back home, and it's just one of them things to where the sheriff's son, I guess, I don't know whether he became the sheriff or whether, but it was just one of them things to where after he came back home, some time went by, and he drove up in a police car and, hey, I heard you were back home, huh? Yeah, and then they were just talking, and, I don't know whether 20 years, I don't know how many years it went by, but apparently they had buried the hatchet and went on. So, but that area of Alabama is still very segregated. So we're talking about Thomasville, Alabama, Dixon Mills, Choctaw County, Marengo County, Pine Bluff, Pine Grove. So there was an area called the Black Belt. So there's an area in Alabama called the Black Belt, and they call it the Black Belt because it runs right through the bottom waist of Alabama, and it's north of Mobile, but it's still southern Alabama. and it's just an area where it's got a lot of rich history with slavery. Over there, Selma, not too far from Selma, Alabama. So
actually, the Black Belt runs all across Dixie, and it's a series of counties that forms this band that goes through all the states, and in some areas it takes up larger parts of these states. And so you can see it on the map if you look up the Black Belt geographically. Black Belt counties of the South or something of that nature. You'll find maps that are definitely the essence, the core of what essentially is effectively its own subculture, a kind of black nation, which people who were advocating for black independence reference it as New Africa. So I'm going to go mute again for a few minutes while I continue chewing this sandwich. Please continue. Tell us a bit about what you know about maybe his action in World War II, Pacific or European theater, whatever.
You know what? I believe it was European theater. Yeah, because he was Army. He didn't go over to the Asian part. Army was mostly over in the European part. It was mostly the Marines who did the Pacific theater, even though both theaters had, both Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines. From what I understand, my grandfather was in the European theater, and I really don't know what all he did. So I've a lot of the old people who I could, because a lot of his sister, my Aunt Mary, is the one who I get the most stories out of, who I get the most rich history out of, because you ask questions and you only get so much. So we're losing some of our old people. So the same way we're doing this podcast right here, if you've got some old people in your family that's got some rich stories and rich history, record them. Go and make a website for your family reunion. So record some of those old people, ask them some questions, interview them, find out about your lineage, and add that to your history. So yeah, a lot of the history that I know from my grandfather's sister, my Aunt Mary.
That's wonderful. And so in terms of your father, what inspired him to go into the Air Force as opposed to the Army again? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, my dad, he had actually applied to go to Morehouse College, and he hadn't heard anything back from Morehouse College, because my dad is the same age as the Air Force, because the Air Force was created 1947. September 1947. My dad was born February 1948. So the Air Force was still fairly a new branch service when my dad got out of high school. When my dad was 17, the Air Force was 17, 18 at the time. So, at the time it was just, and not only that, but being that he went to the school in Thomasville, Alabama, which was, part of the Black Belt. Real small school at the time, which is in the middle of nowhere, nothing around for miles. It's 90 miles north of Mobile, Alabama, 50 miles east of Meridian, Mississippi. And he said the only recruiter that would actually come to the school was the Air Force recruiter. So that's why he joined the Air Force. He said if the Navy recruiter had came to the school, he probably would have joined that. But I'm glad he joined the Air Force. Well, I'm sure he's glad he joined the Air Force because he did 27 years in there.
Yes. Tell us a bit about the computers he worked with. Real primitive monstrosities like ENIAC and UNIAC, and apparently he bought one of them from an antiquarium to serve as the computer you're trying to work with now.
Well, you know what? I remember going on a tour of the SAC base that he went. He had a little building that he was a part of, and I remember it was real strange because when we went out there was a guy cutting the grass, and he goes, "Oh, the prisoners from the brig come out here and cut the grass." I'm all, "The prisoners? We got prisoners out here?" They said, "Yeah, The guys who I guess get drunk and get in bar fights or whatnot, they get locked up for the weekend and they come out and cut the grass. But he took us on a tour and had these big giant computers with the big circular reels that were turning back and forth. And I just said, oh man, this is so awesome. All these big high-tech military stuff. Now, everything that's in that room can fit in my pocket now.
Yes. Incredible how different the world was. And this was the vacuum tube technology. They were using data punch cards, perhaps, and that was considered futuristic. It would be what you would see on science fiction book covers, would be computer data punch cards. They used, of course, the binary numeric system. Well, all computers still do, but back then you had to learn binary to work with computers oftentimes, especially if you were a programmer, which was an entirely different field back then than we think of it now. So please go on. I mean, this is fascinating. So when you saw that, was there any other information tidbits you can give us about that? I mean, aside from, like, your father was working with the computers in Vietnam, was he not? They brought the computers in these big air-conditioned vans, right? Trailers?
But no, when he was in Vietnam, he was still enlisted. So I know at one point he was delivering mail. So he was doing some mail down there in Vietnam, and then once he turned 18 or 19, then they changed him to doing something else. So my dad had 2 different jobs in Vietnam. I know his first one was delivering mail.
Just out of curiosity, was this mail only within the Air Force, or was the Air Force delivering mail to other branches of service?
You know what? I don't know. It may have been other branches of service, but as far as I know, it was only the Air Force, because I know the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines kind of set up bases at different spots, I guess, in Vietnam. So he probably, after the mail got sorted, they said, okay, probably this one goes to the Air Force, and then he probably took it from there. So
interesting. Thank you. And what about yourself? So you can tell us remember how I said you were born on a military base? Tell us about what you remember, if anything, about Germany. I'm assuming you remember nothing, but tell us about what you remember about, if not that, then growing up on military bases, fucking all the officers' wives while you were bagging their groceries.
No, I wasn't. I was fucking their wives. That was just my first job was bagging groceries, and to this day, I am like an excellent when it comes to packing, when it comes to like packing a truck, or when we're moving, whether it comes to bagging groceries or just fitting a lot of stuff into a small space. That was my first job, and I did it for hours and hours a day. I was 14 years old, and it was just so funny because you would have the officers' wives come in, and they would buy $300 worth of groceries, which back then is a lot of bags. I mean, $300 worth of groceries today probably is not going to get you that much. You can fill up one cart and have $300 worth of groceries. But I'm talking about back in the day in the commissary, back in 87. Let's say I was 14, so that was like 85. Yeah, 85, 86. So I was people were buying like 2 big giant carts worth of groceries out of the commissary, and I'd bag them all perfectly. I'd take them out to the car, 2 big giant carts worth of bags, and they'd have a Corvette. And I'd be like, did you know you were going to buy this much groceries before you came here in that little Corvette? But I always got the groceries in there. I never had to say it can't fit. It always fit. I always made it fit.
That's amazing. That's impressive. That's incredible. And so I can think of all kinds of gutter level jokes based on that.
Well, the most gutter thing that happened to me was we used to go to the base barbershop. There was a barbershop on base. It was a black guy. And I remember, and I was only like 14 or 15 at the time. And he had this big, silicone wall, and he goes, my girlfriend's getting a breast implant, and this is going in her breast. He handed it to me. And me being 15 at the time, with all my hormones going on, I wanted to lick it so bad because I know it was going to some titties. I'm like, this is going to some titties.
Oh
I'm
my
squeeze
God.
it. Going at some titties right here. Yeah, shoot.
Oh my
15
God.
year old. I said, what? They're just going to cut her open and stick these in and pull the skin back over it? He said, yep, and then her boobs will be bigger. I said, cool.
Oh my God. Thank you for sharing that. I'm not quite sure how that how would I say that's what I don't understand is what he was doing with the implants. I mean, what was it was like
me either, but he said this is the very implant that's going in my girlfriend's breast. I don't know, maybe the doctor let her take it home and maybe she let him.
I guess. Yeah, I mean, I see that's possible. It's not normal, but it's possible.
Probably they're probably a lot more sterile nowadays because back then, hey, this was at the barbershop with everybody, touching their face and touching their hair and manhandling.
Oh my God!
Breast
Yes.
before it even goes in the breast. So all you got to do is wipe it down with some Windex and let it dry out and stick it in her tits and boom, everything fine.
Right. That's how they thought. That's incredible. That's thank you. Now I won't be able to sleep at night. At any rate, so what about your own experience in the Marine Corps? Tell us a bit about. I'm almost done with the sandwich. Burn some bandwidth. Tell us a bit about how you translated from that into the trucking industry. There was no trucking you did in the Marines, was there?
No, there wasn't. When I went into the Marines, I was 0311. So after boot camp and then after MCT and after SOI, they recruited me to go to security force school. So I went to security force school and I ended up doing my security forces in Roosevelt Roads, Puerto Rico. And then I was stationed in Savannah Seca, Puerto Rico, a real small town called Levittown, a little small Navy base, which had another off-site communication center. So that the second job, what I was doing is kind of obsolete because all they did was intercept communications from other militaries from other countries,
from particularly Cuba, I would imagine, and right.
And particularly what?
From particularly, I'm chewing my sandwich. I'm assuming they would specifically be focusing on Cuba to intercept communications from communist Cuba. Yes.
I'm sure that's the case, but we weren't allowed to know what was going on inside the building. They put us at the front gate and they put us on the roof and they gave us little sleeping quarters out back. So like if we had to do a shift and then go to sleep and then come back and do another shift, and they brought us out sandwiches. And I remember our lunch, and I was always so hungry. They gave us a sandwich, a little small bag of Fritos, and a can of Coca-Cola, and that was what I ate like 3 times a day. A homemade sandwich with mayonnaise, a piece of ham, and a piece of cheese, a little small 25% bag of Fritos, or if you're lucky, you get the Munchos or the Doritos, and then a can of Coke. That's it. And I eat that 3 times a day.
That's pathetic.
Yeah, when we were out there just guarding the building. We had no idea what went on inside the building.
Okay, thank you. And almost done with my sandwich here. So please go on. There's got to be other things you've remembered.
We were at Roosevelt Roads. We guarded the magazines. Now the magazines held different types of ammunition. The types of ammunition it held, one of the types was for submarines. So when submarines needed to get ammunition, they would pull into Roosevelt Roads and they would load up the torpedoes or whatnot to go in the submarines. And also the airplanes they had light ammunition that they were using for the pilot trainees. So if a pilot was to join the Navy and then wanted to learn how to be a fighter pilot. They had the ammunition there that wasn't very strong, but it was just powerful enough to blow up, on a small scale, so that the pilot could practice, and they would drop those bombs on the island of Vieques, which is part of Puerto Rico. It's just off of the coast of Puerto Rico, out in the Atlantic Ocean part, just directly north of the it's probably less than 10 miles north of the Caribbean Sea, but it's on the Atlantic Ocean part. But there was a lot of protest about the Navy pilots dropping the bombs on Vieques. People lived on Vieques, and then finally, the person who was successful to actually get it shut down, for them to stop the bombing, and I don't know how this person got involved, but it's Jesse Jackson's wife. Jesse Jackson's wife at the time went over there in protest of Vieques, and I believe she stood on the target, like stood on there, you're not gonna bomb me.
Right, the bomb site. She stood. Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're supposed. Are you sure about that? A security guard had got killed not too long, before that. At the point where she went out there, a security guard who was guarding something, and then went out farther than what he was supposed to, so he could have a little smoke because he wasn't supposed to be smoking. And then at the same time,
he got smoked.
A Navy pilot recruit had dropped a bomb a little bit off from the target where he was supposed to, and it was just wrong place, wrong time to kill. The concussion of that killed the security guard. And those bombs weren't very strong, but they were strong enough to, make an impact if you got too close.
Oh, so, believe me, it's the same way with it's like what happened with Bruce Lee's son, and just what happens to people who just get too close to blanks. I mean, blanks can kill you. They have gunpowder in them to provide a flashbang, and so when you have something just go wrong with the blanks, then it'll kill you. And JMO points out that the explosion is faster than the speed of sound. So, as he says, anything slower is a conflagration. So these are like huge blanks, and as blanks, they're just like, they're the equivalent of they're enough to kill you if you're too close to them. So, yeah, it just, there you go.
When they shut down that base, when they stopped the bombing, everyone thought, they were going to just stop the bombing, but keep the base there. But the whole reason that Roosevelt Roads naval base was there in the first place was their main primary reason for being there was for the fighter pilot training. So once they stopped, they said, "Okay, you win, Jesse Jackson's wife. We're going to stop the bombing." And everybody said, "Yeah." And then when they started closing down the base, they're like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, they destroyed the economy.
Yeah, they destroyed because not only did they took away every military installation there, even their Army Reserve.
Right.
So they took away the Roosevelt Roads Naval Base. They took away the Savannah Seca Naval Base. They took away the Fort Buchanan Army Base, and it just completely. So Puerto Rico's kind of catapulted down to a third world nation. Now you add on top of that the hurricanes that went on down there, and how President Trump just ignored them and said, "Fuck you," during the hurricanes. When I was stationed down there, Hurricane Hugo had just happened, and we were out there helping them put roofs on their houses, and we were helping everybody, and there was all the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines were out there just helping all the locals in Puerto Rico put their homes and businesses back together.
Yeah,
but now since there's no base, it's like now they're asking for help. Nothing. We provided nothing for them.
Yeah. It's they eviscerate it, they gut it, the economy because Puerto Rico's economy was completely dependent on the U.S. military. That's the way it is throughout the entire southern United States. The Deep South is totally dependent on the American military. It's one of these ironies that the Confederate States of America, of course, was originally occupied by the United States, and then the Great Compromise, right after the American Civil War, when the Union stole the election from the Southern Dixiecrats, who had legitimately won the election, which, try and wrap your brain around this. The Americans fight a civil war where the North overwhelms the South industrially and all this other shit. And the South winds up with this American, Union occupation presence, which they then fight to rid themselves of, and they simultaneously run their man, a candidate representing the Solid South, Dixie, for president, and he fucking wins. And he wins the presidency, and the Union says, fuck that, we just fought this war, and a Southerner wins the presidency. And so it was, Tillman, of course, was his name. I'm forgetting his first name. I'll just look this up. President Tillman. President Tillman. He should have been your 19th president based on the votes. And I'm not getting it. They're hiding it. President Tillman, stolen election. And let's see if this comes up. It's not coming up. They've scrubbed him from search engines for the moment. I know I can find it later. But, I know. I can look up Truman versus Hayes. Truman versus Hayes. And Hayes was the Union man, a general. And it was Patrick Tillman. I'm afraid to always confuse him with a preacher because there was a preacher named Tillman who I think his name was Patrick. You're thinking of the preacher. It's Samuel Tilden. That preacher, by the way, Patrick Tillman, is in jail. And, so Samuel Tilden, Samuel Tilden, whose name is distressingly similar to the Southern Big Tent preacher Patrick Tillman, who was ripping everybody off. And so Samuel Tilden wins the presidency, and then the Union doesn't tolerate it. They put their man Rutherford B. Hayes in by stealing electoral votes, and then they get the South to accept this, and Tilden to accept this, by withdrawing the Union occupation. So they withdraw the Union occupation troops. Now, all the Deep South, the Solid South, their entire economy is totally dependent on American military bases. So wherever you go in the Deep South, there's just, it's lousy with military bases. It's just, they're everywhere. The place is just, that's all you see. Texas is the worst. It's like, and all this is guaranteed economy for all the local businesses. Everybody just thrives off these, troops, Hessians with credit cards that just spend, and they take they bleed them for everything they got, so their entire economy is based on soaking the troops of these American military bases. Now in Texas, there are areas of Texas where you can just go for a jog, and you can just, in your single jog of the morning, encounter 3 different military bases in some areas of Texas. They're just packed next to each other that you can literally jog from one to the other and, go home after a nominally good run around the area, so to speak. I mean, this is just, it's untenable. It doesn't make any sense. It's completely bullshit. So this is like, because the South, as you know, was for the longest period of time not producing anything. It took the Japanese to move a bunch of companies down south to even give it an economy separate from military bases. So, but there you have it. It's another form of U.S. occupation, but this time it's what the South totally depends on. It's anyhow, it's disgusting. And it's another reason that you just look at history and you shake your head. It's I bring these things up, and when it comes to these things that are still impacting us today, they're so painful. I oftentimes don't even want to bring them up because they're just so sickening to me. But there you have that. And I'm sure you were in the South a few times during your stint in the Marine Corps, right? I mean, you must have been at some bases in the South. Camp Lejeune, the big Marine...
Virginia Beach. No, see, that was just it, because I went to boot camp in San Diego, and so they should have kept me everything on the east, but I mean on the west. But because when I joined security forces, the security force training base was up there by San Francisco, up there by your way, but they switched me to the East Pack and put me in school over there at in Virginia Beach. So I went to the Virginia Beach school instead of the San Francisco school. So, I was around a bunch of East Coast Marines that all went to Parris Island, and I'm like the only lone San Diego MCRD Hollywood Marine. So I get to be the butt of all jokes.
Oh my
And
God!
plus, I did dress funny. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I look good in my uniform, but when it was time to go to Liberty, my pants were tight. I was wearing sunglasses,
Yeah, yes. You had fashion. You had a sense of fashion.
I dressed for the 1980s. You would, if you had seen me in my civilian clothes, you would have known I was out of the 1980s.
There we are. Yes. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so I'm wondering if I should make a quick trip to refresh myself before I go into tonight's monologue. I probably should do that. We've got a few minutes
Go
to
ahead.
bottom
I
of the
think
hour.
I got a story or two or something
Good,
that I
good.
can talk about.
So I'll leave you to it. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. And thank you, Derek, for that. And I'll go mute now.
All right. We got 4 U.S. troops killed in a vehicle explosion in Syria. And that's from the Syrian state media, which the story was picked up by Zero Hedge. Zero Hedge is like one of the last places that I can actually go to get some good stories nowadays. Everything else is an op-ed piece, like I've been saying. But in a breaking, unconfirmed report in the Syrian Arab news agency, SANA, S-A-N-A, says at least 4 American soldiers were killed when their vehicle exploded in a likely IED attack outside Markata City in Deir ez-Zor on Sunday. SANA, the news agency, indicated that the security cordon has since been placed around the entire area where the blast occurred. Lebanon's The Daily Star, as well as the Arab Gulf outlets, are reporting that the attack based on the Syrian state sources. Further, there are reports that U.S. military aircraft can be seen overhead as part of the security perimeter along the roadway that links the cities of Hasaka and Deir ez-Zor. Thus far, there has been no official confirmation from the U.S. sources or the Pentagon. Despite a significant American presence in Syria's northeast region, ostensibly to secure the oil, as Trump has said, direct attacks on American troops has been relatively rare. The region in past years had a major ISIS presence before the defeat of the so-called caliphate. However, it's believed that ISIS terror cells remain scattered across the region. Now, there's a group that we don't hear about anymore, ISIS. Whatever happened to ISIS? Well, this is believed to be part of a ISIS attack from one of the rare cells that are still out there.
It sounds like Trump wants to drag us into a third world war out of his bitterness towards losing towards Joseph Biden.
Yeah, you think so?
I'm certain of it. I am absolutely certain of it. He's going to do everything in his power to try to fuck things up.
You know what he said is such. So you know what? Nobody can go against what you're saying, because he said ahead of time that if that they're not going to accept him getting put out the White House.
In other words, he's taken the country hostage and forced it into a third world war. So that piece of shit needs to be tried with treason. He needs to be tried with treason. Donald John Trump needs to be brought up on charges of treason.
I was gonna look to see what tricks he was gonna pull if he had won this presidency, but then after the next election in 2004, when he wasn't gonna want to leave. You know what I'm saying? Because when George W. Bush, after he did his 8 years, there were people saying, "Oh, he's gonna declare martial law so he can stay in office." And then when Obama did his 8 years, people were putting out those same stories. "Oh, he's gonna declare martial law so he can stay in office."
They pulled that bullshit out of the right's ass because they knew that, because they were planning that for Trump to do that. That's
right. So when Trump did it, the exact same people complaining would be the exact same people who would be backing him up.
It's because these atheistic pieces of shit like to tell people what they're going to do before they do it, because it's part of their pride. What it does is, by doing that, it exonerates them from having to deal with the karmic blowback. That's what they think. So basically, they're not responsible because they told you ahead of time. This is what they believe. These are the people who are running your world into the ground, folks. This is what they believe. I should know because I'm a practitioner of the left-hand path, as they call it. Now, the left-hand path is a terminology that Blavatsky came up with because she co-opted it from the tantric mystics of India. In other words, that never applied to magic until Blavatsky stole it. But the point of what I'm trying to get across is, basically, they're telling you what they're going to do before they do it, and that's what they're going to do. The very same things that they claimed that Obama was guilty of, which he was not guilty of, is what Trump is going to pull and do.
Well, I believe it.
Now, this doesn't have to come to pass, but in order for it not to come to pass, people need to realize we need to take action to hold him accountable while he is still, granted, there's a limited amount of things we can do while he's still in office. But, this is where I would say we have to push the Democratic Party and the Republican Party to try to rein him in, because he, again, I don't mean to make this doom and gloom, because we're going through a period where we should be celebrating, yes, but on the same token, we have to realize this. We have to take the situation for what it is.
Okay, just returned. I'm not quite sure what went down, but I caught the tail end of it. No need to be repetitive on my account, but perhaps someone could summarize. So somehow ISIS came up or something?
Well, basically, I suspect that Trump is trying to lead us into a third world war out of bitterness because of the fact that he lost the election.
Oh, yeah.
So, there's an article that I read that said 4 U.S. troops killed in vehicle explosion in Syria. And all of a sudden, ISIS is coming back up when they said those attacks are relatively rare, and that ISIS, is pretty much been disbanded, but there's still some ISIS out there. So,
oh well, when they're needed, they show up, right? Somebody puts in a phone call from Washington, and
right.
Yes. By the way, Daniel Orola points out Patrick Tillman is the name of the football player who enlisted in the military, who got killed by his own men while deployed. Essentially what's called an officer fragging, an assassination of one's own officer so that you evade combat. So the individual who was the preacher I was thinking of was Robert Tilton. So the historical character, or the president, the man who should have been your 19th president, I don't say this effusively, like like I'm effusing, but the man who legitimately should have been your 19th president was Samuel Tilden, and I conflate him all the time with Robert Tilton, who was this Texas preacher who went to jail because he was just a total all-out fucking crook, and there was fundraising scandals all the time with this guy. And then there was the other individual, Patrick Tillman, who was the football player who I should remember but always forget in terms of his name, though of course his life is never forgotten, or the tragedy of his life. And so there you go. Those are the three men who I always conflate: Patrick Tillman, Robert Tilden, and Samuel, what was his name? Tilden, the guy, the other president.
Tilden.
Thank you. Yes, Samuel Tilden.
Well, that's the funny thing with last names and names, and how, certain patterns seem to carry over with people who have certain names.
Yes, thank you. You were trying to talk about that earlier. There was actually a point you had brought up that I wanted to reinforce about something, and I forgot what it was, but it was, I might remember it later. But oftentimes,
lines of what I was talking about, as far as what's his name? Oh my gosh, John Keel was talking about how some of these abduction cases, certain names seem to repeat.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. And so in terms of the how would I say it, the other things that what Jameson Reese brings up are oftentimes subjects that seem just totally out of place, or how would I say it, just confusing to people. And I often remember things where I can vet them and validate them and back them up or put them into context so people have a greater appreciation for what he's saying. And there was something he was talking about with Tesla in terms of the car and the battery, and then Tesla himself thinking about he was talking with aliens, etc. And somewhere in the midst of that...
Yeah, the channeling.
Yeah, the kind of channeling. Somewhere in the midst of all that, there was something you brought up that I remembered I should have said something about to reinforce, but I can't remember it now, which is fine.
Does it have something to do with the nuclear power and how destructive that is?
Yeah, that was bizarre that Derek Talley came out of nowhere with that, like, what do you think of nuclear power? To Jameson Reese. And then he went into that, and which was wonderful. I mean, they were burning bad.
About the grids, I was talking about how we could use the alignment of rocks as a sort of negative energy to create a sort of the opposite of like a circuit. Right. It's still a circuit, but the positive energy and the negative energy creates vortexes which enable teleportation and anomalies such as UFOs and whatnot.
Right. And by the way, a man who published several books on that was David Hatcher Childress, who originally started off teaching English in Taiwan, of all things, and then became the mentor of Joe Boyer, who is the guy who interviewed me on Strange Tales Weekly, I think is what it's called. So yes. Shout out to Jessa Roge, if she's listening, and Joe Boyer, hugs, of course, and gosh, I need to go back on that program at some time soon, and certainly need to talk to Jess Roge. I need to go on her program at some time, and certainly they're welcome on mine. I should invite them actually onto mine at some point.
Interesting. That would be extremely interesting.
Yeah, I forget about these things all the time because I deal with so many things. Well, tonight obviously was part of a very significant historical day, and I'll go into solicitation now and start covering it. So I want to thank both of you gentlemen. Since you're both here, again, both of you say goodnight to our listeners, and I'll finish quaffing this tea while both of you do that.
Good night again, our lovely audience. James bows out.
Good night.
Okay, that was that was delightful. So of course, definitely what I do is a struggle in its own right, and Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war. And of course, subscribe to his YouTube channel, the Maggot channel, at youtube.com/c/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com, for were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to Maggot, the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. Of course, this is because he took it upon his own initiative to download the majority of what I produced on YouTube and maintain it in his personal hard drives. And that enabled us to reconstruct my legacy online when it was scrubbed from the data matrix no less than three times in a row. And this was at various times, and each time we rebuilt, thanks to the help of John Warrington, who acted as the bridge between the Akashic records and the material Malkuthian plane of existence in terms of its data matrix, enabling myself to interact with you on the, well, within the context of my legacy, and that, of course, in a sense, renders the Maggot Man, John Warrington, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it be of my own information and ability to interact with yourselves online within the dimension of cyberspace, or the survival of all life on the surface of the earth, which it be the objective of the cult of the red gods, the anti-gods, Edom, meaning red in the ancient Hebraic, to destroy. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer, while there, a footnote on my biosire, which is on the homepage of showsdd.com, which explaineth the meaning behind my biological father's name, the name what made the man. Just take it upon yourselves to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, encourage those others you inform and enlighten and educate about my existence to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Orma Abmaza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We not only have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com, where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button, to take you to PayPal, whereas if you click the red donate button, it will take you to showsdd.com, where you can make donations using your credit or debit card without PayPal being involved at all, and thereby directly contributing to myself without PayPal taking its cut. So that would be the red button, and of course we now have our GoFundMe. So probably I should be encouraging everyone to direct any contributions, in particular, preferably, through the GoFundMe Douglas Dietrich, the Douglas Dietrich GoFundMe. And that would be urgent contributions towards the studio supplies, professional studio supplies. And all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lynn Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damaj, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group in Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager, Selena Khan, be our most beloved Greater British Brother in Battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragons heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Also on his channel, you will find trailered his video for the Thousand Year Reich-In-Exile, a production which is subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology, which I still have to get into contact with him about. Hopefully he understands it was election day and season over here, and I was heavily involved with volunteer work that I was talked into by my son, who of course got me dressed up in the red, white, and blue, dyed my hair accordingly, and we were on our way after that. So provide myself a second here to quaff my tea. In intro, it's important to note that once again, when it comes to the work of Mr. George Knight, there was a man named Doc Mackey who died 2 years ago, sadly, of a brain tumor, who did a lot of work on the ufology of the Third Reich. And I know delivered a presentation on it that was excellent. And hopefully we can get a copy of that from his affiliate, Nathaniel, who, in a sense, was raised by him. And as for myself, the last Dietrich son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would simply not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits, and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Now finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, or at this point in time, the GoFundMe for Douglas Dietrich, entitled Urgent Contributions, Professional Studio Supplies. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 to the present. No matter where you donate or contribute, even by mail, take yourself using the button that takes you to showsdd.com, and it's there. You can log in to access the archives. You will know how to do it once you're there. Make certain to avail yourself of that after any donation. Or at least after your first, because after that you can go and permanently ensconce yourself in my archives. Now, in terms of what I definitely want people to also take into account, you all have your assignment. Make it certain to report, if you're living in the state of New York, report Mr. Richard K. Cole Jr. to the state police for his stalking and harassment, publication of private facts, and broadcasting of false information. That would probably be the most important thing, is his publication of private facts and his broadcasting of false information. Make certain to report him to the state police, and what he's doing is illegal by New York state law. Also, report both to the FBI and the Veterans Administration Office of the Inspector General, and I will provide you the numbers for both those organizations. Report to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs Office of the Inspector General at 1-800-4888-244. Submit your complaint there, and also you can submit it electronically, and I recommend you do both. Do so electronically at va.gov VA.gov/OIG/hotline. That's VA for Veterans Administration .gov for government /OIG, or Office of the Inspector General is what the OIG stands for, /hotline. Again, that's va.gov/OIG/hotline. Report, of course, the fact that you have a violation of the Federal Privacy Act by Richard K. Cole Jr., who lives in Prattsburg, New York. This is what you must tell all of the authorities. He lives in Prattsburg, New York, Pratts, Burgh. Make certain that they know of his violation of the Federal Privacy Act, his publication of private facts, and his broadcasting of false information. He's openly disseminating feloniously forged federal military and veterans documentation, his altered federal military and veterans documentation, and his false federal military and veterans documentation illegally writ on government letterhead to defraud the American public. All of this is felonious. He gets away with it because he's a white male supremacist, pedopredatory, in other words, a child molesting Satanist. And therefore he has rights that none of you have. The right to act with impunity and do whatever he wants. Make certain that you take him down. If you want to do something against the pedopathophilocracy, this is the man to take down. He's Aquino's own. He considers himself their top gunslinger. Take him down and put him where he belongs, in prison. Specifically report to the Veterans Administration Office of the Inspector General that his case must be reopened for investigation per VA disability fraud and VA unemployability fraud, because he confirms on record that he is a professional private investigator, investigative journalist, and historian, and is therefore fit for employment like myself, like yourself, and needs to work for a living rather than your tax dollars paying him to do nothing other than intimidate my listeners and my affiliates and threaten myself. So he's joined by his gay lover, John McKenzie, at Points on the Curve, and his own Gunner65 YouTube channel. Both these YouTube channels, Points on the Curve and Gunner65, report these channels to YouTube for all relevant violations of community standards. This would include threats to life, hate speech, etc. Report them all for all community violations. And as well, don't forget the FBI is the one to report to concerning their violation of the Federal Privacy Act, as well as you would with the VA. The same things you would report to the VA. Their publication of private facts, their broadcasting of false information, their dissemination of feloniously forged federal military and veterans documentation, and altered federal military and veterans documentation and false federal military and veterans documentation illegally writ on government letterhead to defraud the American public. This would be reported to the FBI at 1-855-TEL-FBI. That's 1-855-8355-324. 1855-835-5324. And file your complaints electronically at fbi.gov/contact-us. That's fbi.gov/contact-us. And remember to tell everyone he's in Prattsburg, New York. And so that again is spelled P-A-R-A-T-T-S-B-U-R-G-H in New York. And aside from that, I want to thank everyone. We have a Daniel Arola talking about what voting day was like. He said, "Oh my God!" He says, "There's a small. There was hardly a line in his side of the city for voting, which is strange. And then it's not strange because it's Texas, right? But he was talking about the evangelist Kenneth Copeland's reaction to Biden winning the election was the biggest fake laugh I've witnessed so far. Even his own congregation aped it. Yeah, that sounds like the evangelicals. I mean, disgusting group of people. They're all like junior Robert Tilton clones. Tiltonites. That's what they are. Tiltonites. Okay. So, in terms of a shout out to Karen Kirschbaum, who by some miracle, basically what happened was I had an affiliate, one of my gang members, who, for various reasons that are fairly abnormal, wound up in Marin County, which is a place where we don't often deal with. It's just too high income an area where crime is, well, since all the elites are committing the crime, there's nothing left for gangsters like us to steal. But he was in that area for completely personal reasons, visiting someone. And the car that he passed by, which I gave him the license plate for, of Lorian Ann Fenton, I guess she practically lives in the car, and there's shit inside the car that has been there forever. He noticed that there was a package in the car that had my name on it. And this was something that she had never delivered or forwarded to myself, that was sent to me through her. And she almost never delivered or forwarded anything to myself that was sent to her for me from my fans. And this was from Karen Kirschbaum. So he smashed the window of the car and took it. And I wound up with this package from Karen Kirschbaum that had been sent to me 6 years ago. And it has some, I think these are like little, like, I'm going to have to read the instructions. These are like, I think they're like little balls for massage, and you work them to work with your chakras and your meridian points, like acupressure balls, like, put together. And oh my God, shout out to Karen Kirschbaum for a package you sent me through Lorian Ann Fenton that someone had to steal to get to me. And so it's been in Lorian Ann Fenton's car for 6 years. That fat bitch stole everything she could. And that's quite the story. So I'll try and get back into contact with Karen Kirschbaum and apologize to her for never having thanked her for this. Of course, I never knew she had sent it. And how's that for a life full of synchronicities? Of course, I had told the person to be out on the lookout for that specific car in Marin County, and that helped. And so Jameson Reese expresses it best. She's using her car as a storage unit. Yeah, probably, and what's so amazing is she has a home in Marin County that she pays thousands and thousands of dollars for every month. Anyhow, Jameson Reese is totally gross. Yeah. Yeah, that's how homeless people who live in their cars live. Oh. Anyhow, today and on the 11th, no, she's not homeless. Jameson Reese wants to confirm whether she's homeless or not. She's not. Anyhow, she lives in a home that costs thousands and thousands of dollars a month to rent, as a matter of fact. So she's always hustling to pay rent. Total fucking creepy ass bitch. Anyhow, not a single redeeming feature. Total, of course, we've said how she used to rape our man Max Spears. She'd just snap her fingers, say the right trigger word. He'd go into a trance with a big ass boner. He'd get an automatic erection that had been conditioned into him because he would imagine at that point, in his own mind, that Lorian Ann Fenton was Sarah Rachel Adams or Crystal River or whatever. And then that's when Lorian Ann Fenton would basically rape him. The worst of it was what she did the night that he was hospitalized. And she basically raped the child version of him by triggering his altar that brought him back to the age of 7 years of age, something like that. So that makes her a bona fide pedophile. because the difference between a child molester and a pedophile is that a child molester is someone who goes for someone from the age of 17 to the age of 9, and a pedophile goes for anyone who's 9 under. So there you have that. Little bit of trivia there for you that I learned from Bill Brockbrader, who actually said in court to a judge he disambiguated himself or specified himself as a child molester to disambiguate himself from a pedophile, because that would have been more heinous in society's eyes. He wound up with the ankle bracelet, and in case you didn't know it, you have to recharge that yourself when you're consigned to the ankle bracelet monitoring system, and you have to pay to maintain it, like you're maintaining a cell phone service. So that's about $100 a month. And since nobody would hire the son of a bitch, Bill Brockbrader wound up being unable to pay for his monitoring, and then wound up violating the law because of that, and was supposed to go back to jail, but instead ran into the forest, and last I know, I haven't bothered to check, he's still out there, camping out there in the woods, you know, like a wild man or something. You know, it's just totally fucking pathetic. Whether he was anything he claims to be is almost a moot point. And Selena Khan brings up a point I'm not going to relate. And shout out to Salman Sheikh. I have received his book. I have a signed copy of Salman Sheikh's new book. So to Salman Sheikh, may Allah bless you always. And so I'm going to check into our man Salman Sheikh's timeline so I can ascertain what the title of his book is. I know I opened the package, but you know I didn't retain the title. Let's look up Salman Sheikh here. And of course he should be promoting his book on his own timeline, one would hope. There we are. The Spiritual Reflections of the Sufi Freemason, Volume 1. Salman Sheikh shows him with his Masonic apron, and there you have that. Freemasons wear their apron right on the crotch. It's like it's lingerie or something. It's like male lingerie or something. It's like it's like it covers nothing but the crotch. So oh God, Selena said something else, and I'll keep that to myself as well. Oh my God. At any rate, I'm sorry, she made Salman Sheikh looks great. She did note that it was similar to Borat when he wears his crotch G-string. Kind of like that Freemasonic apron. You see George Washington wearing that too, by the way, and some of these other guys. So there we have that. And Salman Sheikh is, of course, deep into the esotericism, very much covers much of the Sufi mysticism, and is very much, well, he has his own YouTube channel, and so you can investigate what he says there in greater depth. As a matter of fact, let's see if I can find his channel on YouTube, and there we are. Let's take a look and see if we can look up Salman Sheikh. Salman Sheikh, his last name is spelled like the Arab Sheikh, the royalty. There we are. And there he is, 667 subscribers, and he talks about the teachings of Jainism, its similarity with Freemasonry, and various other things. So I am subscribed to his channel. You should be able to connect it there from my channel. And there we have that. So going back to the task at hand. Today was Poppy Day. There are essentially two Poppy Days in England, so to speak. These are Remembrance Day and Remembrance Sunday. There is a difference between the twain. Remembrance Day references Armistice Day. Remembrance Sunday is also dealing with commemoration of the war dead, but they are not the same thing. Armistice Day is always on November 11th. And November 11th, in this 2020th year of our Lord, Armistice Day marks 102 years since the end of the Great War, the so-called War to End All Wars, World War I. Now, every year, the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth nations remember the bravery of the men and women who fought in World War I. But, of course, this year, only limited communal singing outside is permitted according to government guidance, and attendees must remain socially distanced at all times. Now, the origins of Armistice Day convey that the act of remembrance matters. The Armistice Day commemorates the signing of the armistice between the Allies and the Second Reich of Kaiserin Germany, the Kaiserreich, at 11 a.m. on the 11th of November, the 11th month of the year, in 1918, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, to stop fighting, which marked victory for the Allies and defeat for the Second Reich of Imperial Germany. And although the hostilities continued in some areas, the armistice essentially brought an end to 4 years of fighting in the First World War. In Britain, it is tradition to pause for a 2-minute silence to remember those killed in the two world wars and the British servicemen killed or injured since 1945. The armistice was signed in a railway carriage belonging to Ferdinand Foch, a French military commander in the remote forests of Compiègne in northern France, north of Paris, at what was actually 5 a.m. on the 11th of November 1918, but it came into force 6 hours later at 11 a.m. Now, comest 1940, my biological father Adolf Hitler forced the French to sign an armistice on German terms in that very same railway carriage. And that was a meta-political accomplishment in vengeance of Versailles. Speaking of which, the Treaty of Versailles was signed 6 months after the armistice, which acted as the lasting peace treaty between the nations. And the armistice forced the Germans to evacuate invaded countries and territories within a fortnight, 14 nights. They also had to surrender a significant amount of war materials, including 5,000 firearms, 25,000 machine guns, and 1,700 aerocraft. And Germany, exhausted by war and with a nation of hungry citizens, reluctantly accepted the terms. All of this was brought about, of course, by the American Army and Navy influenza, a bioengineered weapon that killed 200 million people worldwide. And that is never brought up in the histories. Everyone will bring that up as if it was some kind of aftermath of World War I, when it was the cause of its cessation, its cessation of prosecution of proactive hostilities. Now, each year, November 11th is also marked around the world. Of course, it's the Marine Corps birthday, but I'm not going to honor or respect that. Now, after the Second World War, many countries changed the name of the day from Armistice Day to Remembrance Day, because, of course, there were now 2 wars to remember, while the United States has chosen to call it Veterans Day and has made the day a federal holiday. Now, in disambiguation, Remembrance Sunday, which was today, is always on the second Sunday in November. But the date changes every year because of that. This year, it's today, the 8th of November, in this 2020th year on the Christian calendar. However, Armistice Day is also referenced as Remembrance Day. In disambiguation from Remembrance Sunday, it's still all too confusing, and it's stupid as can be. In the run-up to both Armistice Day and Remembrance Sunday, you'll often spot veterans selling poppies at a number of locations across the country if you're in England or a Commonwealth country. Bizarrely enough, you don't see that in these United States, even though here, believe it or not, is where the tradition started. Now, the reason poppies are used is because they are the flowers which grew on the battlefields after the First World War ended. The bright red poppy is regarded as a resilient flower, which managed to flourish despite fields being destroyed by war. As a matter of fact, all that was left all over France after World War I, in the wake of the soil, the grounds being fertilized by the blood of so many bodies, were fields of blood red poppies that grew as the bodies disintegrated. Now, you might ask, why, in light of that morbid reality, the Commonwealth citizens of the British Empire wear poppies? Because those poppies were also used to raise money for servicemen and women who are still alive, but whose lives have been impacted by war. The net income from the appeal, as the British call this form of charity, goes to the Royal British Legion Benevolent Fund and Armed Forces Dependents, veterans and those bereaved. In the spring of 1915, shortly after losing a friend in Ypres, a Canadian physician entitled the Dr. Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, possibly a relation of Maria McCrae? Sarah McCrae? I'm trying to remember the lady's name. If Brandon Young were here with us, he could tell it to me instantly. Martha McCrae? At any rate, there was a singer who had the name of McCrae. She was related to the actor Joel McCrae, whose name I remember for some reason better than I do her own. And I'm trying to look her up now, and I'm finding all these dudes named McCrae. But I'm thinking of the female who was a friend of mine on Facebook for the longest time. Poor dear, I hope she's doing well. And my apologies to her profoundly. Tried my best to remember her name and everything, but it's been a hard life and I forget everything. So maybe it was a relation of hers. But this doctor was inspired by the sight of poppies growing in battle-scarred fields to write the now famous poem In Flanders Fields, thereby inspiring the enduring symbol of the war. And Mona Lee McCrae! Thank you! Oh my God! Thank you! Yes! Thank you, Lena Shea! Holy shit! Oh my God! Yes! I would never have gotten that out without Lena Shea. Thank you, dear. Love you. And that was Mona Lee McCrae. Daniel Arola now chimes in. Yes. He put down the bong long enough so he could get that out. Okay. At any rate, So in terms of the poem itself, written by the Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, it describes the poppies that grew over the graves of the fallen soldiers, and he is said to have written it after attending the funeral of his friend, Lieutenant Alexis Helmer, who died in the Second Battle of Ypres. And I'll read it. It reads as follows. In Flanders fields the poppies blow, between the crosses, row on row, that mark our place, and in the sky, the larks still singing, fly thee by. Or, the larks still singing, fly bravely by. Scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead, short days ago. We lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow. Loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you from failing hands we throw. The torch be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders fields. Now this poem so moved the American teacher and educatress named Moina Michael, who then began making and selling silk poppies to friends to raise money for the ex-service community. And it was she who created these artificial poppies made of silk, who started a trend where this became identified with veterans' benefits. And before long, these poppies made their way to the United Kingdom and became the symbol of the Royal British Legion when it was formed in 1921. That's not a military unit per se, that's like a benefit or a charity unit to support veterans. And the first ever Poppy Appeal, that would be their version of a fund drive, in the United Kingdom that year, 1921, a few years before my late and sainted Cyrus was born, a few years after my late and sainted sire was born, that year raised over £106,000 sterling for war veterans. The following year, a poppy factory was set up by Major George Howson of the Order of the Military Cross, which means he won their version of a very high military award, giving jobs to disabled former servicemen, where they got to make silk poppies all day. I guess that's therapeutic. The poppies are made at the Poppy Factory in Richmond, Surrey, and in, but yesteryear, 2019, more than 40 million poppies were distributed by 40,000 volunteers. The charity that runs the Poppy Appeal is this Royal British Legion charity. The public buys nearly 45 million poppies each and every year. This year was less because of the COVID-19. So, or last year was less because the COVID-19 was starting already. Emerging out of China and infecting us all, thanks to the World Health Organization basically not warning us worth of shit because they're totally in the pocket of the communist Chinese. Which brings us to buying a poppy in 2020. You're not going to find them in the United States, more than likely, but if you're in Canada, they'll probably be everywhere. And of course, any United Kingdom Commonwealth nation, New Zealand and Australia come to mind. Poppies are available from late October when the Royal British Legion Poppy Appeal launches their fund drive. And street collectors, as they call them, this means vendors in the American English, they sell them all over Britain up until November 11th, which Americans would interpret as Veterans Day / Marine Corps birthday. The vendors, what in the Royal English, or the King's English, in disambiguation from the American English, or President's English as they used to call it, these collectors aim to be at all major supermarket chains, train stations, and high street stores, You can also buy poppies online from the Royal British Legion's website. You could probably do that even as an American, just with the exchange rate taken into account. The suggested donation is about £1 per poppy, which is, it's the conversion rate to the American dollar, maybe about $2 US or something of that nature, conversion rate. Okay, convert US dollar. That'd be about $1.32. So there we are. So this year, the poppy appeal had to, of course, adapt to the threat of COVID-19, as many of the poppy collectors, the vendors, are unable to carry about, well, they're too old to carry out face-to-face collections without killing themselves. So from displaying a poppy in your window to donating online or posting a poppy to your neighbor, the Royal British Legion is encouraging members of the public to support the appeal in new ways while following the COVID-19 rules. Now, some people say you should wear the poppy on your left side, so it is worn over the heart. The left is also where military medals are worn. Others say only the Queen and the royal family are allowed to wear a poppy on the right, which be naught but urban myth, I assure you. I know that because Michael Aquino was the first to dispel that myth when it was brought up by ignoramuses around him. A Royal British Legion spokesman has said there is no right or wrong side other than to wear it with pride. And then there's the 2 minutes of silence. A 2-minute silence is oftentimes acknowledged at schools, offices, and churches around Commonwealth countries. The 2-minute silence is, of course, meant to be a time for people to remember those who lost their lives fighting for their country. Another 2-minute silence is held at 11 a.m., the time of the armistice going into effect, before a number of wreaths are laid down. The first Remembrance Day in Britain and the Commonwealth was held in the year my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, was born. The 1919th year in our Lord. And according to reports published in the London Evening News that I sourced in May of 1989, by the way, I want you to wrap your brain around this. That story was never reported until 1989. The Australian journalist Edward George Honey is originally thought to have proposed the idea of a respectful 2-minute silence to remember those who had given their lives in the First World War in a letter published in the London Evening News on May 8th, 1990, the year my dad was born. So this guy wrote a letter that started this tradition in 1919 that didn't get reported, the letter itself not being published officially, or it was published in the London Evening News in 1919, but nobody ever really credited Edward George Honey in a national report until 1989. I remember that distinctly because I was working in the Department of Defense, and that stood out as some really late acknowledgement. But in 1919, rather than bringing it to the public's attention, it was brought to the attention of King George V. And on November 7th of that same year, 1919, just a few days after my father was born, the king issued proclamation calling for a 2-minute silence that read, "All locomotion should cease, so that, in perfect stillness, the thoughts of everyone may be concentrated on reverent remembrance of the glorious dead." Now, the main commemorative events this year, Armistice Day, also known as Remembrance Day, falls on a Wednesday. It will be on my next transmission, and it's not to be confused with tonight, which is part of Remembrance Sunday, which always falls on the second Sunday in November. Now, commemorating the heroes of the First World War will have to take place remotely this November on either day. The Remembrance Sunday March has been canceled, so it didn't happen today, and the National Service of Remembrance at the Cenotaph will not be open to the public due to coronavirus restrictions. The Festival of Remembrance, traditionally held at the Royal Albert Hall and attended by the Queen and her family, will not go ahead in its usual format due to the current COVID-19 restrictions and social distancing guidelines. This year, the Royal British Legion, together with the British Broadcasting Company, is creating a pre-recorded program that will broadcast on BBC One, their Channel 1. The British channels are like state channels. It's like all British television is kind of like state television. This will be broadcast, I think the broadcast went out yesterday. And the staff volunteers and the members of the public were not able to, those who were unable to attend the filming of the event, it was just, they were left out. So the National Service of Remembrance, held at the Cenotaph in Whitehall in London every year on the Sunday, this 2020th year in our Lord, the annual Remembrance Sunday March past the Cenotaph did not take place due to the coronavirus. Only the members of the royal family today and international leaders and armed forces veterans were allowed to attend the service. And in line with the latest COVID-19 rules, the annual Remembrance Sunday March past this Cenotaph, which usually would see, today we would normally have seen 10,000 people take part, it was all canceled. And instead, the Royal British Legion encouraged people to mark the day at home by watching the service on TV, what the British would call the telly, and observing the 2-minute silence at home or on their doorsteps. The government also released new guidance for local authorities ahead of the second lockdown in England, which began on the 5th of November. Now, the local authorities, faith leaders, and members of the Royal British Legion were permitted to organize outdoor events to safely mark November 8th, today, at a public war memorial, or cenotaph, and Lord West of Spithead. Honestly, I hate that name, but that's what he's Lord of, poor bastard. Well, anyhow, Lord West of Spithead, who was the former head of the Navy of England, has recently spoken about, he basically spoke out against the ban on church services due to COVID-19. The retired admiral has suggested the plans are putting veterans at risk of pneumonia, as they have no option but to pay tribute to their fallen comrades in the cold, with the risk of a £200 minimum fine for attending a church service under the lockdown restrictions. I'm not quite sure where his logic lies in that, but, that's what he said. The remembrance events are, of course, they're encouraged to be short and focused essentially on replaying. And marches past or parades, they can take place only if all attendees are socially distanced, which would make for a really long parade. So those legally permitted to attend events as participants included those attending as part of their work, such as local counselors and faith leaders, social workers and the like, members of the armed forces and veterans. And while people were legally permitted to stop and watch as spectators, reasonable steps were encouraged to be taken to minimize wider public viewing. According to the guidance, it was just best to stay at home and watch the telly. Now, members of the public were only permitted to attend events with their own household, or support bubbles, as they called them in England, or individually with one other person from outside their household, like a girlfriend or a boyfriend or the like. Now, the guidance in England, because we still got something coming up in, by Wednesday, they state that limited communal singing involving the national anthem and one additional song is, how do you like that? You're allowed the national anthem and one additional song are permitted outside, providing additional mitigations are put in place. And these include songs being a few minutes or less, so they got to be short songs. while you're keeping 2 meters between attendees and regular cleaning of surrounding surfaces that are touched, which, as I've explained before, is really all hygiene theater. It's all bullshit. The COVID-19 really does not spread effectively by surface. Now, the Prime Minister's official spokesman confirmed on Monday opening this work week, last week, that a national ceremony at the Cenotaph in London would take place on Wednesday, saying that we are certainly not canceling Remembrance Sunday events, so they didn't cancel them today, even though they did. And their official statement was they didn't, but they really did. And they said, we must be mindful of the risks such events pose, especially to veterans who are often elderly. So there you got it. I mean, everybody who is old and attending is putting their life at risk anyway, which is really just an act of a kind of suicide, kind of a passive suicide. Now, or a kind of Russian roulette, let's put it that way. And it's not even, it's like when you're elderly, you don't want to get this shit because the chances are extraordinarily high that you're going to die. So it's like Russian roulette with 5 loaded cylinders. You put 5 bullets instead of 1 into the cylinder, and you hope you get the blank load. Anyhow, across the Atlantic, back here in the States, we had an early winter storm blasting through the west this weekend, which was great news for the fire-ravaged areas. 'Twas not so great for everyone else who had to deal with a lot of rain and snow. And Ida, the hurricane, which killed dozens in the Caribbean and was earlier a tropical depression, strengthened to a tropical storm yesterday morning as it headed to threaten Cuba and South Florida. The National Hurricane Center issued tropical storm warning for swaths of South Florida's coast from Golden Beach to Chokoloskee in the Florida Keys, and the tropical storm warning means that storm conditions were expected within 36 hours. The warning was also in effect for the Cayman Islands, certain Cuban provinces, and the northwestern Bahamas. Eastern parts of Florida, South Florida, were under a tropical storm watch, including the coast up to the Brevard and Volusia County lines. On Florida's west coast, there is a tropical storm watch up to Englewood, according to the National Hurricane Center that I sourced this from. And the watch means conditions were expected within 48 hours. Now, Ada was moving northeast and expected to head in that direction through early today. Turning north and northwest this afternoon, the storm likely got to South Florida tonight, certainly through tonight through tomorrow. The maximum sustained winds as of yesterday morning were about 40 miles per hour and expected to strengthen tonight. Ada's storm surge, in combination with high tide, could give coastal areas from North Miami Beach to the Volusia and Flagler County line waters as high as 2 to 3 feet. Now, while the United States is focused on the election, the COVID-19 pandemic keeps growing, and new cases have skyrocketed. The new U.S. COVID-19 deaths have topped 1,000 for 4 straight days, as our infections soar. The U.S. reported more than 121,000 new coronavirus cases into this weekend, which is an all-time high. The previous all-time high was, well, the day before the Friday accounting. The country is rapidly approaching 10 million cumulative cases and 235,000 total deaths as undeniably directly attributable to COVID-19. A new forecast from the Centers for Disease Control predicts 31,000 additional American lives will be lost in the next 2.5 weeks alone. In a pandemic full of grim milestones, the United States hit another key marker. On Wednesday, midweek last, these United States recorded more than 100,000 new cases in a single day for the first time, according to data from Johns Hopkins University. The country shattered that record a day later, recording 121,888 new COVID-19 cases on Thursday. Again, this I'm sourcing from Johns Hopkins. On Friday, the U.S. broke the record yet again reporting more than 126,000 new cases. Now, let me quaff the dregs of my tea here. Over the last week, these United States added a record-breaking total of 689,538 new COVID-19 cases, as relayed by Johns Hopkins data. As of yesterday morning, more than 9.7 million cases were reported in these United States. On Thursday, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine said that it is everywhere. We cannot hide from it. We cannot run from it. The records set this week alone were a stark reminder of the fall surge going on throughout this country, which experts warn us will be the worst yet. And they came amid days of rising cases. The 12 days with the highest single-day case counts were in the last 2 weeks. And in the first 6 days of November, 25 states reported a record high. Those states were Alaska, Arkansas, Colorado, Connecticut, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Mexico, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Utah, West Virginia, and Wyoming. Now, by Friday, into this weekend, after a week of incredibly high single-day totals, we pushed the national 7-day average of new cases up to 98,505. On Thursday, Governor DeWine said Ohio's spread had skyrocketed because of weddings, funerals, and social gatherings. The next day, the state reported the highest number of new cases in a day since the beginning of the pandemic, 5,008 as on record. Meanwhile, Kansas Governoress Laura Kelly said her staff was working with community leaders to increase mask use, saying it would protect the elderly and keep businesses and schools open. To quote she, "We know how to mitigate the spread of the virus. We know that masks, they work." If most Americans wore masks, the director of the National Institutes of Health, Dr. Francis Collins, confirms that it would save more than 130,000 lives. And so in a blog post that he released on Tuesday of this week last, he called it a simple, selfless act that all too many Americans are selfishly refusing to perform. And of course, this further strains hospitals and healthcare workers. On each of the 4 days in a row this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, on each one of those days, well over 1,000 people died nationwide. Among them was a Missouri election judge supervisor who worked at a polling site on election day after testing positive and ignoring instructions to quarantine for 14 days. At least 7 states reported a record high number of deaths this week, including Nebraska, New Mexico, North Carolina, North Dakota, South Dakota, Utah, and Wyoming. By the end of the week, the total death toll was 236,073 that we know of, with an average of 912 reported deaths per day. The last time this metric was above 900 was on the 31st of August. That number will continue to climb. The CDC's Ensemble Forecast, which offers projections for a few weeks, projects up to 266,000 coronavirus deaths by Thanksgiving. But more deaths oft follow surges in hospitalizations. According to Dr. Christopher Murray, the director of the University of Washington's Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, this week, 16 states reported record high hospitalizations. And I cross-referenced this with the COVID tracking project, which said there were more than 54,000 hospitalizations on Friday into this weekend alone, a 17% increase over last week. 22 states have reported record high hospitalizations since the beginning of the month. On Thursday, the COVID Tracking Project, the CTP, said that new hospitalizations are accelerating. At this pace, we will see a record number of hospitalizations in the next week. El Paso, Texas, repeatedly beat its own record for hospitalizations throughout this week. Ryan Mielke, a spokesman for the University Medical Center of El Paso, went on to CNN on Monday opening this work week to confess that it's just a new peak every day. A fourth mobile morgue was sent to the area this week. By Friday, teams from the Air Force were sent to help at 3 hospitals after a request from the FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which the United States Army reported in a news release. New Mexico officials warned Thursday they were worried about running out of hospital beds after hospitalizations increased 95% from 2 weeks prior and 260% over this last month. That's according to Gouverneur Michel Lujan-Grisham. At that time, 82% of the state's hospital beds and 75% of the ICU or intensive care unit beds were occupied. Now, medical staff members are, of course, just worn to the bone. This is what makes me so concerned about Paquan Morelos' wife, the nurse. It's what makes me so concerned about George Knight's wife, the nurse. Now, a rise in hospitalizations across the country means there are no more staff to bring in. And that's what prompted Governor Doug Burgum of North Dakota to call it the worst day yet for his state. Department of Human Services Executive Director Chris Jones emphasized the strain on the healthcare systems and workers by going on record to say, "For those of you who do not believe, go and talk to them. Ask them what it is like. Ask them about the impact it has on their family. Ask them about the impact it has on them as they treat patients with COVID and other citizens seeking care." Similar fears were present in Kentucky, where Dr. Stephen Stack, Commissioner of the Public Health, said Wednesday, midweek last, that there was a concern of running out of healthcare workers. Kansas City, Kansas officials and 7 hospital systems ended the week raising their own alarms, warning of a staffing shortage that will not go away. Dr. Stephen Stitis, Chief Medical Director at the University of Kansas Health System, was quoted as saying, "If widespread community transmission continues to go up, we will be overwhelmed. That is the inescapable conclusion we must face." And new case records are still soaring in Europe as well. And even more countries are entering renewed lockdowns. In India's southern state of Andhra Pradesh, more than 1,400 teachers and students have tested positive for the virus. But that is context. The context for the photo finish in the presidential race. Neck to neck, head to head. European leaders They sent their congratulations yesterday to President-elect Joseph Biden, with well wishes pouring in from the French President Emmanuel Macron, the United Kingdom's Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and Italian President Sergio Mattarella, among others. Meanwhile, in cities across these United States, Americans took to the streets to celebrate Biden's victory. Americans popped champagne and danced in the streets after Joe Biden was declared our president-elect. It's been a tense and exhausting few days, and the 2020 election saga is far from over. We have a winner, but election challenges await. Democrats will keep control of the House, but with a smaller majority. Specifically, Democrats will have a smaller majority in the House after Republicans elected a record number of women. Republicans may yet retain control of the Senate, and Donald Trump has become the first incumbent to be defeated in nearly 30 years. And Trump did not concede the presidency. That's why we must say, Mr. President, you're fired. The American people have spoken. Trump must concede this election. After having seen multiple leaders of African nations fail to leave office after their terms ended, a Sudanese-born businessman in 2007, the year my father died, began awarding $5 million United States dollars to former African heads of state who served only their elected terms. Mo Ibrahim is the man's name, who made his fortune bringing the cell phone to sub-Saharan Africans. And he wanted to encourage democratic leadership in a region of far too many dictators and demagogues, and to motivate leaders to honor the peaceful transfer of power that defines democracy. The history of the world is littered with authoritarian leaders who rose to power through democratic elections, from Julius Caesar to Robert Mugabe. But that's never happened in these United States in its 244-year history until Donald Trump. Our country has been a democracy since its founding, a republic, not a monarchy, and will remain so if, to paraphrase Benjamin Franklin, we can keep it. It now be clear that Donald Trump has lost the Electoral College, that archaic system established in the Constitution by an ample margin to Joseph Biden. He's also lost the popular vote by roughly 4 million votes in the latest tally. 1 million more than he lost it to Hillary Clinton. The historic win for Joseph Biden, who has earned more Americans' support than any previous presidential candidate in the history of our republic, happened through a credible process carried out diligently by election officials across the 100 states, both red and blue. Bipartisan teams tallied state results, and monitors from abroad observed our electoral process as if we were a third world nation. Both parties were granted access to observe the counts in the closest swing states as they tallied votes over the last several days. While the Trump campaign is entitled to ask for a recount in states with razor-thin margins like Wisconsin, and Georgia has already announced a recount, those have nearly no chance of validly changing the outcome. In the meantime, his failure to concede will take its toll on the American psyche. Contrary to the president's torrent of lies and propaganda from Thursday night, the slow counts in several key states were by the book, owed mainly to various states' rules about when the unprecedented volume of mail-in ballots could be counted, not any attempt to steal the election. If Trump voters have any doubt, they need only look to the count in Arizona and pending recount in Georgia, where Republican officials have overseen the tallying of votes. In Arizona, the days of extra counting actually favored Trump, even though he did not eke out an edge over Biden in that state. Trump has never been good at accepting reality, just as he did as a reality TV star. The president concocts a reality that reinforces his power and then sells it to his audience. But in this case, his concocted reality is poisoning the public's trust in democracy, preventing the electoral process from functioning as it should in any free country, as a reflection of the will of the people and a signal of when to begin a transfer of power. For months, as Trump prepared to discredit an electoral outcome not in his own favor, Trump has distorted the public's perception of the fairness of the electoral process, spreading lies about fraud in mail-in voting while neglecting to mention that he and his family members have mailed in ballots in multiple elections. The president and his party have also made blatant efforts to suppress the vote of urban voters and people of color across the country. Donald Trump never wanted a fair fight or a free election. He wanted to cling to power as any dictator would, to hell with democracy. I recognize that the president is unlikely to heed my call for him to step aside now that the voters have spracketh, but even a strong man can be exposed for his weakness. If enough leaders in his own party, campaign, and cabinet demand that he concede, Trump might be forced to face the reality that he has lost the election even if he never accepts it. If they would like to be remembered as patriots and not authoritarian sympathizers, it's time for all Republicans, from Vice President Mike Pence to Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell to Governor Charlie Baker of Massachusetts, to tell Trump that this is over and that he must let the will of the American people prevail. It's not enough to privately kvetch or simply to condemn the president's statements or behavior. Every leader should be crying for the president to bow out. History will judge harshly those who put political survival above the ideals that have made America a beacon, that have served for centuries as an inspiration for democratic movements and a model for free societies around the world. History will judge whether Republicans stood up to demand that the president honor the results of this election. Trump has to learn how to lose like a winner. Losing is tough. Losing the White House is even harder. But apparently surprised by his defeat, Trump's refusal to place the normal call to his victorious rival and to publicly accept the verdict of voters has already done significant damage to this country, deepening the polarization that Biden will face in office. But it's not too late to do the right thing. In the name of democracy and continuity, American presidents and defeated candidates have long understood that they have a responsibility to explain to their supporters that their successor will be legitimate. Trump need only look to presidents and candidates who had the White House snatched away for an example of how to take it on the chin. Like Trump, Democrat Jimmy Carter in 1980 suffered a humiliating loss after a single term, but pledged an orderly transition on election night. 12 years on, Republican President George H.W. Bush did the same after he was ousted by a young rival from Arkansas, William Jefferson Clinton. And former Vice President Al Gore had the most bitter pill to swallow of all, even after a 36-day legal battle in 2000 that ended in a Supreme Court ruling that many Democrats still knowest was unfairly decided on partisan lines. He finally accepted defeat and graciously called for unity. So call Joe Biden to concede, Mr. Trump. This reality TV show has been canceled, and our democracy is starting a new season. This season was President-elect Joe Biden's third run at the White House. Biden's win is a moral victory in more ways than one. President-elect Joe Biden has been a politician for over 100 years. Basically, as Daniel LaRolla would say, throughout the entire span of my known life. Joe Biden is now the oldest president in American history, a title previously held by Ronald Reagan. Joe Biden has thought about running for president in just about every election since 1980. 4 decades and on, and in his third attempt, he has won the White House, making history thereby via total votes received, his popular vote lead eclipsing Hillary Clinton's circa 2016 and beating Barack Obama's record. Indeed, Joseph Biden broke the record with the most votes won by any presidential candidate in all American history. Democratic nominee Joe Biden has shattered all election records, earning more votes than any presidential candidate in the history of this constitutional republic. The former vice president has amassed about 70.8 million votes, and that was as of 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Wednesday midweek, when I sourced that number during transmission while I was burning bandwidth. Former President Barack Obama had held the record since 2008, when he received 897 votes. President Donald Trump was trailing Biden by about 3 million votes midweek last. Now he trails by 4 million. By defeating Donald Trump, Joe Biden now becomest the oldest president in all American history. Again, a title previously held by Ronald Reagan. President-elect Biden, who will turn 78 years of age on the 20th of November, was born in 1942 at the height of proactive hostilities during the Second World War. Donald Trump, at 74 years of age, was also the oldest man to assume the presidency. He was 70 years of age on Inauguration Day, the 20th of January, in 2017. The other oldest presidents at the time of inauguration were Ronald Reagan, who was 69 in 1981, William Henry Harrison, who was 68 in 1841, and James Buchanan, who was 65 in 1857. The oldest sitting president in American history was Ronald Reagan, who was 77 when he left office in 1989. The youngest president was Theodore Roosevelt, who was 42 in 1901 when he began his first of 2 terms in the White House. John F. Kennedy was the second youngest president at 43 years of age, followed by Bill Clinton and Ulysses S. Grant, who were both 46 years of age when they became his president. But Biden will become the oldest president ever, in every sense of the word, on Inauguration Day, January 20th, in the 2021st year of our Lord. But yesteryear, Biden addressed the issue of age on ABC's The View, on which Biden said, "I think it important for people. It's a legitimate question to ask about my age. Hopefully I can demonstrate that with age comes wisdom and experience that can make things a lot better. That's for you all to decide, not for me to decide." That's what he tells all the young girls that he's sniffing. Now, on December of yesteryear, Biden's doctor released a report in which he said Biden is a healthy, vigorous 77-year-old male who is fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency. Execute the duties of the presidency. That probably includes, of course, sexual performance with those young girls he sniffs. Now, that report, prepared by Kevin C. O'Connor, Biden's primary care doctor, when he served as vice president alongside former President Barack Obama from 2009 through 2017, noted that Biden has an irregular heartbeat. But it's also said Biden has not required any medication or treatment for the condition known as non-valvular atrial fibrillation. So, irrespective of his years, Joe Biden has now eclipsed the popular vote margin Hillary Clinton had over President Donald Trump in the 2016 election, and that's with thousands of votes still being counted or recounted in several battleground states. As I said, regardless, former Vice President Joe Biden on Wednesday, midweek last, broke the record even then for the most votes won by any presidential nominee in all American history. By 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, midweek, this week last, Biden had already amassed 70.8 million votes, according to election results compiled by Decision Desk HQ. Biden even then had surpassed Barack Obama's record in 2008 when he had received 69,456,897 votes. There, I said it that time accurately without a break in my memory. Now, Biden's tally marks half the votes counted in the race so far, ahead of Trump by 48%. And the numbers are expected only to grow as ballots are still being counted in critical states, including Michigan and Arizona. The results of the presidential election, of course, pollsters predicted that Biden would secure more votes than Trump. The Democratic nominee did so by a landslide. And that means that this be the second time Trump has lost the popular vote by a landslide. The first was when former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton overtook him by nigh 3 million votes. And even as far back as Wednesday, Trump picked up about 68 million votes, beating his own 2016 haul when he had gotten 62,980,160 votes. But as of Thursday morning, Biden, who had already broken former President Barack Obama's popular vote record from 2008 by millions, then led Trump by about 3.7 million votes and held more than 0.5% of the overall popular vote. Clinton ended up with 48% of the vote and about 2.5 million more votes than Trump, the eventual winner. 4 years agone, it'd be unlikely that Biden's margin over Trump would shrink enough to match Clinton's, but the votes were still being counted at that time. In states such as Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, if you remember. And so, with a narrow path to victory that was still plausible for Donald Trump, the cliffhanger came when there remained the possibility that Biden could win the popular vote but lose the Electoral College, similar to what happened in 2016 with Trump and Clinton. And that scenario was still haunting Democrats and prompting calls for Electoral College reform after the 2016 election. Of course, we still need to dismantle, abolish, eliminate the Electoral College completely. But the results were also coming in amid record voter turnout. This year overall, with the preliminary estimates that were coming in through the United States Elections Project, showing that nearly 160 million eligible Americans voted in the 2020 election. The previous record for total voters was about 139 million set in 2016. The turnout rate of close to 67% hasn't been seen in 120 years. That's what I got from Michael McDonald, a political science professor I consulted at the University of Florida, who runs the United States Elections Project. And while the votes were still being counted, former Vice President Joe Biden broke the record for most votes received by any presidential candidate, amassing more than 70 million. Now, that record that was held by Barack Obama before he came on the scene, his own president at the time, when he received 69,498,516 votes in the 2008 election, was when Barack Obama beat John McCain, the Republican senator from Arizona. Biden eclipsed that mark at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, midweek last, according to the New York Times, and he later broke the 70 million vote threshold. Now, President Donald Trump also had a chance to break Obama's record for the popular vote. Thursday morning, Trump had more than 68.5 million votes. That was according to CBS News. But, of course, breaking the record was never guarantee of victory. The winner of the presidential race is decided not by the popular vote, but the anachronistic Electoral College. Now, circa 2016, Trump lost that popular vote to Hillary Clinton by 3 million votes, but won the Electoral College and, as a result, the presidency. When George Washington was elected in 1789 as the first American president, he received 43,782 votes, 100% of all those cast. Like a true dictator, there was no other choice. As for those 43,782 votes, those were all the white men who owned slaves and property. Because you had to be propertied to be able to vote. And so, Thursday at 11:25 a.m., the Associated Press called the state of Pennsylvania for Biden, and that's what gave him more than the necessary 270 electoral votes he needed to be president. To be sure, there will be further lawsuits and intimidation-forced recounts in certain states, but Biden's margin of victory be too much to overcome. Biden already looked presidential even then, whereas Trump never did. You might ask, what does it mean to look and sound presidential? It's more than optics and packaging. It's about treating the office and all the people you represent with respect. And weeks before the next president is officially sworn into office, the country already knows who looks more presidential. It's not President Trump. It's Joe Biden, the former vice president who is on track to succeed him. On Friday into this weekend, Trump led the popular tally with 73 million votes and was growing his lead in the key battleground states he needed for electoral victory. At the same time, he exuded leadership and zen-like calm during a long and harrowing week of roller coaster emotion and tension. 'Twas a stark contrast to the current occupant of the Oval Office. For 4 years, Trump has been a force of chaos and disruption, who lived to bully and loved to humiliate rivals and anyone else with whom he disagreed. Could he sink any lower? Yes, he will. Early Wednesday morning, midweek last, Trump declared himself the winner even though millions of ballots were still uncounted. He went on to announce that any other result was a fraud on the American public. Then, as votes were counted over his objections, and his lead melted away in all the key states, Trump melted down with it. And sounding a bit like the Wicked Witch, as she moaned, "What a world! What a world!" at the end of The Wizard of Oz, Trump whined pathetically in the White House briefing room on Thursday night about a conspiracy to steal the election and lied about the votes that were still being counted, dividing them without any evidence into legal and illegal. He could not have looked any smaller or sounded any less like the leader of a great democracy. Biden, meanwhile, told the country what it needed to hear. To quote his T, "Democracy's sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world." His message was clear. With Biden, America will once again have a president who looks and sounds, and yes, behaves, presidential, at least in front of the camera. Trump never did, not as a candidate, not as a president, and never in front of the camera. What does it mean? Again, if you were to query about the essence of presidentiality, it's about character, dignity, and principle. And if not about any of that, at least making a good show of it. You can project that even if that's not what you're about. It means at least pretending to love this country enough to try to unite as many Americans as possible behind a mission that has the potential to lift us all, rather than loving power so much that you joyfully stir hatred and division as a way to energize your supporters. It's the kind of leadership that recognizes stark and often polarizing differences of opinion, but still tries to get us as a country to a better place. It makes room for empathy and forgiveness. It admits mistakes. It strives for improvement. And it recognizes the need for compromise. If Trump had shown even a shred of that, it might have been possible at least to neutralize the contempt of the millions of Americans who did not vote for him. It might even have generated some grudging respect from those who hold different policy views. In an interesting piece in Commonwealth magazine entitled "The Case for Donald Trump," Shira Schoenberg wrote about Trump's achievements that were noted in newspaper editorials that endorsed him. They included job creation and the pre-pandemic economy, criminal justice reform that freed many inmates from prison because, he was too cheap to feed them and house them and provide them medical care, peace agreements between Israel and several Arab neighbors, rewritten trade deals, and support for U.S.-produced energy. Of course, these rewritten trade deals were simply that. The original trade deals would have sufficed, but he disavowed them and rewrote them almost verbatim, like he photocopied them or something, but put his name to them. Believest me, I knowest there be a counter-argument to every one of these claims, and none of it makes up for the racism Trump exploited. But the point is that Trump made it easy for half the nation to continue to hate him because he so demeaned democracy and the office of the presidency itself. Whereas you can respect the office and not the man, he made it so that you would never respect either ever again. Biden comes from a different place. He knows the devastating loss of loved ones, as well as political loss. This was his third try for the White House, which finally proved the charm. During this campaign, Trump called him senile and corrupt and attacked his family. While not always the smoothest speaker, Biden did stay calm and in control. Trump looked and sounded like a mean and petulant child. Biden looked and sounded like an adult, ready to take on the challenges ahead. It taketh much more than that to be a great president, to be sure, or even a good one. But it's a start. Make us no mistake, this Biden win is a moral victory, and in more than one way. For those who despise President Trump as myself, Biden's win is a moral victory because it is a repudiation of Donald Trump, whom anyone, as myself, would see as the epitome of immorality. Many voters saw Trump's words and actions as flat-out immoral, whether it was joking about sexual assault, attempting to institute a travel ban from majority Muslim countries, separating young children from parents and putting them in cages, dismissing the deadly reality of COVID-19, or allowing white supremacists to believe the President of the United States was giving them encouragement on every occasion. But it was a moral victory in another way beside that. Biden wasn't elected to do anything other than defeat Donald Trump. This was true in the primary and in the general election. He doesn't have a mandate to do anything, policy-wise. Indeed, he opposes the two linchpins of the Democratic agenda at the moment, Medicare for All and the Green New Deal. His less lofty ideas have no chance of happening. Biden's plans for unity will crash into the Republican Senate. When Biden does move into the White House, provided Trump leaves, he will be the first Democrat to do so without full control of Congress since the late 19th century. But hey, a divided government be good for business. You see, the financial markets have decided that divided government, with Democrats winning the White House and Republicans holding the Senate, is a good thing for business. Stocks historically perform better under a divided Congress. Investors may not yet know exactly what the political landscape will look like once all the votes have been counted, but one thing they can know: how stocks historically perform under a divided Congress, where one party controls the Senate and the other controls the House. Many on the street, Wall Street, now believe Republicans could maintain control of the Senate, a prospect that until recently wasn't considered the base case scenario, because the races be so tight. And yet, Wednesday midweek last, stocks soared at the possibility of a split Congress, seemingly looking beyond the tumultuous presidential contest. Historically, a divided Congress tends to be good for stocks. Analysts at the LPL Financial wrote in a note that they released to circulate midweek last on Wednesday that the S&P, the Standard & Poor's 500, historically has done quite well under a divided Congress, up to more than 17% on average. Additionally, in years with a divided Congress, stocks have been higher the past 10 times, with 2020 potentially being the 11th in a row. The reason is due in part to the fact that stocks tend to like gridlock and taking out major policy disruption. LPL's Jeff Bookbinder said as much to Fortune magazine that very Wednesday, midweek last. In a 2020 context, a divided Congress might lower the risk of a big tax hike if former Vice President Joe Biden decides to try and promote such. Buchbinder believes that short term there may be some volatility until investors get clarity, but with the divided government, the market should have an easier time getting comfortable with whatever policy roadmap we're going to get, whether it was Trump or, of course, now Biden in the White House. Now, the United States has frequently had a divided government in the past, and analysts at Columbia Threadneedle wrote in a note that same Wednesday, midweek last, that it has had the impact of limiting some of the more extreme proposals for change over that time. For some, this check on power is the preferable outcome. But given the need for additional fiscal measures to address the economic damage caused by the ongoing pandemic, an ability to work together in the coming months is essential. That worry over a split Congress's ability to work together over stimulus and pass any meaningful package remains a headwind for markets. But so far, Wall Street's positive response to the election implies that investors think gridlock is good. And Sugar Daddy, the husband of my son, who sources from Sam Stovall, who works for CFRA, the Center for Financial Research and Analysis, on Wednesday was inclined to agree himself. He so expressing to myself that a blue wave with Democrats controlling both houses of Congress would have left a President Biden vulnerable to the anti-business demands of his left wing, the communists. A mixed result means that Biden will have to reckon with Mitch McConnell, which either leads to gridlock or, more hopefully, to a much-needed effort at reconciliation and more centrist policies. Of course, infrastructure would be a good place to start, and Sugar Daddy was not just talking about roads and bridges. The pandemic has exposed an urgent need for universal broadband, so those in inner cities and rural areas can fully participate in the digital revolution. Investment in green energy would help address the risks of climate change and has some bipartisan support. A focus on financing public-private training platforms that provide alternative pathways to good jobs for those left behind by the technology revolution should be embraced on both sides of the Great Divide. Given current low interest rates and ample capital, borrowing to fund such urgent priorities should be a great opportunity for President Biden to use whatever limited political capital this fractious election leaves to to make its bipartisan progress. In any event, divided power in Washington likely means the pressure on CEOs, the chief executive officers of industry, to step up on social issues will continue. Now, remember, I use the term sugar daddy because he will forever remain anonymous, well, at least for the foreseeable future, for reasons of my son's personal security. And he spracketh earlier this work week with Joshua Bolten, CEO of the Business Roundtable, which last year revised its definition of the purpose of business to give multiple stakeholders a standing on par with shareholders. And Bolton says the tumultuous events of the past year have only increased his members' commitment to that cause, himself observing that all three of the crises, the health crisis, the economic crisis, and the latest chapter in the crisis of racial equity, have prompted the CEOs to revert even more than they had been to the full breadth of their stakeholders. All three of those crises were pan-crises. The pan-crises have made them lean in to stakeholder capitalism. Now, for those of you who are unfamiliar with these economic terms, I'll have to re-educate you another transmission. Suffice to say, it's the closest in the West that comes to fascism. The centrist economic policy that renders its very effectiveness and prosperity a threat to communism and capitalism. Stakeholder capitalism takes into account everyone other than the shareholders, who are included only as part of the economic universal whole, the holistic economics of people who have not monetarily invested, but are stakeholders because their world is impacted by the industries which pollute or uplift their environments, their situations, their quality of life. Now, the former vice president will face a Republican Senate led by Senator Mitch McConnell, the man who waged war against the Obama administration's legislative agenda and has explicitly promised to block all liberal policies when a Democrat won the White House this year. So there is simply no way that a slim Democratic majority in the House, and especially a Republican-led Senate, will pass raising taxes on anyone or doing anything on gun control, even with the National Rifle Association in its current feeble state. So yes, there be plenty to concern us, and more than ample reason to remain vigilant. This means the Biden presidency is really only about a single day. That 24-hour period on the 20th of January in the 2021st year of our Lord, when Biden taketh the oath of office. The Biden presidency will kick Trump out of office and elevate the first woman of color, no less, to serve as vice presidentress. But again, it isn't about Biden. It's about what Joe Biden's win changes. Americans who cast their ballots for Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden did so for varying reasons. Some were simply fed up with the current White House occupant. Others were concerned for the fate of democracy itself. And still others were channeling a more hopeful view of the future. Either way, the defeat of Donald Trump promises a wave of policy rollbacks and reversals by the former United States Vice President and Delaware Senator. Having averted another 4 years of Trump's restrictive immigration policies, destructive environmental choices, and isolationist approaches to matters of global concern, America now has a chance to restore trust in these United States and its institutions. But first, it must tame an out-of-control virus and comest up with enough federal aid to prevent a double-dip recession. So what can Americans and the world expect from a Biden administration? Key issues include the COVID-19 response, immigration, healthcare, regulation, climate change, the United States Supreme Court, paid family leave, international relations, and of course, the rival communist Chinese empire. Of course, that all comes after Biden gets through his day one checklist, which includes rejoining the World Health Organization, calling up the North Atlantic Treaty Organization to repair relations, ending Trump's Muslim ban, and making DACA, the DACA, permanent. It's going to be a very long first day. The DACA that I'm referencing, of course, is the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, which is a American immigration policy that allows some individuals with unlawful presence in these United States, after being brought to the country as children, to receive a renewable 2-year period of deferred action from deportation and become eligible for a work permit in these United States. It is the backbone of our economy. Now, Mr. Brendan Zogit, has pointed out to myself that Tokyo stocks have surged to a 29-year high. They've surpassed the record for the past 30 years, essentially. And, of course, the yuan has soared with the election of Joseph Biden. That's the Chinese currency that trades on the international market. The Communist Chinese Empire having two currencies, that of the party for governmental spending, and that they use to interact with the exchange currencies of the rest of the world. And that exchange currency is what soared with the election of Joseph Biden. Just as the yen has soared, the yuan has soared. Both the Japanese Empire and Red China are happy that Trump has been taken down. But with all the constraints he'll face, what could Biden do with his presidency? As long as he has a Republican Senate, not much policy-wise. But he could attempt to heal a politically divided nation by traveling to Red America nonstop, especially in critical 2022 Senate battleground states. He could hold town hall meetings with Republicans and go to church with them. He could also fly around the world and shake the hands of a lot of foreign leaders in an attempt to restore America's moral leadership abroad. But that's pretty much it. Still, maybe that be what America needs right now. The world took a momentous turn at 11:24 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time yesterday, in the instant that CNN projected Joseph Biden would become our 46th president. The United States embarked on a starkly different road than the one it would have barreled down had President Donald Trump won a second term. Presidential attacks on democratic institutions, science, and the vulnerable, including immigrants and religious minorities, will stop. The White House will stop being the country's biggest source of lies. America will no longer have a president who uses division as an instrument of power. Governance and foreign policy will not be made by tweet. Biden has already announced a task force to fight the worsening pandemic, and the burden of Trump's racial fear-mongering will be lifted from Americans of color. Trump's demagogic presidency will become an aberration in American history, rather than a new foundation that affronts the country's bedrock values. Fears that a second Trump term would destroy NATO and buckle America's role as an exemplar of democratic values will not materialize, however treacherous the world remains. The United States will try to do something about a warming planet. Rather, to rephrase that more accurately, the American empire will try to do something about a burning planet. Trump's defeat caused relief abroad, where the lives of people who have no capacity to influence American power are shaped by this behemoth between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. But explosions of joy in the streets of cities like Philadelphia and Atlanta, where citizens voted in extraordinary numbers, were not shared in the vast American heartland. More than 70 million Americans voted for Trump and followed him with an intensity that matched the antipathy felt by his critics as myself. Those critics have always struggled to understand how friends and relatives who love Trump rationalize his belligerence, lying, and bigotry. But Trump partisans saw in his chaos a scourge of elites who they believe patronized them and their values, or their anti-values. Trump bracketh for vast numbers of ignorant Americans who believe their government's embrace of globalization destroyed their livelihoods. Growing secularism and liberal social reforms convinced others that their Christian faith was threatened. The fact that Republicans may cling on to the Senate and cut the Democratic majority in the House suggests that while many conservatives are tired of Trump's antics, they're certainly not done with his policies. While Trump will soon be gone, the political dislocation he tapped to win the presidency in 2016 endures. His refusal to concede defeat now will foment a grassroots outrage that will strangle Biden's presidency. The aftermath of the election is serving only to highlight internal estrangement in the disunited states of America. Biden himself recognizes the choleric forces rocking the nation. He will lead in 73 days. 72 by now. 71 if you're on the Atlantic seaboard. But whether he can heal them will be the story of his presidency. And so the darkness lifts. In electing Joseph Biden and Kamala Harris, we chose the light. Those of us who have been virtuosos in anger and despair these last 4 years can now revel in the win. Presented with this choice between the candidate who appealed to our better angels and the one who leveraged our basest instincts, a large majority of voters chose the light. We put our faith in the guy who has spent the days since the election offering us humility and reassurance, urging us to have patience and faith in our democracy. We rejected the one who has been railing and flailing, spreading lies and encouraging mobs to try to kick the legs out from under our very electoral system. What is this unfamiliar emotion? It's warm, light, not unpleasant. Paralyzing dread seems to be yielding to positive feelings about the future. Is this what Barack Obama called hope? Joe Biden is our next president. Say that again, and say it loud. Man, it feels good. Of course, there is plenty this does not solve. So much has been broken over the past 4 years, some of it beyond repair. We're in the midst of a pandemic and an economic collapse, both very likely to get unimaginably worse. Racism does not magically disappear on January 20th. There are 72 days, 71, maybe just 70 between now and Inauguration Day, in which a vindictive Trump will wreak havoc. And since Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell remains in power, he will try to obstruct the new administration at every turn. But perhaps, just for today, this weekend, those of us who have been virtuosos, in anger and despair, as myself these last 4 years, can revel in this triumph. The Trump years broke some of us, shattering our faith in this country. So let me relate unto you a few of this election's joys, beyond the mere fact of Biden's victory, that might help restore our faith in America. First, no Donald Trump. Mostly because Trump defeated himself. The president has long been severely averse to losing and deeply prone thereunto. Donald Trump's lifelong nightmare to be a loser finally came undeniably true yesterday when he lost re-election to challenger Joe Biden in a contest he could not explain away with alternative facts. He couldn't even win with the help of the arcane system meant to cement white supremacy, the Electoral College, which allows for minoritarian rule, white minoritarian rule. Within hours of his defeat by Biden, the press reported that the president was unlikely to accept this reality soon and might never do so. Indeed, moments before Biden won, Trump declared on Twitter, "I won this election by a lot!" The president's behavior on Twitter and his defiant attitude fall into a pattern that he has shown throughout his life and may help explain as to why he became only the 4th president in 100 years to be denied re-election. Time and again, in business, politics, and even his personal life, Trump has exhibited a self-destructive streak that has led to humiliation, sans humility. Trump's bigoted talk and his name-calling defiance of the basic norms we expect most public figures to honor cometh with a cost that the president actually understands. When Michael D'Antonio interviewed Trump for a 2015 biography entitled The Truth About Trump, the Donald said he couldn't help himself even when he knew his incendiary remarks might cause trouble. Consider Trump in the final stretch of the 2020 campaign when he couldn't resist a sexist critique of Vice President nominee Kamala Harris's laugh, dabbled in white supremacism, and couldn't bring himself to ever disavow the far-right, violence-prone group, the Proud Boys. When asked in the first presidential debate to condemn these boys who engage in dangerous street-level provocations, he told them to stand back and stand by, as if they should be ready to swing into action. Trump struck a similar pose in defense of Kyle Rittenhouse, a white supremacist teenager who brought a fully loaded, fully automatic firearm to a protest against police violence and killed 2 protesters delivered to him by the police themselves. In each case, Trump went overboard in his commitment to views he thought would be well received by those who are more comfortable with life in an imaginary version of the 1950s when power was held exclusively by white males. Trump first began to identify publicly with this point of view, represented by the TV character Archie Bunker in the late 1980s and early 1990s. It was then that Trump talked of the advantages supposedly enjoyed by well-educated black men and infamously called for the execution of minority youths charged with the rape of a Central Park jogger in 1989. The boys, it turned out, were innocent. In addition to reprising his bigotry, the President Trump we heard in the 2020 campaign also returned to the mudslinging and name-calling that so many have found offensive over the years. Trump made this insult comic way of talking part of his personal brand in the 1990s with nasty words aimed at women he thought he could push around. In 2016, he turned off huge swaths of the electorate as he called Hillary Clinton names and suggested, without evidence, that she had committed crime. In 2020, he resumed this kind of talk, aiming it instead at Biden and his son Hunter. Trump's nasty names failed to stick to Biden. His flailing attempts to suggest his opponent was somehow corrupt fell short of the mark. Polls showed he was losing support among the white women who helped him in 2016. Some were undoubtedly turned off by his behavior, but many were also dismayed by his failure to respond to the coronavirus pandemic. Ever keen to create division, Trump chose to argue with experts who advised strong action on social distancing and mask use and played down the threat as both case numbers and the death toll surged. Trump may have thought this attitude signaled something anti-elite voters might appreciate, but it bound him to a failed policy. I've often thought about the impulsive way Trump has caused problems for himself and the way it interferes with his oft-stated commitment to winning at every turn. He once said that as president, he would win so much, we would be sick and tired of all the winning. The conflict between Trump's commitment to winning and the behavior that drove him toward losing suggests something deeply amiss in his deranged mind. As revealed by Mary Trump, the president's niece, and a psychologist, his father demanded constant success and threatened rejection should his son fail. Throughout his life, Trump promoted himself as a success despite vast evidence, bankruptcies, 2 divorces, failed development projects to the contrary. These failures have been caused in large part by words and actions that in the end were self-defeating. As president, Trump had tendencies that led him once again to become the very thing he was raised to dread, a loser. The great tragedy is that along the way he contributed to the suffering of millions and the deaths of more than 300,000 Americans and counting. His loss is also ours. And to our greater loss, he will still be around, of course, but we can now allow ourselves to imagine what it might be like to live without the unhinged daily tirades from the Oval Office, the hourly desecrations of the presidency, the jarring revelations and abuses. To have an attorney general who believest in the rule of law, departments run by experts and leaders who don't want to dismantle them, policies that do not reek of incompetence or malice or both. To have sane economic policy, compassionate immigration rules, efforts to protect our water and our air, actual plans that might slow deaths from the pandemic. Earlier this year, the man who will try to lead us that way seemed like a long shot. But Biden, and the many grassroots organizers who carried him to victory, ran a superb, disciplined campaign, mobilizing crucial voters of color, and managing to win back some of the white voters who had gone to Trump, while also arguing that we need to properly reckon with the racism that has riven this country since its founding. In a rational world, it wouldn't be such a hard needle to thread, but here we are, and he did it. But beyond Biden, Harris makes history. A woman will be vice president. Kamala Harris became the first female, first black, and first South Asian vice presidentress-elect. So many firsts. The nation's second highest office will be occupied by not just the first woman, but the first black and South Asian woman too, and the daughter of immigrants. It's not quite as far as we'd hoped to have gotten by now, but it feels pretty fantastic nonetheless. The reason Kamala Harris was a bad presidential candidate is the reason she became such a good vice presidential candidate. What Biden required in his running mate was someone who was politically flexible, charismatic, and had few areas of fundamental disagreement that President Trump could exploit. Kamala Harris started out the obvious pick and then became the expected pick. As the vote count dragged on, there was remarkably little build-up for a milestone moment. Senatoress Kamala Harris became the first woman, the first black person, and the first Asian American to become vice presidentress. Female candidates are making girls feel better about politics. Millions of girls across this country will now be able to see in Kamala Harris proof that their possibilities are limitless, that it's fine to be unapologetically ambitious, that the world belongs to them as well. A lot of grown women who need to will learn these lessons too. Biden has promised that his vice presidentress will have the same kind of influence he had with President Barack Obama. We be closer than ever to the joyous day when a female presidentress becometh as unremarkable here as it is in much of the world, the civilized world at least. Of equal importance, Harris has established herself as a new face of American political power, one reflective of a broad cross-section of the population that for much of American history did not see itself in the nation's leaders. It's been a remarkable rise for the 56-year-old Harris, who became California's junior senatoress 4 years ago, from local to state to national politics. Maria Gregorich in Canada reminds us that Kamala has downplayed the fact she lived in Montreal for half a decade as a teen because Americans would accuse her of not being a real American or a true patriot. Thank you, Maria Gregorich, for that information. Now, in terms of her vacated seat, it will be filled not by election, but by selection. There's a loophole in the California Constitution which allows our governor, our former American mayor, Mr. Newsom, to pick and choose whomever he wants to replace her. I'll speak a little more about that next transmission. The other thing to celebrate about this election and the Biden victory was that the turnout was real. All those beautiful, beautiful voters. In the first century or so of American democracy, voting rights were held alone by white male property owners, and partisan politics was a big part of civic life. American voters turned out at high rates, equal to about 80% of the eligible voting population. Over time, more people became eligible to vote, and politics became less central to everyday life. Today, American voters tend to participate far less than their predecessors. But judging by record turnout numbers in this week's election, the situation could be shifting. So, it turns out, if you make it easier to vote, more people vote. Neither a pandemic nor countless cynical Republican voter suppression efforts could keep us away. We voted big, turning out at rates not seen in this country since 1900, thanks to early absentee and mail-in voting. Almost 160 million Americans cast ballots, with each party drawing millions of new voters into the process. Both Trump and Biden got more votes than anyone who has ever run for president, with Biden garnering a massive 75 million votes so far. Imagine what we could do if we kept up that level of engagement, or even grew it, making it clear that those who lead us must answer to more of us than ever. That's what leads our new president to proclaim that the process is working. Former Vice President Biden, in contrast to Trump, projected optimism about the election results and vote counts on Thursday when he said, well, to quote his T, "The Senators, Kamala Harris and I continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senators Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm. All people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed. And we'll all know very soon. So thank you all for your patience. But we've got to count the votes." Now, the truth is, the American system is broken. It should not take the largest voter turnout in American history to guarantee that a president rejected by the majority of the American people actually stops being president. Americans woke up today to an even more destabilized reality, one shadowed by dangerous uncertainties. The United States has lived through the largest democratic event in its entire history. At least 75 million votes have been cast for Joe Biden. As always, however, it remains uncertain whether the United States electoral system will ratify or subvert the people's vote. For those of you who don't understand what I be speaking of, I can bringest to thy attention the phenomenon of the faithless in terms of our electoral college. This is where we can fall apart in terms of what we accomplished. Faithless electors determine the outcome of the presidential election. When you go to the polls to elect a president, you are actually voting for a particular slate of electors who cast ballots for president and vice president. The Electoral College is widely known as a winner-takest-all system because the winner of the popular vote in each state gets all of the state's electoral votes. That is, with the exception of Maine and Nebraska, which award their electoral votes more proportionally. But what happens if electors who are pledged to vote according to the statewide or district popular vote pick someone else? That's called a faithless elector. Let me try and explain what they could mean for the outcome of this presidential election. First, we have to ask, How electors are chosen. The Electoral College is made up of 538 delegates. The total number of electors represents the total number of U.S. senators, 100, 2 per each state, the total number of state representatives, 435, and 3 more electors for the District of Columbia. Each state has a number of electoral votes equal to the combined total of its congressional delegation, and each state legislature determines how it will select its own electors according to the National Conference of State Legislatures, a nonpartisan association of legislatures. According to the association, the 2 most common methods that states use are nomination by state party convention and by state party committee. The parties typically select members known for their loyalty and service to the party, such as party leaders, state and local elected officials, and party activists. In some states, the electors' names appear on the ballot along with the names of the candidates for president and vice president, according to the association. So, we have to put this in context of when the Electoral College votes. Because the electors meet in their respective states to cast a ballot for a president and a second for vice president. Electors cast their ballots on the Monday after the second Wednesday in December of the presidential election, about a month after Americans cast their ballots in the popular vote. This year, electors will meet on the 14th of December. It takes 270 or more electoral votes to win a presidential election. If you ask, can the Electoral College really tie? Yes, but it's not likely, even though it's happened more than once historically. And you might ask, of course, which states have laws against faithless electors and what the Supreme Court might say. Of most immediate relevance, the Supreme Court has ruled that presidential electors can be forced to uphold the popular vote. This is profoundly important because both the Constitution and federal law are silent on the matter. But some states have passed laws that require their electors to vote as pledged. In July, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of those laws. Associate Justice Elena Kagan wrote in an opinion that the Constitution's text and the nation's history both support allowing a state to enforce an elector's pledge to support his party's nominee and the state voter's choice for president. During the last oral argument of the court's term in May, justices on both sides of the ideological aisle expressed concern that electors could be bribed, particularly by the losing party in a close election. Erwin Chemerinsky, the dean of the University of California, Berkeley Law School, whom I consulted, said that the Supreme Court made it clear that the elector is not there to vote his or her conscience. The elector is there to vote how the state dictates. Most states now forbid faithless electors. At least 32 states and the District of Columbia have laws that attempt to bind the votes of electors. Those states are Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, mine own California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Hawaii, Indiana, Iowa, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Carolina, Tennessee, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. By the way, getting an income from Mr. Jameson. Jameson, can you come on for a moment? Because hopefully you can break me for once before you go get plastered.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got nothing to talk about. Things are really shit at home. I cannot stay here apparently. So
Okay. So if you
I'm
go,
gonna have to leave the house like now.
okay. So but can you, I understand you have nothing to talk. You just need to go right now. You can't break me for a second. I'll come back in about.
For a second.
Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. You know, I'm sure
Gotcha.
you. Okay, good. I'll go mute then and let you say goodnight for 5 minutes. I'll be back by then. Thank you.
Well, what I can talk about is the fact that I'm going to be perfectly honest with you folks. I don't like being a part of the human species. I can't even communicate with family. I can't communicate with anybody. So half the times I think I'm better off dead, but I don't want to die. I'm too much of a coward. So the only other thing I can do is hope that this entire planet is destroyed. I'm not wired to be able to feel happiness. I'm not wired to be able to feel joy. I'm not wired to be able to connect to people. I'm literally stuck in a nightmare, an internal hell, because of the way my brain is fucked up from years of abuse. To which there is no reprieve. There's no reprieve to the suffering of someone once they have something that's similar to post-traumatic stress. There is no reprieve. There is no healing that happens. You suffer for the rest of your fucking life. And you hate everybody around you who can laugh, who can smile, when you're not wired to be able to do such. This is the reason why I've abandoned all gods. I've seen them as nothing more than vampires. And this is the reason why I would rather something that just annihilates the entire universe. I don't belong here. I don't belong in this fucking body. I don't have the capacity to celebrate anything like the rest of you. Happiness? I can't recall the last time I felt happy. There are moments where there are successes and victories, but very few times is there happiness. There's either a hunger for something more, or there's a hunger for a continuance of the same success, or there's just a feeling of hatred, bitterness, and failure. Now, I don't know why the fuck I'm here on this planet amongst you strangers. And perpetually, you will always be strangers. I will never let you get closer enough to actually really know or enjoy the real me. I don't even want to exist. I don't have an identity. I don't have a personality. I just have what you call a perpetual hatred and bitterness towards the human race. My only true, real desires in magic is to gain enough power to be able to rid the human race off this planet.
Okay, I'm back now. So that was cheerful, I'm sure. And thank you for sharing that.
Good night, Douglas. I am going to fuck myself up beyond all recognition.
Bless
Should
you.
I not survive the night?
Yes. Should
It's
you
been
not?
nice, my friend.
I
Don't pray for me.
You will be in our thoughts. And yes, we wish the best for you, regardless. And so that is Jameson Reese. Thanks very much for his help with tonight, and do keep him in your thoughts. Definitely will. Well, you take care. Enjoy yourself. And I don't know how he's going to get plastered. I don't think he has any money, but you know, there's some cheap highs out there that he manages to expose himself to. And Cheryl Jacobs is here saying, hi Douglas, love you honey, love you in return. Mwah. Says, what the hell's going on with this election? Oh my living God. Dennis Marshall says, maybe Biden can channel enlightened beings and they can help and sprinkle fairy dust onto the poor, poor, poor people of this terrible and mean country. At which Cheryl Jacobs says, ha, Dennis Marshall, that is pure gold. Well, it's pure sarcasm, and it's certainly nothing that I myself wouldn't say in terms of cynicism. Yes, I share that. And of course, Someone M says, the second venue of Jesus, the first departure of Donald. There we are. Something like that. At any rate, in terms of what I said about the states that I named, ticked off on the list, so to speak, these are, of course, states that have laws against faithless electors. Indeed, in some of those states that I listed before I refresh myself, and you got to hear Jameson Reese rather predictably talk about, destroying everyone on Earth, which is his primary fantasy that he falls back on when he falls into the rut. In those states, among them, there are some that rogue electors can be replaced or fined. So, Kermit Roosevelt, a law professor at the University of Pennsylvania Law School, assured myself that most of these states do not even have an enforcement mechanism, which in and of itself is not reassuring. And the ones that do often simply punish the elector instead of purporting to correct the vote. So that means the faithless electors can get away with electoral murder. They can murder your vote, the popular vote. So how common are these faithless electors? Well, faithless electors, I'm happy to report, are not common. And they've never changed the outcome of a presidential election according to Fair Vote, a nonprofit that advocates electoral reform. Only one elector has cast a vote for the opposite party's nominee instead of their own in a close contest in 1796, according to the Fair Vote organization. Of the more than 23,000 electoral votes counted across 58 presidential elections, only 90 electors have cast deviant votes, not ordinary votes for the presidential nominee of the elector's political party, according to Fair Vote. Now, Roosevelt has said that faithless electors in the past have generally been trying to make a statement, not to change the result. In 1968, a North Carolina elector voted for George Wallace instead of Richard Nixon, but said explicitly later that he wouldn't have done this if it would have changed the outcome. So, what happened in 2016 with Trump and Hillary Rodham Clinton? There were an unusually high number of faithless electors in 2016. That year, Donald Trump won with 304 electoral votes. It was the fifth time in American history that the winner of the presidential election lost the popular vote. And it was the second time since 2000, when Al Gore won the popular vote, but George W. Bush won the Electoral College, that a candidate lost the popular vote but won the Electoral College. 10 electors were disloyal, or tried to be, in 2016. 8 were Democratic electors from Colorado, Hawaii, Maine, Minnesota, and Washington. And 2 were Republican electors, both from Texas. More than 4.5 million people signed a petition advocating for electors to have a change of heart. So, when I conferred with Roosevelt, he attested that there were an unusual number in 2016 because there was a movement to try to get the electors to exercise independent judgment, either in order to throw out the popular election of Hillary Clinton or in order to make the House of Representatives resolve the election in favor of Donald Trump. Could faithless electors change the 2020 presidential electoral outcome? When I conferred with Roosevelt, he attested that he doesn't expect to see any faithless electors this year, especially after what happened last cycle. To quote his T, electors are usually chosen pretty carefully, and after the 2016 election put a spotlight on them, I think the parties were probably even more focused on ensuring that they chose reliable people. Chemerinsky said the Supreme Court's decision might decrease the likelihood of there being any faithless electors this year. Still, even Roosevelt confirms that faithless electors can alter the outcome of any close election. He's so saying that if we do end up with a close electoral vote, we could easily see a similar campaign to influence the votes of electors, but I don't think it would succeed. Richard Pildes, a professor of constitutional law at the New York University School of Law, said the topic of faithless electors was not the issue for now. And Chemerinsky added that it's potentially an issue, but at this point, there are so many more salient questions to be resolved. In terms of what those questions be, well, we basically have a situation where, as of midday, Friday into the weekend, Biden moved count by count into the presidency, where he will now confront a blocked and paralyzed Senate under Republican leadership. So hopes for decisive action against the pandemic and the economic recession be dashed. Which is why you've got Jameson Reeves talking about exterminating the human race all over again in his common fantasy of derangement. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump thinks along the same lines, demanding an early and arbitrary end to voting, and saying aloud that he expects the judges he selected to deliver a result favorable to himself. Trump will still have to exit office in January, but he delivered proof of concept. Corruption, authoritarianism, the abuse of state power, the political price for Trumpism proved remarkably manageable. Slightly better luck, slightly more competent management of the coronavirus, and Trump could likely look forward to 4 more years of quid pro quo governance. Even as was, Trump's party was unchastened. Through the murk, however, some truths are coming into view. Regardless of the ultimate resolution of the impasse, there be 3 things that can now be said. The American system of governance is ineffective and crisis-prone. The point of elections is to produce effective governments generally regarded as legitimate by most citizens. Over the past 2 decades, the American system of government has failed that test again and again. Elections now systematically disfavor voting majorities. From 1892 through 1996, the person who won the most votes became president every time. In 2000, the United States got its first minority rule president since the aftermath of the American Civil War between the states. That outcome was seen as a freak at the time. 4 elections later, it happened again. Today, Trump is looking to the courts to overrule the voting majority for a third time. It should not take the largest voter turnout in American history to guarantee that a president rejected by the majority of the American people actually stops being president. Even given that turnout, assuming Trump steps down, the electoral system has produced a gridlock government. Not because the voters or the American people wanted it that way, but because strategically positioned voters in small states did. The underrepresentativeness of state governments is even more extreme because of gerrymandering. And Republicans seem to have done well enough at the state level in 2020 to thwart any system-wide move to fairer representation in 2021. These unrepresentative state and federal governments seem less and less capable of coping with the problems of the modern world. In the span of but 12 years, the United States has had the 2 worst economic collapses since the Great Depression. It has started and lost wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. It cannot collect taxes it be owed, including from the current president. It cannot balance its books even in prosperity. In fact, it long ago ceased even to write annual budgets. It cannot police its borders against unauthorized immigration. It cannot act against existential environmental threats. It cannot protect its people from a disease that can be controlled by wearing a $5 mask. The United States system depends on compromise and cooperation. The administration cannot administer without the budgets and laws passed by Congress. Congress cannot legislate without deal-making between the parties, and, except in the most extreme cases, a signature from the president. Yet the spirit necessary to make the American system work is draining away. As Biden's presidency will have no choice but to do business with the Republican Party gripped by paranoid delusions and enablers of authoritarianism, we are left at sea. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican Party is unlikely to feel the shame and remorse called for by the Trump presidency. Instead, it will pour its energy into all-out war against non-Republican power holders, convinced that such conflict is the surest route back to the total control it enjoyed from 2017 to 2018. A decisive Trump defeat might have induced some renewal and redemption in the Republican Party, but as is, Republican incentives favor a recommitment to corrupt and authoritarian Trumpism, reformed only by a stronger work ethic and more focused messaging. Secondly, the harm to the United States world leadership, that of the American empire as the one world empire, is grave and irreparable. Former Secretary of Defense James Mattis liked to say that the United States wielded 2 great powers, the power of inspiration and the power of intimidation. Under Trump, the power of inspiration has dimmed. Trump's contempt for liberal democracy, his corruption, bullying, and bigotry has alienated allies and emboldened adversaries. Trump abused American power not to protect allies and partners, but to extort weaker countries to fabricate disinformation for his re-election campaign. Until but the day before yesterday, those who looked to the United States for leadership could dismiss Trump as an aberration. But even as he loses, he cannot now be dismissed or excused as such. Trump received at least 3 million more votes amid the self-inflicted disasters of 2020 than he got in 2016. Every responsible world leader now has to take Trumpism into account when planning. Trump is not the whole of America, but he is part of America. The disease of Trumpism is on the loose. It has been contained, but not cured, and therefore it may recur at any time. How does the United States look from the vantage point of Berlin, or Seoul, or Mexican City? How does it preach anti-corruption after 4 years of Trump self-evidently collecting payments from corporations and foreign governments? After 4 years of Trump diverting taxpayer dollars to his hotels and resorts? How does it preach respect for human rights or the free press, or religious liberty after Trump sought to ban an entire category of religious believers from setting foot on American soil? Trump insisted again and again in interviews that these United States were no different from, no better than, dictatorships such as Putin's Russia. You think our country's so innocent? Trump bequeaths that taunt as his enduring legacy to adversaries of these United States and enemies of liberal democracy. The idea that America should and did stand for something more than wealth and military power has been forever sullied by the Trump presidency. And whatever happens to Trump, those who assisted him in the soiling are not going away. Meanwhile, the power of American intimidation has also faded under Trump. On the eve of 9/11, the American economy was 8 times the size of communist China's. Today, the two countries are near peers. In terms of purchasing power parity, the Red Chinese economy is now actually larger than that of these United States. And so, the American empire is no longer effortlessly the world's strongest imperium. It cannot structure the world by itself to suit itself. Trump tried, and Trump fell short. His trade war ended in failure that would very likely have pushed these United States into recession in 2020, even without the pandemic, according to the consensus view of our nation's business economists. These United States will emerge from the Trump presidency crushed by debt, under a gridlocked government unable to act against the debt. If the Republican Senate blocks the necessary fiscal stimulus, as seems inevitable, the job of restoring economic health will be left to the currency creators at the Federal Reserve, stoking inflation risk. The dollar will look a lot less almighty in the 2020s and the 30s than in the recent past. And just as America's friends will admire the country less because of Trump, its adversaries will respect and fear America less because of Trump. Thirdly, American society is more divided than ever, but not along expected lines. A popular theory explained the Trump's presidency as a last gasp of white dominance in an ever more multi-ethnic society. But Trump seems to have raised his voting share among Latinos, the secret of his victories in Florida and Texas, and he seems to have lost voting share among white Americans, the secret of his gathering failure in the upper Midwest. the idea of a democratic coalition of color looks shabby and threadbare. The full story of Trump's comparative success with Latinos has not been written. It's fair to ask, however, whether the race-saturated language of college-educated America, white supremacy, systemic racism, intersectionality, might have baffled and even repelled not only white voters without college degrees, but some Latinos as well. If anything, the most important voting divide in these United States, American society, seems not to be white people versus people of color, but men versus women. The world historical gender gap, ripped through American society by the Trump presidency, looks to have shredded even the black vote. If early exit polls are to be trusted, and in recent elections they have frequently been wide of the mark, Trump seems to have raised his share of the vote among black men, maintaining the large gender gap among black voters that appeared in 2016. From Toronto's Rob Ford to Donald Trump, racist candidates attract non-white support. What gives? Non-white voters are not immune to the appeal of right-wing, populist-personated elitism. In 2010, the city of Toronto, one of the most ethnically diverse places in the world and a supposed bastion of liberalism, elected a man widely considered to be a racist as its mayor. Rob Ford was a vulgar and incoherent oaf, a former city councilor who clashed with his colleagues in public and went on racist tirades against seemingly every minority group. But when Ford successfully ran for office, it wasn't on the wave of a white backlash against diversity, as one might have expected. Instead, it was immigrants and minorities, the very people Ford was supposedly insulting, who helped they powered his run. Not only that, for all his unapologetic crudity, probably even because of it, they loved him. A 2014 magazine profile in Toronto Life about the mayor's surprising popularity with minorities noted, "He's a drug-addled, overweight, and uneducated fool, yet he's the mayor. In this against all odds success story, Ford is the anti-hero. He says things that the disenfranchised wish they could say." Now, before somewhat contradictorily launching into a string of racial slurs, an inebriated Ford was once recorded saying, "Nobody sticks up for people like I do, whatever the race. I'm the most racist guy around. I'm the mayor of Toronto." Now, I learned about this from the man who tried to steal my legacy, all the content from everything I had, every account that I had, tried to download everything I had on the internet. Pavel Edward, who had started his own channel called Dietrichology, was living in Toronto at the time to witness Ford's rise. And while the media fell over themselves to brand Ford a racist, a title which he embraced, Ford shocked them by drawing his most enthusiastic support from the immigrant-heavy working-class suburbs, where he was considered something of a folk hero. Of course, many of Pavel Edward's own friends were supporters. To this day, several still fondly recall impromptu marijuana smoking sessions with the then mayor after running into him at gas stations or outside fast food restaurants in the city. Although Ford was born into a wealthy family, people overlook that, along with his hard drug use, constant slurs, and general incompetence, to embrace him as an accessible everyman. Now, for the record, nobody sane in Canada shared that sentiment. But the more the media condemned him, the better Ford looked in the eyes of his supporters. Ford didn't offer much in terms of policies or good governance, but his outlandish personality represented an upraised middle finger, as Toronto Life put it, against what many people felt was an arrogant, hypocritical, and morally self-satisfied establishment. And I myself couldn't help but recall the story of Ford, who passed away from cancer 4 years ago, while watching reactions to exit polls from this 2020 United States presidential election, where, to the shock of many, the polls appeared to show increased non-white support for President Donald Trump. Such polls can be inaccurate, and it's worth waiting to draw firm conclusions. The current numbers, however, suggest that after years of what many viewed as Trump's obvious racism, he drew more black and Latino voters in this race than he did in his 2016 campaign against Hillary Clinton. The data, collected by Edison Research and published in the New York Times, also suggests that in addition to the marginal increases among voters, well, Latinos and black people, Trump drew around a third of all Asian voters, certainly enough to undermine the claim that his politics appeal solely to a narrow group of white nationalists. Joe Biden still won strong majorities across all non-white demographics, as Democratic politicians consistently have for many years, in key urban areas like Philadelphia, Milwaukee, Atlanta, and Phoenix. Voters of color seem to be decisive in pushing Biden to victory in the election. Yet given how much Trump seemed to embody the definitive racist candidate and how strongly progressives have been betting on long-term demographic change as a point in their favor, it's worth asking how Trump managed to even marginally increase his appeal to non-white voters after 4 years of reckless and divisive politics. To put it in another way, how did an open racist manage to maintain and even increase his support among black, Latino, and other voters of color? One reason may be that, for a lot of non-white voters, Trump simply did not fit their definition of racism. The understanding of what constitutes racism is often different across class lines, especially when we're talking about very ambiguous concepts like tropes and dog whistles. Even when Trump makes what seem like obviously racially coded claims about immigration or crime, it's not clear that people of color feel he's talking about them personally. Trump seems glad to embrace black and Latino supporters, for example, as long as they seem to fit with a certain image of success and quote-unquote conservatism. Racial categories, of course, are complex, and clear racial voting blocks are a myth. Letting go of the idea that immigrants or people of color represent any type of political monolith might itself be progress. Trump, for instance, appears to have benefited greatly from Cuban American support in Florida's Miami-Dade County, a community that is coded as Latino, frequently identifies as white, and seems to have prioritized its anti-socialist politics above much else. Liberal politicians, for their part, have relished in using accusations of racism to establish their own bona fides as the true friends of people of color, and deserving of those demographics' reflexive political support. It doesn't always work out. Many people of all backgrounds feel disillusionment with a ruling establishment that is incapable of improving their lives and whom they believe are sneering down at them culturally, a stereotype the right-wing media pushes relentlessly. The satisfaction of electing an outlandish candidate just to watch them freak out might just seem worth it. Like Rob Ford. Years ago, Trump gleefully employs almost every racial trope in the book, regularly stomping on the delicate rhetorical pieties of elite discord in America. His behavior seems to have alienated some white voters, particularly among the college-educated, who are locked in a political and cultural death match with non-college-educated white people. But Trump's general behavior does not seem to have harmed him in the same way with non-white voters. In a prescient article for NBC News published just before the election, Musa Al-Gharavi, a professor of sociology at Columbia University, wrote, let me see if I can find what he wrote. Here, I'll quote this at length and verbatim. Perceptions of Trump as a racist seem to be a core driving force pushing whites towards the Democrats. What would the opposite pattern be holding among minority voters? It is the very people the president is purportedly being racist against. It may be that minority voters, many minority voters, simply do not view some of his controversial comments and policies as racist. Too often, scholars try to test whether something is racist by looking exclusively at whether the rhetoric or proposals they disagree with resonate with whites. They frequently don't even bother to test whether they might appeal to minorities as well. Yet when they do, the results tend to be surprising. So, conservative rhetoric about issues like immigration, policing, and crime often appears to resonate with black and Latino voters as, well, at least as much as conservative white voters. Sometimes they even receive it more warmly. Both groups, along with a significant chunk of Asian Americans, also lean conservative on some issues, particularly religion, compared with white progressives who make up much of the Democratic voting coalition. All this, though, has not translated into majority support for the Republican Party, at least not yet, but it should be a serious warning sign to Democrats about taking non-white voters for granted. Earlier this year, Al-Harbi wrote another article about the excessive comfort liberal elites have developed about their role in defining the politics of race and racism in America. The elites assume that they be the ones who defend people of color against racism. The way that some liberals have allegedly employed the subject to undermine class-based appeals is only part of the story. And Al-Harbi argued in a piece appropriately titled, "Who Gets to Define What's Racist?" Well, I'll just read what he wrote, or the most important paragraph, when he said, white elites, who play an outsized role in defining racism in academia, the media, and the broader culture, instead seem to define racism in ways that are congenial to their own preferences and priorities. Rather than actually dismantling white supremacy or meaningfully empowering people of color, efforts often seem to be oriented towards consolidating social and cultural capital in the hands of good whites. Now, in electoral politics, the picture tends to be more muddled on account of several factors. For instance, it is clear that the charges against Trump as a racist are not just coming from educated white elites. Many of the activists, politicians, and ordinary people sounding the alarm about the president are themselves people of color from non-elite backgrounds. Yet there is a logic to al-Harbi's critique. For democratic politicians, flush with self-confidence on these issues, it makes obvious sense to define racism in whatever ways seem to give them an advantage over Republicans. This seems to be part of the impetus behind constantly embracing new renovations of language when it comes to issues involving people of color, even when the people of color in question don't always seem to share the same perspective. In deeming themselves the arbiters of what is and isn't racist, liberals might ask, well, they might risk politicizing the accusation and taking power away from people of color, the people who actually suffer from discrimination, thus reducing a truly serious issue into a political weapon to settle scores with other elites. This type of politicized use of racism, accusations, risks harming minorities by draining the power of a concept that they sometimes really do need to defend their rights and dignity from assault. To some extent, you can look for an example of the same phenomenon when it comes to how the accusation of anti-Semitism is used to deflect legitimate critiques of American foreign policy toward Israel. It is difficult to know what motivated the people of color who supported Trump this election. It's possible, for example, that his strongman appeal resonated with men for whom gender had more salience than racial identity in their voting decisions. But it is clear that Democrats have the opportunity to counter any such cultural influences with policies that would make a material difference in people's lives. The thin gruel of symbolic racial identity politics offered by the Democrats is not doing much to help minorities, and many of them are not going to keep accepting it forever. Measures like an increased minimum wage and Medicare for all would reduce racial inequalities in significant, tangible ways, while also appealing to the white working class, who would benefit from the same measures. Instead, for years, the Democrats sidestepped the more ambitious of these universal economic programs in favor of identity-based appeals that they hope will do just enough to get them through the gate. That approach is showing serious morbid symptoms at this point. The Democrats may have dodged the bullet this time, just narrowly, but liberals should consider the position they could have been in today were they not running against a proudly incompetent opponent, presiding over a historic public health and economic disaster. None of this is to say that Democrats should throw out the issues and values that they believe define them as a party. The effort to fight racial injustice itself comes from a good place and should not be abandoned. And, in mine own humble opinion, Trump is indeed a racist. This is evidenced not only by his words, but by the cruelty and indifference he has oft-times shown to non-white people in these United States and all abroad. People from racialized backgrounds who choose to ignore this are making a huge mistake. But American liberalism also needs to walk and chew gum at the same time, supporting economic programs for universal uplift, whilst upholding the fact that people of all backgrounds in an American society have equal rights and dignity. It might be helpful to democratize our attitude toward racial justice, especially in opposition to some elite liberals who are trying to politicize anti-racism for their own purposes. If racism were treated as a mistake that people make that can be rectified, not a moralistic label that defines them, then it could take some of the heat out of the endless culture war that can lead possible allies to retreat into a defensive posture and obscure shared economic interests. mercy, and a recognition of universal human frailty are good sentiments to bring forward to our discussion of social ills like racism and misogyny. When Rob Ford died in 2016, thousands of people of all backgrounds marched in the streets in a genuinely emotional outpouring of grief for an incompetent, foul-mouthed, crack-smoking politician who was also, according to the public record, a racist. Ford, however, was at the end of the day just the mayor of a city. Trump, on the other hand, was elected to the most powerful job in the world, the president of an entire empire in which millions of people, not a few of them minorities, are clearly clamoring for a strongman. The unsettling results of this election should dispel any assumption that demographic change will inevitably rescue us from such a fate. Despite Trump's defeat in the presidential election, now, more than ever, the liberal establishment looks feeble in the face of grave national challenges. There is still an opportunity to figure things out and rework a policy approach that appeals to a sustainable majority coalition of Americans. If this close election tells us anything, though, it's that time is running out. The United States remains a great country, endowed with tremendous strengths. The people who made plans to vote, who stood in lines for decency and democracy, they have honored the character of the country. But there is another America, and it too has its power, in politics, in culture, and in pro-Trump communications media that interpreted their job as distributing falsehoods to serve the needs of power holders. The Trump-Biden race was a test of national character. And it looks like our United States has passed, if only just. But the outcome was not a comfortable one. And the work of converting aspirations into realities will be no less difficult and uncertain over the next 4 years than over the 4 years past. And so we turn to the people who truly saved our asses, our heroic municipal officials. Bless the poll workers, the counters, and the election officials who make this democracy run. Underpaid, if they're paid at all. They toil in obscurity most of the time, making sure votes be cast and results be tabulated. But this year, they've worked under impossible conditions, dealing with massive turnout, avalanches of absentee and mail-in ballots, the complex rules in the midst of a pandemic that puts their own health at risk. They've been swept up into the ugly battle for the soul of this nation, and they have stood courageously against attempts to intimidate them. In the states with the highest stakes, they've been contending with whiplash-inducing legal filings, election observers yelling at them and interfering with their work, and angry mobs and the very real threat of violence. Joe Gloria, registrar of voters in Nevada's Clark County, said, "I can tell you that my wife and my mother are very concerned for me. Give this man and the other essential workers a raise and our praise. They be heroes." Georgia shows us the way. Given the unconscionably small margin of Biden's victory over this benighted president, some Democrats have been lamenting the party's inability to win back the white voters who stayed with Trump. Biden's amazing showing in Georgia is built on a more realistic view. Those white voters aren't coming back. The way forward is for the Democratic Party to expand its support among people of color and progressives, and to fight decades of voter suppression efforts so that they can actually vote. And so, the brilliant Stacey Abrams, who narrowly lost a gubernatorial race in 2018, the year before yesteryear, set about doing just that in Georgia, certain the state could flip blue. Her fair fight registered 800,000 new voters in Georgia and helped register and mobilize voters of color in other states as well. Abrams and the people she had mobilized are the Democratic Party's future, and they'll only hang around if Democrats make his policies that honor that. And as former presidential hopeful Beto O'Rourke will tell you, what happened in Georgia is also possible in Texas. Now there's a thought to warm even the most disillusioned Democrats' heart and make us the next 74 days, 72 by now, 71, almost bearable. Joe Biden's victory is a win for a better version of America, albeit in a divided country. Now it's up to everyone to make our country's reality comport with its most noble ideals. Hallelujah, America. But a haunted hallelujah. A victory that affirms America, yes, but West too close for comfort. Trumpism is beaten, but not banished. It's taken a while, but what has been obvious for several days is now clear. America has brought the curtain down on Donald Trump's tumultuous presidency by electing Joseph Biden. This was a victory for competence over chaos, for clear-headedness over conspiratorialism, and for rationality over resentment. It was a national veto of dog-whistle divisiveness and a call for a return to basic decency, both in our government and in our politics. It was a solid and substantial victory, not just in the Electoral College, but in the popular vote as well. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the first female and first black woman elected nationally, brought the Democratic blue wall back and added Arizona and Georgia to the Democratic column. And yet, this was also too close for comfort. Assign credit to for the pre-COVID economy, where it belongs. That is, largely with the previous administration. And Trump's true accomplishments were so minimal, and his failures so manifest, that it's troubling that he ran as closely as he did. Yes, Biden set a new record by attracting the most votes for a presidential campaign ever. And yet Trump increased his 2016 vote total by at least 7 million votes. Trump's defeat was a targeted excision. It was not any exorcism of Trumpism. This abominable showman encouraged an ugliness one hoped had receded in America and was on its way to extinction. It obviously hadn't, and obviously isn't. Not yet, anyway. It's not fair, of course, to tar all of Trump's supporters with the attitudes or conduct of the worst of them. Most of them, obviously, are not declared white supremacists, or highway harassers, or pugnacious weapon-wielding militia members. Many qualified their support of Trump with a long litany of all they disliked about him, before arriving at their reasons or rationalizations for backing him. And yet these truths remain. In voting again for Trump, they were willing to ignore a pattern of presidential conduct deeply corrosive to all democratic norms. They chose to embrace a would-be strongman over the messiness of democracy and liberté. That reflects a receptivity to authoritarianism that should be deeply troubling to all who cherish our democracy and understand that the rule of law is one of its critical underpinnings. Trump repeatedly portrayed Democrats as socialist, and an aversion to socialism was apparently a significant motivator for his supporters. Given that Biden and Vice President-elect Harris aren't even remotely close to being socialists, not even of the Scandinavian variety, the anti-socialist hysteria reveals a worrisome lack of perspective and susceptibility to fear-mongering. Biden is a center-left American institutionalist, for God's sake, whose politics have long been defined by pragmatism and compromise, and a pursuit of the possible. It's those qualities that made the former vice president the one to end Trump's hold on the White House. Honestly, however, it's disconcerting that Trump ran as close as he did. That's what haunts. And it means the task of reconciling this country will be large. Still, yesterday and today, this weekend, be days to celebrate. The America we know, the America we love, the America that looks to the better angels of our nature, is back. In rejecting Donald Trump and electing Joseph Biden, millions of people around the country have affirmed a version of America that can still serve as a model for democracy around the world. A majority of, though notably not all, Americans have just upheld standards once taken for granted that an American president must have both integrity and the capacity to lead in crisis, and that ours is a nation that strives to be compassionate, inclusive, grounded in reality, and in pursuit of the ideals of freedom and justice for all. 2020 was already a historic election year amid the worst pandemic in more than 100 years, and a reckoning that has galvanized more Americans to agitate for racial justice than ever before. An unprecedented reliance on mail-in and early voting, combined with attempts at voter suppression from the Republican cult, left many wondering whether a credible electoral process could even take place. The outcome is no less historic than the buildup. Biden has sought the presidency twice before and is now, at 77 years, the oldest American president-elect ever. Indeed, he'll be 78 when he taketh the oath of office. Kamala Harris, who will be the first woman to serve as this country's vice president in our entire 244-year history, will also be the highest ever ranking black woman and Asian American woman in political office in these United States. It is also rare in our nation's history to defeat a sitting president without a third-party candidate splitting the vote. Biden has done so, and with more votes than any presidential candidate in American history. With an ample margin of the popular vote, as well as key victories in swing states won by his opponent in 2016. For many Americans, as profound as these firsts is the end of the most destructive presidency in our history. No, Trump did not drop a nuclear bomb on another nation or instigate an actual civil war, yet. But he abused the power of the Oval Office with his blatant and unapologetic corruption. Whether extorting foreign nations for personal favors or enriching himself and his family with White House business, he trampled on all democratic norms, using the Justice Department to punish his enemies and reward his friends. He lifted protections that prevent the poisoning of our air and water while eviscerating policies to combat the climate catastrophe. He dog-whistled to white supremacists and fanned the flames of right-wing extremist violence. He catastrophically mishandled the coronavirus pandemic, which has killed more than 300,000 Americans, and he has been callous about its toll on American families and communities. He devastated the economy, which has impoverished 8 million Americans since May and left 1 in 4 Americans reporting that they or a member of their family has lost a job during the pandemic. He desecrated the United States as a model for freedom of the press and the rule of law. He damaged citizens' faith in government and institutions and closed America's borders to refugees and immigrants, and therefore neutered America's compassion for suffering and human rights abuses around the world. Ending this nightmare is only the beginning, however. It's easier to sow seeds of destruction than it is to solve problems. Some of the damage will be everlasting. The Trump presidency transformed the federal judiciary into an institution that threatens voting rights themselves. And it welcomed ongoing catastrophe, allowing these United States to become as the epicenter of a deadly pandemic and postponing a reckoning with a climate crisis that gets more costly to address with each and every passing year and each rash of wildfires, storms, and droughts. It also eroded the trust of allies and America's standing in this world. And make us no mistake, even with Trump voted out of the White House, Trumpism in America will not die. This president did not create racism in America, but he called white supremacists out of the shadows, and they won't likely crawl back into them easily. His worst enablers in the Senate may still be in charge of the upper chamber come January. But Trump's election in 2016 also shocked many people out of complacency about politics. From suburban women taken to the streets to the people who ran for office at the local and state level for the first time to assert a distinct non-Trumpian model for public service. That shouldn't end with the election of Biden and Harris. State legislatures do the critical work of drawing up congressional districts that determine whether the majority be well represented. Local officials run elections to take us on utilities, to make us sure cleaner energy sources power our homes and don't pollute our environment. State governments can secure women's right to choose and take on police unions that resist reforms that would make us officers of the law more accountable to the communities they serve. Leadership is needed at all levels of governance to take us on the inequality underpinning the alienation of working class people and to condemn fear and hatred of immigrants and people of color. Despite these formidable challenges and the time and lives lost, much of what Trump represents has now been decisively repudiated. Despite the fact that many people wanted to give him another term, and despite the president's legal challenges to the voters' verdict, the nation must now start anew its quest to become a better version of itself. The fight continues for an America that protects the vulnerable, celebrates freedom of expression, acts on scientific evidence, corrects racial injustice, takes care of the health of its people, nurtures the next generation, quells violence, renews itself through immigration and invention, and stands for the equality and human rights around the world. Voters have spoken up to say that come January, there should be an ally instead of an enemy of these aspirations in the White House. The task will not just be Joseph Biden's, however. It be all of ours. Because as President Donald Trump contemplates the prospect of defeat by Democrat Joe Biden, he intends to burn down American democracy on his way out. In one of the most inflammatory moments in the history of the American presidency, a sour president appeared Thursday, just as the election appeared to be turning against himself. And in a rambling screed, he lied over and over again, alleging a vast conspiracy had been hatched to deny him re-election. Bizarrely, he argued that votes being counted in his favor were genuine, while any ballot that went against him was proof of massive fraud. To be clear, there be no evidence of fraud in this election. Legally cast votes are simply being counted. The reason Trump's leads in key states are disappointing is that mail-in ballots, more often used by Democrats to avoid catching the coronavirus, are now being processed. But the president was sending a message to his millions of cultists that his defeat, when it camest, would be illegitimate. Under the circumstances, inciting anger and further polarization threatens to destabilize this country at a most tense moment. The speech dishonored democracy and left these United States, the supposed paragon of democratic values, looking like it was led by a wannabe autocrat. 4 tumultuous years have been leading up to this point. The Republican Party's tolerance of Trump's anti-democratic excesses early on enabled this behavior. His antics on Thursday night were the most extreme example yet of his disregard for the founding principles of the nation that he leads. As shocking as his display of grievance was, it won't stop votes being counted in the crucial states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, and Nevada. Trump won some of those cliffhangers, but it became increasingly evident that he fell short in the race in the end. The president himself might not recognize it, but this is called democracy. In such light, Trump's splenetic and false declaration of victory early Wednesday in the ornate East Room of the White House was one of the most brazenly anti-democratic acts of a presidency that has been replete with them. It was also a sign that, however this election ended, and as the pandemic worsens, the United States is heading for dangerous and volatile days after an election that underscored its corrosive political and cultural divides. Now, a quick look at the live chat. Yes, Bizarre HD, which is our man, Mr. George Edward Knight, just came on to say hi, Douglas, and to the rest of Team Dietrich. Much love unto you. Much love unto you, dear brother. Another check at the other. There we are. Maintaining an average. Let's take a look by refreshing our page. We're maintaining high numbers. Glad to see that. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders 2 True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron-Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book yet to be published, or scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Teshardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson, spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Once you reach the video where you see the white chick with the big tits in the green Ace Hardware shirt, you know you're in the right place. Then you can actually look at the videos he intends you to see, such as the aerial drone footage of his landscape architecture in the making. Very fascinating to look at, along with the video of himself in the race car driving over AstroTurf. Now, having emphasized, of course, enough of that, time to return to the fact that enough is enough from Donald Trump. For nearly 4 years of the Trump presidency, the question to Republican lawmakers and leaders has been, where would you draw the line when it comes to supporting President Donald Trump? The nasty tweets, the thousands of misstatements, the promotion of his business interests while in office, maybe separating children from their parents when they came over the border illegally, or threatening to withhold aid from states and governors he doesn't like. Turns out the line came as Trump faced the reality that he might lose the election, as mail-in ballot counting started to take must-win states out of Trump's reach, even as millions of votes remained to be counted. Trump boasted of a victory early Wednesday. All week, Trump and his campaign have been insisting on social media that the president had won states like Pennsylvania and Georgia that had yet to be called. That did it for a wide array of Republicans, and not just those who had already separated themselves from Trump. The very idea that the leader of the free world would simply declare himself the winner of an American election, something Americans criticize in other countries and even punish other nations for doing, jarred the most loyal of Republican cultists. Even as Trump's team filed a frenzy of lawsuits Wednesday and Thursday, Republicans mostly kept their distance, with just hardcore loyalists like former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani and Trump's children being the public face of the legal fight. The absence of a rally around the president movement has clearly annoyed Team Trump. And so Donald Trump Jr. tweeted on Thursday, "The total lack of action from virtually all of the 2024 Grand Old Party hopefuls is pretty amazing. They have a perfect platform to show that they're willing and able to fight, but they will cower to the media mob instead." And so the President's Trump said in tweet, "Don't worry, a real Donald Trump will fight and they can watch as usual." Well, the Grand Old Party rebuff started after Trump, in the wee hours of Wednesday morning, told supporters at the White House he had won the election and Democrats were trying to steal it from him. Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, a harsh critic of Trump during the 2016 Republican Party primary campaign, who became a dutiful ally of Trump's after that election, was blunt in his response. "The result of the presidential race will be known after every legally cast vote has been counted," so Rubio tweeted. Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, who has remained entangled with the Trump team, including serving on Trump's debate preparation crew, also pushed back on the president's claim that the vote count should stop and that widespread election fraud had occurred. On ABC, Christie said, "There's just no basis to make that argument tonight. There just isn't." Former Senator Rick Santorum of Pennsylvania called himself very distressed by what Trump said. And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who was a successful, well, at least helpful executor of Trump's agenda on the Hill, especially when it came to judicial appointments, put the brakes on Trump's train. McConnell, after winning his own race against Democrat Amy McGrath, told reporters, "It's not unusual for people to claim they've won the election. I can think of that happening on numerous occasions. But claiming you win the election is different from finishing the counting. And that what we're going to see here in the next few days, both in the Senate races and in the presidential race, is each state will ultimately get to a final outcome." Now even Ben Shapiro, a reactionary speaker popular among Trump cultists, drew the line at refusing to let the democratic process play out. And so Shapiro tweeted, "No, Trump has not already won the election, and it is deeply irresponsible for him to say he has." During Trump's presidency, Republicans were often reluctant to publicly criticize him, wary of poking a political bear who had made it clear he would retaliate, sometimes by supporting an incumbent Republican's primary opponent. But with Trump's path to re-election slipping, Republicans started breaking away. Having already gotten from Trump what they wanted in a Republican president, 3 Supreme Court justices and a big tax cut, Capitol Hill Republicans were not rushing to Trump's side as he blustered about an unearned win and threatened lawsuits in places where he was losing. Pershona Shamas, a political science professores at Rutgers University Camden. First, the electoral count is not favoring him at the moment, and the possibility that they're aboard a sinking ship could embolden Republicans to speak out, especially those who have not been happy with his behavior. But also, most Republicans, unlike Trump, still support the rule of law, and the laws in the individual states are governing their vote counts. I don't think good Republicans want to win at all costs. I think they still want democracy to function. Trump has always prized personal loyalty, rewarding the faithful with pardons and praise, and publicly lashing out at those he feels have been unfair or not nice to him. But while Capitol Hill Republicans have worked with Trump, the relationship has been largely transactional. Fewer Republican lawmakers have been ready to go to the wall for Trump by risking their own political futures. And this week, the integrity of America's democratic process became a factor as well. Jack Pitney, a Claremont McKenna College professor and former Republican Capitol Hill staffer, went on record to say, "I don't think they're quite jumping ship, but they're not eager to stay on the ship either. If Trump loses, a lot of Republicans will not be saying his name very often." Zach Wamp, a former Republican Party congressman, could barely contain his anger as he addressed Trump's behavior, saying, "I'm Ruby Red, Tennessee. This is Trump country." Well, that's what he said in a conference call about the election process. But he added, "It is the country, not the party, that matters most right now," with the integrity of the process mattering more than whether the winner is a person named Trump or a person named Biden. It's the country that matters. Oh my, how they finally found country above party at this late hour. But the Trump team continued its attack on the process we call democracy this Thursday, with the president tweeting, "Any vote that came in after Election Day will not be counted." Among the most obvious discrepancies in Trump's statement are that military votes arrived after Election Day, and some states, including those with Republican legislatures, accept ballots postmarked by Election Day. In addition, Donald Trump Jr. retweeted a tweet by a reactionary media personality telling Republican-controlled state legislatures to appoint whatever electoral college electors they want, which, if lawmakers followed through, would take his voters out of the equation entirely. Democratic nominee Joe Biden's campaign was upbeat about the former vice president's chances and dismissive of the legal challenges, casting them as an indication Trump knew his time as president was coming to an end. And so Biden campaign attorney Bob Bauer told reporters in a briefing this last Thursday that these lawsuits don't have to have merit. It's to create an opportunity for them to message falsely what is happening in the election process. Jen O'Malley Dillon, Biden's campaign manageress, said she was confident Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona, the last of which had by then already called for Biden, per the Associated Press and even Fox News, would be in Biden's column, and that the team was hopeful about Georgia, herself so attesting that Joe Biden will be the next president of these United States. Trump, meanwhile, made it clear he is not leaving without a fight. But he may not have the Republican help on that mission he had in his term as president. To be sure, Trump also increased the number of votes he got compared with 2016. By the end of the count, he reached some 70 million, buoyed by his performance in many parts of the country. Republican candidates for the Senate and the House also did better than expected. It's a matter of profound regret that the election didn't result in a more overwhelming repudiation of Donald Trump. And the prospect of Mitch McConnell staying on as Senate Majority Leader be a ghastly one. But presidential elections are monumentally important in their own right, and narrow victories are sometimes more consequential than large ones. If Al Gore had carried Florida in the year 2000, Anno Domini, it's completely certain that the invasion of Iraq would never have taken place, and the world would look quite different. If, circa 2016, Hillary Rodham Clinton had picked up another 80,000 votes between Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, those that were stolen by the Russian hacking, Trump would have been deprived of the White House bully pulpit, which he has abused to further divide and inflame this country for the past 4 years, all while gravely undermining America's standing in the world in service of a hostile foreign power. The success that Trump has enjoyed in his destructive project was clearly reflected in the election returns. Broadly speaking, he did very well in Trump areas, white rural counties, depressed areas, exurbs, and he did badly in urban and suburban areas. The election results confirmed Trump's overwhelming dominance over the Republican Party cult. Any prospect of a post-election U-turn by the Grand Old Party has evaporated. It was a victory for Trumpism, if not for Trump. And not just among whites, although they remain the overwhelming component of Trump's base. The results from Miami-Dade County, where Trump shrank Clinton's 2016 lead by more than 20 points, and from some heavily Latino counties in Texas, where he cut the margin by nearly 30 points, were striking. Among Latino men as a whole, Trump got more than a third of the vote, according to an exit poll from Edison Research, conducted for a consortium of news organizations. Among black men, Trump got 18%. Right-wing, populist-personated elitism and the cult of the strongman is an international phenomenon, of course. If there was any remaining doubt about the potency of Trump's particular brand of this noxious brew, particularly to men, this election has dispelled it. Blatant incompetence, corruption, racism, and cruelty be no barrier to popularity among adult males. All fortified by slanted media coverage and outright conspiracy theories, fed to them by their social media algorithms. Many of Trump's cultists embrace these attributes or dismiss them as fake news. They also warm to his message of economic nationalism and his targeting of the other. International experience suggests that the most effective way to fend off these populist-personated elitist movements is to assemble a broad coalition against them, which Biden set out to do. Questions will be raised about his campaign and also about the campaigns of some other Democratic candidates who lost despite having raised enormous sums of money. With the Republicans looking likely to retain control of the Senate, it's now unclear how much, if any, of Biden's expansive policy platform will be possible to enact. Because these proposals include an urgently needed stimulus package and many important long-term reforms, including investing in green energy, expanding child care, and reversing Trump's tax cuts for the rich, this is a grave setback for the country. Many inquests lie ahead. Right now, though, the focus is on the outcome of the presidential election. Once all the votes are duly recounted and the courts actually do their job, which would be best performed by abstinence from participation, Trump will be denied the re-election victory that was afforded to some of his international counterparts, such as India's Narendra Modi and Hungary's Viktor Orbán. That will be something worth celebrating. And this weekend, it has been. Yet, for all the apparent flailing and incompetence of his misadministration, Trump's authoritarian aspirations have largely succeeded. By declaring victory, Donald Trump is attempting an autocratic breakthrough. The President of the United States has called the election a fraud. He has declared victory without basis, tweeting midweek last, on Wednesday, "We have claimed Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and perhaps Michigan, all states that were still counting votes." Donald Trump, who has been engaged in an autocratic attempt for the last 4 years, is now attempting to stage an autocratic breakthrough. I myself have borrowed the term autocratic attempt from the work of Bálint Magyar, a Hungarian sociologist, who set out to develop analytical tools for understanding the turn away from democracy in many Eastern and Central European countries. I have found Magyar's ideas surprisingly illuminating when applied to these United States. Magyar divides the autocrat's journey into 3 stages: autocratic attempt, autocratic breakthrough, and autocratic consolidation. The attempt is a period when autocracy is still preventable or reversible by electoral means. When it no longer be possible to reverse autocracy peacefully, the autocratic breakthrough has occurred, because the very structures of government have been transformed and can no longer protect themselves. These changes usually include packing the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court, in the case of these United States, with judges loyal to the autocrat, packing and weakening the courts in general, appointing a chief prosecutor, the Attorney General, who be loyal to the autocrat and will enforce the law selectively on his behalf, changing the rules on the appointment of civil servants, weakening local governments, unilaterally changing electoral rules to accommodate gerrymandering, for instance, and changing the Constitution to expand the powers of the executive. And for all the apparent flailing and incompetence of the Trump misadministration, his autocratic attempt checks all the boxes. He has appointed no less than 3 Supreme Court justices and a record number of federal judges. The Justice Department under Little William Billy Barr acts like Trump's pocket law enforcement agency and personal law firm. Trump's army of acting officials, some of them carrying out their duties in violation of relevant federal regulations, have made mincemeat of the rules and norms of federal appointments. Trump has preemptively declared the election rigged, has incited voter intimidation and encouraged voter suppression, has mobilized his armed supporters to prevent votes from being counted, and has explicitly stated that he is changing the rules of the election. On Wednesday morning, he stated flatly, "We want all voting to stop," and vowed to take his case to the Supreme Court. Major writes, "The populace does not de jure eliminate the separation of powers, but he connects the branches through his competences of appointment in a single vertical of vassalage. The Russian President Vladimir Putin calls it the vertical of power. What allows the aspiring autocrat to transform the institutions of government is either a supermajority in parliament or, in a presidential system, a monopoly on political power, a situation in which the presidency and Congress are held by the same political parties. On the contrary, we think that these are the conditions necessary for a president to be able to carry out his political agenda. In fact, with the power to confirm presidential appointments concentrated in the Senate, Trump didn't even need the House. In 4 years, Trump has created a vertical of vassalage that runs from him to little Billy Barr to the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and to the courts. Its extension is Fox News, which has served as the fourth branch of Trump's government. Fox News has been notably non-compliant with Trump's election narrative, starting with its early call of Arizona for Joe Biden, which incited the president's rage. This is all because they're having their own power struggle machinations ongoing within the Murdochracy that runs Australia, the Murdoch media machine, and its dynasty. This is what has led to a reporting for the first time ever based on facts instead of fantasy within the world of Fox. As Fox News support for Trump wavers, the power struggle becomes exposed within the Murdochracy out of Australasia. Catherine Murdoch called on her family, which owns Fox News, to ensure the network reports honestly on the election. As Trump is defeated, the Murdochs are trying to dodge a backlash for Fox News itself. The Murdoch family, owners of Fox News, oversaw a pivot against President Trump as his defeat began to loom, and a behind-the-scenes struggle that could determine the extent of post-election violence in America is breaking into the open. But it's not at the White House or inside the Russo-collaborationist insurgency, the fifth column of the Republican cult itself. It is within the billionaire Murdoch family, the owners of Fox News. On Friday morning, into this weekend, but a single day before Joe Biden was declared president-elect, one of Rupert Murdoch's daughters-in-law, Catherine Murdoch, tweeted out an unprecedented criticism of Fox News and the family's handling of the network as President Donald Trump was heading for defeat. Responding to CNN anchor Jake Tapper, saying that it was time for Fox and the Murdochs to make clear that there was no credible evidence of election fraud, Catherine Murdoch tweeted, "I agree with this." In other words, CNN's Jake Tapper, who says he doesn't normally talk about competitors, said the Murdochs and the people at Fox News have an obligation to put their country above their profits. It is very important that people make it very clear that there is no credible evidence of widespread fraud. Of course, CNN's Jake Tapper is entirely ignorant of the fact that the Fox media machine is owned by Australia, or rather the family that manages Australia, that chooses who is Prime Minister and who will fall, the kingmakers, the Murdochs, and a daughter of the Murdocracy who married in, tweeted, "I agree with this." Her sentiments appeared to have support within the family because their media holdings, not just Fox News, began sending out clear signals to President Trump that he should accept defeat. On Friday evening, the Wall Street Journal's editorial page skeptically noted that the Trump campaign will have to prove its baseless claims of electoral fraud and advised the president to be ready to concede gracefully. The article's headline was entitled "The Presidential Endgame." Bear in mind, no one has ever asked the Republicans for proof before on anything they said, whether when they claimed the world was flat or that man never landed on the moon. On Fox News, but the night before last, primetime host Laura Ingraham, a guest at the White House just a few days agone, said the president should exhibit grace and composure when the moment cometh to admit defeat, which she herself seemed to feel was coming soon. A graphic displayed during her show stated that one of the 3 tasks ahead is to accept the results of the election. Finally, the front page headline of yesterday morning's New York Post seemed to mark a clear turn from the Trump era, blaring out, "Ready, set, Joe?" with a question mark after 3 periods of pause before the Joe, as if surprised. The Murdocracy, the Murdoch family dynasty, presided over by 89-year-old patriarch Rupert Murdoch, owns Fox News, a foreign-owned media machine that has been feeding propaganda to the radicalized right in America forever. And the Murdocracy owns a constellation of other media properties in these United States, such as the Wall Street Journal, and all across the world. The family itself is the inspiration for the HBO series entitled Succession. The political bent of Fox News and other media outlets reflects the right-wing orientation of Rupert and his eldest son Lachlan, who now oversees the network as chief executive of its parent company, Fox Corporation. But the family's ownership of its media properties is a 50-50 split between Rupert on one side and his 6 children on the other. The key progeny, when it comes to running the empire, have nearly always been the conservative Lachlan and his younger brother James, who be a centrist. Catherine Murdoch is James's wife. In recent years, she and James have not hidden their political preferences. They made significant donations to the campaigns of Pete Buttigieg and later Joseph Biden, once he became the Democratic Party nominee. Earlier this year, after James lost a secession battle to Lachlan and resigned from his last remaining board position, he issued an oblique criticism of the political direction of the family's holdings, but he did not say anything specific about Fox News and its central role in laundering white nationalist extremism and its related conspiracy theories. With Trump's defeat, the network and the family be at a crossroads, facing far more critical scrutiny and pressure than they ever have in these United States. Fox is in the position, at this moment, of state broadcasters in unstable countries where an unpopular leader has been voted out of power but refuses to accept the result. Will the broadcaster be loyal to the defeated leader and claim that the election was rigged, a path that will probably not be successful, but would nearly guarantee a higher level of post-election instability? Or does the broadcaster take the journalistically and morally correct path of reporting the fact that the president really did lose an election that was never rigged against him? In the 24 hours leading up to Biden surpassing 270 Electoral College votes yesterday, the Murdoch properties showed added evidence of taking the latter path. It is useful to step back for a moment and realize the deformity of this moment. Due to the unsurpassed power of Fox News, alongside Facebook, it is the most prominent platform in these United States for spreading right-wing, reactionary, Russian-sponsored disinformation. A single family with a net worth of approximately 17 billion United States dollars is positioned to decide whether election conspiracy theories will have the media oxygen they need to spread widely and deeply across the world, but particularly these United States, a land which the Australians occupy via their proxy government, the Murdoch media machine that dominates, corrupts, corrodes the American mind. It is a concentration of power that has been amassed and abused for decades by the Murdoch family dynasty and has caused incalculable damage in these United States and other countries too. The Murdochs are responsible for similar harm in the United Kingdom and Australia, where they also have significant media holdings, and they've damaged all the world environmentally, causing Australia to burn to ashes, resulting in the death of no less than 1 billion animals, the very wealth and treasury of Australian tourism. And as election results came in and showed Trump on a trajectory to defeat, Fox's coverage became notably split earlier this week. The so-called news side of Fox, which is anchored in its daytime programming with conservative but not delusional journalists like Chris Wallace and Brett Baier, has done a generally straight-up job of reporting the results. Fox's data team is still the only cable network to have called Arizona for Biden, a move that infuriated the White House and was apparently a factor that led a crowd of pro-Trump protesters outside a ballot counting office in Phoenix to chant, "Fox News sucks." In a reflection of what would seem to be early evidence of a Murdoch inclination to take their media properties in a pragmatic direction, the New York Post, which is one of Rupert Murdoch's first media acquisitions in these United States, and has been consistently right-wing under his decades of ownership, published 2 articles on Thursday that were sharply critical of Trump's fraud claims, including a story that was headlined, "Downcast Trump Makes Baseless Election Fraud Claims in White House Address." But the primetime hosts at Fox News, especially Sean Hannity, who also functions as a non-official advisor to Donald Trump, and therefore a man who runs the United States in proxy, did not move as quickly to change their pro-Trump cheerleading. Thursday night's episode of Hannity's show was particularly egregious, with such guests as Texas Senator Ted Cruz and former House Speaker Newt Gingrich, angrily repeating the Trump campaign's evidence-free assertions of election fraud. It was 60 minutes of nationwide conspiracy dissemination, a brutal demonstration of Fox's power to superspread a political virus in America. While Ingraham altered her position on Friday night into this weekend, Hannity did not modulate his "they're stealing the election" too. And this has led to an unusually direct scrutiny of the Murdoch family, whose name has not usually been mentioned in the many years and fountains of media criticism of their network. In addition to Tapper's monologue, CNN's Brian Stelter put his finger on the Murdochs after news broke that a memo circulated at Fox News on Friday instructed on-air talent to not refer to Biden as president-elect once he amassed enough electoral college votes to win. Stelter confessed, "The Murdochs are ultimately responsible. Rupert and Lachlan Murdoch are responsible for what is on this network in the coming hours." On Saturday morning, as Fox's pivot became more apparent but hardly complete, Stelter pointed to Ingram's shift and Hannity's intransigence, saying there is a giant tug of war at Fox right now. Catherine Murdoch is the only family member to have spoken out since the election. The Murdoch family holds its intramural activity fairly close, but her tweet, endorsing a call for the family to put country before profit, a strange thing to say since they're all foreigners, and none of them is a U.S. citizen except by purchase. Her tone, nonetheless, touches on what might be the family's main concern: money. While Rupert and Lachlan have strong reactionary political beliefs, the Fox proposition has always been a business one. The family has reaped holdings, well, billions in United States dollars from their network. In the United Kingdom, circa 1997, the Murdoch media holdings shifted their support to then Labour Party leader Tony Blair, not for ideological reasons, but business ones. Now, Catherine Murdoch, in calling for the network to report honestly about election fraud conspiracy theories in these United States, seems to be acknowledging that it would not be a revenue-enhancing position. Many of Fox News' pro-Trump cultists, their viewers, would be incensed, and a loss of viewers could ultimately affect the network's crucial revenue stream, cable fees. The question could be asked, after decades of running Fox News as an irresponsible right-wing propaganda machine, why change now? Why speak out now, after all that's been done by the network and supported by the family? The answer might be that the Murdoch family's run of remarkable impunity could really be over, as there is now greater scrutiny of what they be responsible for. Catherine Murdoch had a little-noticed Election Day tweet that hinted at her reputational concerns. She asked, "What will you tell your children or your future self about the part you played in history?" And after Biden was declared president-elect on Saturday, she tried to publicly implant herself even more firmly in the anti-Trump resistance, tweeting out, "We did it!" Whichever direction the Murdocrats takest with Fox News in the coming hours and days, their effort to avoid history's judgment, if not the judgment of courts as well, is perhaps doomed, even if their network reports the truth now that Trump's defeat is official. This was noted by Angel Carusoni, the chief executive of Media Matters for America, who tweeted, "When this is all over, everyone should take a respite, and then we need to finally do something about the deceitful and destructive force that is Fox News." Trump is still trying to exploit his vertical vassalage to thwart the electoral system. If he succeeds, his autocratic breakthrough will be complete. If he fails, Trump will leave reluctantly, petulantly, perhaps after litigious delay, but much of the vertical that he has put in place will remain. Autocratic structural changes are invariably harder to reverse than they are to institute. If the Senate remains in Republican cult hands, reversal, at least in the short term, be impossible. If Biden wanted to expand the number of justices on the Supreme Court, for example, he would be unable to get this through the Senate. Even regular district-level judgeships may prove difficult to fill. All this increases the likelihood that, if he is elected, Biden will likely proceed as if politics as normal has been restored because he and the Democratic Party treat Trump as an aberration, cured simply by being voted out of office. The last 2 days have, once again, shown that Trump is neither an aberration nor merely the product of Russian interference, but rather the conscious choice of roughly half of the voters, or some 70 million Americans. This is a giant and now aggrieved movement capable of carrying Trump, or more likely one of his children, back into office in 2024 or 2028. Incidentally, Viktor Orbán, following his first term as Prime Minister of Hungary, spent 2 electoral cycles as the leader of the political opposition before sweeping back into office on a supermajority vote and immediately engineering an autocratic breakthrough. If, upon his inauguration, a President Biden acts as though our national nightmare is over, if he attempts to build bridges and fetishizes bipartisanship in order to pass some watered-down legislation rather than, say, even acknowledging the necessary and probably impossible task of unpacking the federal judiciary, then the autocratic attempt can return, and it will be stronger. Biden will need to work to dismantle the Trumpian vertical and address the conditions that made it possible: the role of money in politics, the electoral college, and all the active and passive ways in which the voting system discourages and prevents participation, the unregulated profit-driven media, both traditional and new, and the underfunded public media, the concentration of power in the executive branch, the gerontocratic political duopoly. Nothing short of reinventing American democracy, spiritually and institutionally, can protect us. We must firstly, above and beyond all else, confront the fact that we be irreconcilably divided. Americans turned out to vote in this year's election as never before, and the result only deepened the trench dividing the 2 warring parties. From Atlanta till Milwaukee to Phoenix, Biden gained ground in suburban areas, widening his party's advantage among voters who have turned away from Trump. At the same time, Republican cultists succeeded in finding and turning out unprecedented numbers of voters in more conservative rural and exurban parts of the country. But Biden has changed the political map. For a decade or more, Democratic strategists have said their party stood on the verge of broadening their political map. Georgia and Arizona would eventually become competitive states, they insisted. That belief suffered repeated setbacks. Democrats lost when Jason Carter, the grandson of the former president, failed in his race for Georgia's governorship in 2014. They fell just short again when Stacey Abrams lost her bid for the governorship 4 years later. Similarly, in Arizona, Democrats lost repeatedly statewide, although they scored some major victories at local levels, including the defeat of Joe Arpaio, the notoriously anti-immigrant sheriff of Maricopa County, which includes Phoenix. In both states, Joe Biden he currently leads the presidential race by a narrow margin. I say that because, of course, there's going to be forced recounts. If those leads stand, as they logically will, there'll be significant triumphs for the Democratic Party, giving Biden 306 electoral votes, the same number that President Trump won 4 years ago and hailed as a landslide. But Biden will be able to claim, in addition, a significant victory in the popular vote. which he was long on track to win by at least 4 or 5 percentage points. At minimum, Biden's standing shows that the long-anticipated shift to competitive status in the Sun Belt has now arrived for the blue team, brought on by demographic change, relentless organizing efforts, and Trump's polarizing impact. Which, of course, brings us to this Cold War between red and blue America. Nothing about the results so far suggests this election will break our country's long-term political stalemate. The clearest message of this week's complicated election results is that the trench is deepening between red and blue America. Late vote counts in Michigan and Wisconsin put Joe Biden in position to oust Donald Trump as the Democrat held his leads in Nevada and Arizona, which he was not guaranteed to do. Biden edged past Trump by amassing big margins round the large population centers of virtually every state, a showing that pushed him well past 50% of the total popular vote and put both Pennsylvania and Georgia in his column. With Biden's popular vote victory, Democrats have now won the most votes in 7 of the past 8 presidential elections, something no party has ever done since the formation of the modern party system, circa 1828. Yet this election did not deliver the unequivocal repudiation of Trump that Democrats and his many Republican critics had hoped for. Even amid a pandemic whose death toll is surpassing 300,000 Americans, record campaign spending by Biden, and unprecedented defections from former Republican officials, Trump demonstrated that his grasp on the places and people drawn to his belligerent approach is completely unbreakable. This is a man who is viewed as the president of a separate, breakaway, alien nation, an extension of the Russian Empire. In all these ways, this election showed the two parties as the 2020s begin, confronting each other from across deep and well-defended fortifications. For the most part, the shifts in the political landscape that the election produced were only modest ones. Single-digit gains for Trump among black and Hispanic men, and a slight improvement for Biden among non-college educated white voters, especially women and seniors, while a significant shift in Sunbelt metros toward Democrats does point towards longer-term changes in this region. The balance of power in the states, what appear likely to again decide the outcome, shifted only minimally. In 2016, Trump won Wisconsin by fewer than 23,000 votes. Biden now led there by just fewer than 21,000. The shift in Pennsylvania, where Trump won last time by only about 44,000 votes, was similarly slight. In 2016, as I observed at that time, Hillary Clinton fell between the Democratic Party's past and its future. Her coalition crumbled in the Rust Belt slightly faster than it coalesced in the Sun Belt, leaving her just short in the key states on both fronts. Biden narrowly avoided that fate, maintaining just enough of the traditional Democratic coalition to claw back Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, whilst mobilizing enough of the new coalition to flip Arizona and Georgia. But nothing about these results suggests that he has decisively broken America's national stalemate, an outcome symbolized by the certainty that Republicans still control the Senate in January, or at least the great likelihood thereof. As one Democratic operative close to Biden did quip, I feel like this win is more relieving than inspiring. The disappointing results for Democrats in House and Senate races underscored the sense of perpetual standoff between a Democratic coalition comfortable with the way America is changing in the 21st century and a Republican coalition that revolves around the people and places least touched by those changes. Democrats broke through to capture Senate seats in Colorado, where Biden won comfortably, and Arizona, where he held narrow advantage. They now control all 8 Senate seats across the Southwest. But Trump's hold on working class and non-urban voters helped other Republican senators fend off challenges from exorbitantly funded Democratic opponents. Despite record fundraising, Democrats such as Jamie Harrison in South Carolina, Teresa Greenfield in Iowa, and Steve Bullock in Montana suffered decisive defeats in states that Trump carried easily. Cal Cunningham trailed more narrowly in North Carolina, a state that is also bending narrowly toward Trump. It was so at the last time that I checked. Maine Republican Susan Collins might have been the only Senate candidate in either party who won in a state that the other side carried at the presidential level. House elections also produced a broad standoff. Republicans ousted about a half dozen Democrats who held seats in rural, small-town, and blue-collar areas that stampeded toward the president this year, including first-term Democrats in New Mexico, upstate New York, and Staten Island, impacting thereby both Lena Shea and Jameson Reese, respectively. Final counts could add a few more Democratic victims to that list, and with the exception of losses around Atlanta and possibly Phoenix, Republicans defended multiple seats that Democrats had targeted in white-collar districts inside the major metros, including in Texas, Missouri, and Ohio. Yet Democrats mostly preserved the large number of suburban seats they captured circa 2018 in the midterms. That leaves the core of Democrats' House majority largely intact, even if some of its members experienced contests closer than they had anticipated. Indeed, so powerful was the overlap between presidential and House outcomes that the national exit poll conducted by Edison Research found that voters who backed Biden supported Democratic House candidates by a margin of 95% to 3%, while those who supported Trump backed Republicans 94% to 5%. Those extraordinary results, like the continuing high correlation between presidential and Senate outcomes, underscore the extent to which American elections are becoming a quasi-parliamentary system, with voters basing their choices less on their assessments of individuals than on their views of the two parties. The tightening relationship between attitudes towards the president and votes in congressional races also reinforces how the parties are partitioning America into two unassailable spheres of influence. The Democratic House majority, though slightly diminished by the results, ran precisely through the same places where Biden performed best, largely metropolitan areas that are racially and religiously diverse and home to large numbers of college-educated workers who are engaged in the information industry shaping our economy, the economy of tomorrow. Biden flexed formidable muscle inside the metropolitan centers, not only the urban core, but also the inner suburbs, in virtually every state. The former vice president was substantially outpacing Clinton's showing in large cities with significant black populations such as Philadelphia, Detroit, Cleveland, Milwaukee, and Atlanta. He far exceeded Clinton's margins in white-collar counties centered in Madison, Wisconsin, Columbus, Ohio, and Charlotte, Raleigh, and Durham in North Carolina. He did the same in Montgomery and Delaware counties outside Philadelphia. He cruised to a comfortable win in Colorado with help from an astounding margin of almost 400,000 votes in Denver and its 3 surrounding suburban counties. More than 0.5% increase over Clinton's advantage there in 2016. Importantly, this pattern extended to Sunbelt metropolitan areas that until recently had remained resolutely Republican. The most obvious example was Maricopa County, centered in Phoenix, which was the largest county Trump carried in 2016. No Democratic presidential nominee has won Maricopa since Harry Truman in 1948, but Biden had a solid lead there. Likewise, while Biden lost Texas, he substantially improved on Clinton's showing in the largest urban areas. The centers. He won the counties centered in Houston, Dallas, Austin, and San Antonio by a combined 900,000 votes, increasing Clinton's margin in the same places by nearly half, carried big suburban counties round Houston and Austin, and sliced Trump's 2016 advantage in Fort Worth and the 2 giant suburban counties outside Dallas. Biden's remaining chances in Georgia were based on his enormous advance beyond Clinton in the giant Atlanta suburbs of Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb counties. The biggest exception to this pattern of metro area gains was a crushing one. Though Biden performed well in Orlando, Tampa, and Jacksonville, Florida, an exodus of Hispanic voters, especially Cuban Americans, led to a catastrophic underperformance for him in Miami-Dade County, which keyed his surprisingly decisive loss in the state. Yet the Democrats' hopes that Biden might significantly dent Trump's hold on blue-collar white voters, particularly in the weathered mid-size industrial communities across the Midwest, completely fizzled. At best, Biden secured modest gains, at worst, none at all. The maps in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan largely replicated those from 2016, with a few splotches of blue in population centers submerged in a sea of red. Biden did win the county centered in Scranton, Pennsylvania itself, but Trump still carried heavily white working-class counties such as Lorain and Mahoning in Ohio, Macomb in Michigan, Dubuque and Marshall in Iowa, and Racine, Kenosha, Brown, Outagamie, and Winnebago in Wisconsin. On Monday, opening this work week last, Biden visited Beaver County, Pennsylvania, which Trump carried by almost 19 points against Clinton. Trump led it by about 2-1 in the last count I checked before Biden won the Electoral College. On the same day, Biden's running mate, Kamala Harris, barnstormed through Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, where Trump also beat Clinton by almost 19 points. He led there this election by a little more. Mail-in ballot tallies reduced, but would not eliminate Trump's lead in those places. Nor did Biden make any appreciable inroads in the heavily working-class white counties round Tampa and Orlando that Trump dominated in 2016. Biden wasn't completely ineffective on this front. Exit polls in crucial Rust Belt battlegrounds showed him notching modest but pivotal gains in Clinton's showing among white voters, without a college degree, though not improving much among those voters on a national basis. The polls also showed Biden beating Trump among college-educated white voters in the key states that the Democrat ended up winning, including Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. Although exit polls recorded an even split among those voters nationally, a disappointing result for Democrats if it's not revised. But Trump still carried a significant majority of working-class white voters in every seriously contested state. And the towering magnitude of his margin among them in the South represents a daunting hurdle for Democratic hopes in those states. And while the national exit poll showed Biden maintaining traditionally strong Democratic numbers among black voters, 87% to 12%, and Latinos, 66% to 32%, subpar showings for Biden among the latter group in Texas's Rio Grande Valley and especially Florida's Miami-Dade County proved fatal for his efforts in those states. Stronger performances with Latinos in Arizona and to a lesser extent Nevada were crucial to Biden's advantages there. Once upon a time, a popular vote victory as decisive as Biden's projected win and ultimately his accomplished win would have likely have swept his party to broad congressional gains. Democrats' only modest advances in the Senate and modest retreat in the House testified to the durability of the divisions between a Democratic coalition rooted in the places immersed in the changes forging 21st century America, and a Republican coalition that dominates the places most apart from and skeptical of and reactionary to those changes. In America's domestic Cold War, this election was more like Antietam, a brutally bloody stalemate that grievously injured both sides, wounded both the Confederacy and Union, than a Gettysburg or Vicksburg, which pointed to a decisive victory for one side over the other. The election did more to underscore the impermeability of the nation's divisions than to offer any path toward the reconciliation and unity that Biden has promised. And yet, speaking in his hometown of Wilmington, Delaware, yesterday evening, the president-elect reached out to voters who supported Trump. Like Lincoln did at Gettysburg, he said, "Let this grim era of demonization in America begin to end, here and now. The refusal of Democrats and Republicans to cooperate with one another is not due to some mysterious force beyond our control. It's a decision. It's a choice we make, and if we can decide not to cooperate, then we can decide to cooperate." Let the grim era of demonization in America begin to end, here and now. There are three winners of this election. Of course, the Oval Office wasn't the only thing on the line this year. This election demonstrated the lasting strength of the nation's partisan divisions, even amid massive turnout. And so there be three winners of this cycle to identify in unholy trinity. The first being the cult of QAnon, the legacy of Michael Aquino himself. Trois supporters of the conspiracy theory won seats in the House of Representatives, Aquino's own. QAnon is not just on the internet anymore. And Aquino summoned egregore. It's in the United States Capitol. It is not just a conspiracy theory anymore, it's a voting bloc, carrying out Michael Aquino's will from beyond the grave. The second winner of this electoral cycle is populist-personated elitism. It will take more than unifying rhetoric to sway the more than 70 million Americans who cast their ballots for Trump this year. And what is populism anyway? The very definition has become so murky, it requires my qualification of populist-personated elitism. The third winner in this electoral cycle be the never-Trumpers, well, the quasi-never-Trumpers, because Republicans face their own divisions. On Thursday, Trump's eldest son, Donald Jr., attacked the party's 2024 presidential hopefuls for not coming to his father's defense. More broadly, the red cult hasn't yet figured out whether it can harness the fervor of Trump's cultists, sans the appeals to racism and anti-immigrant sentiment that caused the suburban backlash. But if Biden holds on while Republicans keep the Senate, never-Trump Republicans will have achieved their goal of ousting the president without simultaneously empowering Democrats to enact a fully progressive agenda that they never supported. As a result, United States growth trajectory will be more modest than under a blue wave. Fortuitously, however, taking into account our economic crisis verging on collapse, emerging markets, the EM, could still win with Biden without his blue wave. Because Trump has lost, there will be a big reallocation to emerging markets. The EM investment portfolio. A George Biden presidency, checked by a Republican-controlled Senate, may be just what the doctor ordered for emerging markets because it may be just what emerging market investors are looking for. Indeed, such be the very rationale behind why Wall Street turned Democrat. In terms of the first winner of this electoral cycle, the primary victor, QAnon is winning. Conspiracy thinking in America had a huge night on Tuesday, Super Tuesday, Election Day 2020. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Republicanist from Georgia who has repeatedly expressed belief in the QAnon conspiracy theory, was elected to the House of Representatives Tuesday night, this last week. Lauren Boebert, a Republican from Colorado who has said that she hopes QAnon is real because it only means America is getting stronger and better, won her contest too. Coming January, almost 1.5 million Americans will be represented in Congress by deranged cunts who support a community hell-bent on proving that President Donald Trump is waging holy war against a high-powered cabal of child traffickers and blood-drinking Satanists that includes prominent Democratic politicians and Hollywood celebrities. This worldview, this Weltanschauung, as my biological Adolf Hitler would call it, is vehemently anti-media, anti-science, and, despite its claims of patriotism, anti-democratic, because it always calls for Trump to lead a military coup against the deep state and to execute political enemies and child killers, as defined by the cultists themselves. The FBI has deemed QAnon a domestic terrorism threat. Trump refused to denounce it throughout his re-election campaign. Earlier this year, before Greene's and Boebert's victories, before baseless theories about child trafficking spread across the internet, doing, well, permanently damaging the standing of a furniture company that has never been found guilty of any wrongdoing. Before QAnon led rallies in dozens of cities, it might have been easy to imagine that the end of Trump's presidency would spell the end of QAnon. But QAnon is bigger than Trump, a product of Aquino, supported from the other side by superhuman metaphysical forces, called to feed upon the weak-minded and the insane. It be a robust conspiracy theory where there never be a crisp end. In a Weltanschauung dominated by the belief that democratic elites have rigged the system, a Biden victory be no repudiation. It be but further evidence of scandal. A complete satanic inversion of the minoritarian, white minoritarian rule of republicanism. QAnon is exactly as Michael Aquino designed it to be. And the longer, closer, and more drawn-out vote counting is, or recounting at this point, the more baroque the theories can become. Throughout Election Day itself, Q, the anonymous forum poster whose cryptic messages be the basis for the conspiracy theory, was notably silent, and the community's narrative was muddy and fluid. First, the deep state was going to shut down the internet for 10 days so that nobody would know how mightily Trump had trounced Biden. Then it was going to do the same thing, but so that nobody could talk about how brazenly the election had been stolen from him. As misinformation about the state of the election in Pennsylvania swirled online, QAnon supporters suggested that Trump was focusing the world's eyes there because it is a deep state stronghold. On Instagram, QAnon-adjacent lifestyle influencers were anxious and praying for the president, but celebrating the return of a major QAnon Instagram figure known as Little Miss Patriot, who has been banned several times and continues to make new accounts that quickly rack up thousands of followers. This being the avatar for none other than Lilith Aquino, known for rendering conspiracy theories in colorful fonts over petty and pretty pastel backgrounds. She was back under a new name, asking fans to tag her as if they were wearing Little Miss Patriot merch, or merchandise, which she sells tchotchkes, so that the Lamashtu witch, Lilith Aquino, makes money off her prey, fleecing them like sheep. After an inquiry sent in by myself through my mistress and manageress Selena Khan, Instagram deleted the account Lilith Aquino was currently using. But by Friday into this weekend, QAnon fans across platforms had managed to agree that Biden was attempting to illegally steal the election, an idea based on no evidence that was being promoted on Twitter by prominent right-wing figures, including the president himself and his son Donald Trump Jr. Once Trump settled on this narrative, QAnon cultists appeared energized and focused. The new Little Miss Patriot, who had at first observed the election coolly and straightforwardly, announcing when states were called for Trump, confessing that she'd gotten nervous about Texas for a minute, was suddenly making promises and expressing confidence. Before Lamashtu Lilith Aquino's account was deleted, through the reports filed by Selena Khan on my behalf, she wrote, We knew the left was going to do everything they could to delay this. Trump won, and they're trying to rely on fraudulent mail-in ballots. It's not going to work. Trump knew they were going to do this too. He is prepared. On Instagram, another QAnon's cultist posted, "This is the part of the movie where voter fraud and the media's role in perpetuating that fraud, which has been going on for decades, now becomes crystal clear to everyone who is paying attention." Major Instagram accounts urged their followers to trust the plan and enjoy the show, and reminded them, all in the uppercase, that patriots are in control. Remember, that's Latin for fatherfuckers, an insult in the Roman Empire, meaning you were being fucked by your own father, the way we use the term motherfucker today. It later on continued as slur in Christianized Roman Empire, where under the church-run imperium it was an insinuation that your priest was getting you doped up on the wine that they use to basically represent the blood of Christ and put you in position where he could fuck you as a choir boy. Now on Twitter, sentiment shifted similarly to the patriot cry. One supporter tweeting, "Trust Trump, he knew this was coming. He said so for months." Another wrote, "In the coming days, the real patriots will be identified." The real fatherfuckers, the way we would use the term motherfucker. I'll agree with that. But he signed off by saying, "Fight and win or die fighting." Again, a call to violent insurrection. And so it is that homage to which the bitch known as Marjorie Taylor Greene, that Republicanus for Georgia, the representative-elect for Georgia, tweeted asking her followers to stop Democrats from stealing the election 15 times from midnight to 2 p.m. in the afternoon, Friday into this weekend. Though most of these tweets were quickly covered by a label warning that some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election. An American presidential election that has gone unresolved for days and will do so for longer in terms of whatever legal extension Trump can manage, is a new and bizarre emotional experience for many of us. It is also, in its unprecedented, prolonged uncertainty, the ideal environment for conspiracy thinking to take its hold. Many social platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram, made serious progress over the summer to mitigate QAnon's spread online, like radiation treatment hitting a metastasizing cancer. But that's no longer the extent of the issue. According to a recent assessment by Media Matters, 97 current or former congressional candidates have embraced QAnon as their religion, including 27 who were on the ballot for the general election on Super Tuesday. 2 are going to Congress. More supporters may end up in state legislatures. No amount of time is too much to wait for Trump to reveal his master plan. Among the people of QAnon, faith remains absolute, they be certain that a great awakening is coming. They'll wait as long as they must for deliverance. And even if Trump dies, they believe that he, like Jesus, is the Messiah and will return, resurrect, and resolute. So QAnon, the cult, socially engineered by Michael Aquino for the information age, is not just on the internet anymore. With the takeover of his estate by Lamashtu Aquino, the proper name for Lilith in her case, it's in the U.S. Capitol. It is not just a conspiracy theory anymore, it's a voting bloc. And it is not going anywhere. In terms of the second great victor of this electoral cycle, and in light of all aforesaid on topic of QAnon as an American religion, one should understand that the very term populism in this light is meaningless. By reducing the term to a political pejorative, we risk rendering it worthless. One spring weekend, dozens of academics from around the world gathered at the London School of Economics with an ambitious goal to define populism. None were under any illusions about how difficult this challenge would be. One participant observed, noting its association with issues as disparate as McCarthyism in these United States and Maoism in communist China, said the term continues to be used in many different ways. In the end, they failed to settle on a single definition, concluding that there can, at present, be no doubt about the importance of populism, but no one is clear on what it is. By the way, that took place in the year after I was born, 1967. Not long after I slipped through my mother's womb to first lay eyes on this world. More than half a century later, populism is still being used in many different ways to describe the election of Donald Trump in these United States, to explain its Brexit in Britannia, and to contextualize the disruptions taking place in national politics across the globe. The sheer scale of the phenomenon is evident in just how much everyone seems to be talking about it. Words like populist and nationalist, once confined to academic circles, have become fixtures in the lexicon. Countless books and articles have been written upon the subject. The Pope has weighed in on the matter as well, declaring populism an evil that ends badly. But even as definitions of populism have developed, many people are still none the wiser about what this term means. It has taken on a versatile quality, one that can be applied to politicians as varied as the Netherlands' Geert Wilders on the far right and France's Jean-Luc Mélenchon on the far left. For some, populism is part and parcel of the far right and nationalism, issues that, though not completely divorced from contemporary populist rhetoric, do little to help explain it. For others, populism has simply been reduced to a political shorthand to describe that which we do not like. The more populism gets invoked in these ways, though, the more muddled its definition becometh. And the more muddled it becometh, the less useful it ultimately is. After all, What's the point of invoking populism sans a concerted effort to apply it consistently? Lacking a clear attempt to better define such terms, we risk stripping them of their meaning entirely. Indeed, the campaign to do away with the word populist has already begun. It's easy to understand how populism has become such a dirty word in modern politics. The term dates back to the late 19th century and the arrival of the Populist People's Party in these United States. American farmers had grown frustrated with their lack of prosperity in the economic boom of the Gilded Age, an exclusion they attributed to government corruption and the outsized influence of big business. In the People's Party, or the Populist Party as it was widely known, they found an outlet for those frustrations. The party, which positioned itself as an alternative to the Republicans and the Democrats, campaigned on a series of what were at the time radical policies, including increased economic regulation, nationalized railroads, and directly elected senators. Like many modern populists, the party also showed antipathy toward immigrants, blaming their presence on the manufacturers and their desire for cheap labor. In the end, what doomed the populists wasn't their failure to breach the two-party system. They actually gained control of state legislatures and governorships across the country, but the co-opting of their policies by the Democrats. And thereby, within a decade of its formation, the Populist Party effectively disappeared because it was obviated. It didn't need to exist since the Democrats became its platform. The term populist didn't disappear, of course. In the intervening years, it began to appear in regions as widespread as Eastern Europe, Latin America, and Africa. Still, the debate over what constituted populism was largely limited to academic settings, culminating in the first ever conference on populism at the London School of Economics in the year after I first was delivered into this vale of tears, 1967. It was perhaps for this reason that many argued in favor of a broad definition. One academic arguing, it has to be loosely organized and without a strict ideology. It is perfectly legitimate to define populism in the widest, most latitudinarian fashion. That was a different academician. Their names be lost to me, and they really don't matter because what they said, I'm relating simply to expose the vapidity thereof. Now, subsequent definitions have been formed ever since, many as broad as the academics at the London School of Economics advised. But populism did not enter mainstream parlance for decades, largely until the twin shocks of the Brexit referendum and the 2016 United States presidential election. The term has become almost exclusively associated with upsets to the global political system ever since. The rise of the far right in United Germany, populism. Narendra Modi's nationalist project in India, populism. The surge of anti-establishment parties in Brazil, Italia, and the Philippines, definitely populism. Many of these cases do fall under the populist umbrella, one which, according to the author and academic Cass Mood's widely referenced definition, is predicated on the notion that society is divided into two competing groups, the pure people versus the corrupt elite. Catherine Fieschi, the author of Populocracy, a work subtitled The Tyranny of Authenticity and the Rise of Populism, put forward her own list of characteristics to identify populist leaders, namely those who not only claim to represent the will of the morally superior ordinary people, but also position themselves as uniquely capable of doing so. As a result, she argues, populists reduce their political opponents, whom they often accuse of being a part of the elite, to enemy status. Benjamin Moffat, a senior lecturer at Australian Catholic University, and the author of the work entitled simply Populism, describes the phenomena not as a fixed ideology like socialism or liberalism, but as basically a political style of presentation. To quote T, that is something that is done by politicians and political actors. Actors in the sense of literally an actor as opposed to an activist. Populism isn't so much a belief system as a way of speaking, acting, and presenting oneself. Like talking while you have a beer in your hand. Or farting while you speak. Then people look at that and say, wow, what an asshole. What an uncouth piece of shit. Oh, he's a populist. Though the versatility of populism's definition makes it applicable to parties and leaders across the political spectrum, this hasn't prevented many from viewing it as an inherently far-right phenomenon that can be applied only to parties and leaders who fit the typical anti-immigrant nativist mold. Part of this has to do with the fact that some of the most electorally successful, high-profile examples of populism have been from the far right. Marine Le Pen in France, who advanced to the runoff of the country's 2017 presidential election. The Alternative for Germany, the country's largest opposition party. Viktor Orban's ruling Fidesz in Hungary, where the Prime Minister has cracked down on academic and press freedom, to say the least. Relatively few populist parties on the left, Podemos in Spain and Syriza in Greece stand out, can claim the same kind of momentum or media attention. This perception can also be attributed to the way those on the right have chosen to talk about populism. Steve Bannon, the former Trump strategist who is attempting to create a global movement of nationalist parties, to little effect, thank the gods of my ancestors, opted to embrace the populist label when describing Trump's political movement, which he likened to the populism of a Trump predecessor, Andrew Jackson, an infamous slaver and genocidal maniac. Alexander Gallon, the honorary chairman of Alternative for Germany, declared that his party was a populist movement and proud of it. Even Giuseppe Conte, the Italian prime minister who briefly led a coalition government alongside the far-right league until last year, said if populism is the attitude of listening to a people's needs, then we layest a claim upon it. By embracing the label, Moffat said, what once was regarded as toxic became a tool for signaling a lack of complicity with the elite and the sense of being in touch with the people. Those on the political right weren't the only ones to repurpose populism. The more that figures like Bannon and Yauland have embraced the populist label, the more inclined self-described anti-populists have been to reject it. Mainstream figureheads such as the United States presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, former Italian Premier Matteo Renzi, and former British Prime Minister Tony Blair have all voiced their concerns about the implications of right-wing populism and its threat to liberal democracy. In doing so, they help propel the notion that populism should be understood not only as a right-wing phenomenon, but as akin to a political pejorative. This view has led to a number of other misconceptions. One is that any politician who invokes the will of the people must necessarily be a populist. If that were the case, every politician could then be labeled a populist because everybody talks about people in a democracy. Now, I consulted with Daphne Halikiopoulou, an associate comparative politics professor at the University of Reading, who is obviously of Polynesian acculturation, and the lady Halikiopoulou pointed out that another misconception is that populism and xenophobic nationalism, or nativism, be inherently linked. In reality, neither ideology is reliant on the other to exist. Both prioritize a particular in-group over an out-group, but populists tend to prioritize ordinary people, whereas nativists prioritize those of a certain ethnic background. A final misconception is that the populist label is appropriate for any politician who deviates from the mainstream, an idea that has been recently applied to noteworthy figures on the left, such as the outgoing British Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn and the United States presidential candidate Bernie Sanders. Though both men exhibit some populist tendencies, both, for example, criticizing those they consider to be part of the economic elite, they fall short of being traditional populists, at least under Fieschi's definition. For one, neither claims to represent an exclusive and homogeneous people, but rather the interests of citizens as a whole, and neither has vilified his opponents as inherently illegitimate. The way populism is oft applied suggests that its use is far more for effect rather than explanation. Much of in the same way that socialist has been bandied around to discredit politicians like Sanders in these United States, when he's actually a communist. Whereas the term conjures negative images of the Soviet Union and Chavismo in Venezuela, populist has its own negative baggage, as opposed to disambiguated from socialist, where you think of Chavismo socialism for the Venezuelans. And populist has another connotation that actually takes you to the other end of the political spectrum. And as a result, neither of these terms, socialist or populist, ends up in communicating any understood idea. Instead, they simply obscure. Like the term fascist, which is hurled as a slur without anyone understanding what it means, other than it means whatever I don't like, or whomever my enemy is. We will likely never have any foolproof definition of populism. It's difficult enough to clearly define a political philosophy, let alone a political style of presentation. Still, this doesn't preclude us from applying it more responsibly. Part of this requires more clearly defining our terms. As someone who frequently talks about populism and nationalism, I've had my own fair share of feedback about use of these terms. In my discussing the recent Irish election, for example, I referred to Sinn Féin, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing the Celtic, which be a left-wing party that advocates for the unification of the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, as a nationalist party, much in the same way one might use the term to describe the Scottish Nationalist Party or the Catalan independence movement. Still, those I was interacting with presumed that by calling Sinn Féin nationalist, I was likening them to other far-right nativist elements in Europe, a comparison that is entirely unrepresentative of the Irish Party. But it also means not overusing these terms to the point of confusion. For example, are you speaking about Trump denigrating Mexicans? Well, That's racism. Don't call that populist rhetoric and soften the blow. It just muddies the waters. Worse yet, it risks rendering the term entirely meaningless. As the lady Ŵoaumphyieorai said, if everyone is a populist in one way or another, then nobody is not a populist. It explains absolutely everything, and therefore it explains nothing. Nevertheless, this amorphous, populist-personated elitism remains undefeated. This American election proves that this divisive style of politics, propaganda masquerading as an ideology, is still viable. If 2016 was the populist earthquake in which Donald Trump demonstrated that an iconoclastic, anti-establishment style of politics, as opposed to a political ideology, was possible in these United States, 2020 presented an opportunity for an anti-populist correction, one in which voters would turn out en masse against Trumpism and in favor of a pluralist, more tolerant form of governance under Joe Biden. That political reset never came to pass. Instead, Americans proved once again that theirs is a deeply divided country wherein populism, for all of its failures and false promises, remains an attractive, durable force to the fucked up. Even though Biden has managed to win the White House, American populism is here to stay. In some ways, the 2020 presidential election wasn't just referendum on Trumpism, but a stress test for the viability of populism worldwide. This contest, after all, takes place against the backdrop of a global public health crisis, a populist nightmare that bolstered support for establishment leaders, reinforced the importance of expertise, and cast favored populist wedge issues, such as immigration, to the wayside. Despite all these challenges, Trump was largely able to wage a campaign similar to the one he fought in 2016, railing against the deep state, chastising experts, and threatening to undermine democratic norms as sacrosanct as the peaceful transition of power. The competitiveness of the race suggests that this strategy wasn't a total failure and challenges the conventional wisdom that populism is a flash in the pan, easily overturned, and that populists, once in power, are necessarily exposed by their inability to govern. If anything, this election demonstrates the opposite. Populists can still pit themselves as political outsiders, representing the real people against the elite, even if they be indisputably part of that elite themselves. Had Biden won in a landslide, as polls suggested he would, that, of course, would not have meant an end to populism in America or elsewhere. The modern phenomenon predates Trump in a number of countries, many of which feature populists at the head of government. Magyarország, or Hungary, Brazil, and the Philippines, and in parts of the opposition, as in United Germany's, Italia's, and France. Still, the United States contest was seen as something of a bellwether, one that would indicate whether the world's most visible and powerful populist could eke out a victory running as an anti-establishment candidate despite having spent the past 4 years reshaping the establishment in his own image. A Trump victory would no doubt buoy like-minded world leaders who see his success as a harbinger of their own, just as it did in 2016. Ruth Wodak, a linguistics professor studying far-right rhetoric at Lancaster University and the University of Vienna, who be the author of a work entitled The Politics of Fear, subtitled What Right-Wing Populist Discourses Mean, said ahead of the election that it makes a big difference if the most powerful country in the world does this. Were Trump to lose by a wide margin, she added, it would show that this kind of corruption and the undermining of liberal democracy, that only works for so long. By prematurely and baselessly declaring victory, the president not only undermined faith in the democratic process, but provided his cultists and fellow populists around the world with a narrative to hold on to, that the election was stolen from him. Implicit in Trump's demands for an early and arbitrary end to ballot counting in some states was an inherently populist idea that only Trump cultists, the real people, deserve to have their voice heard. Though this sentiment was later repudiated by a number of leading Republicans, the message nonetheless did spread, even beyond America's borders. Slovenian Prime Minister Janez Janša was the first to preemptively congratulate the president. By the way, Janez Janša, the Slovenian Prime Minister, is of course someone who is culturally affiliated with Trump's wife, who is Melania, Slovenian. And other right-wing populist and nationalist leaders, including Italy's Matteo Salvini, United Germany's Tino Trupala, and France's Marine Le Pen also voiced their support, though they stopped short of declaring Trump the winner. So far, Trump's efforts have failed. Despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, states are continuing to count ballots as normal, or recount them by this point. The system is working, to a degree as qualified by what I've said earlier, because it's really broken, or it would never have gotten to this point. But even without a Trump victory, Trumpism is all but certain to remain in one form or another. The question then for President Biden and the anti-populists who supported him is this: what does the decisive defeat of populism in America look like? Well, if the initial results are anything to go by, it's not by campaigning for a return to normal, more sensible politics. Though Biden was able to reclaim some states that the former Democratic challenger Hillary Clinton lost to Trump in 2016, and although beating an incumbent president is a rare achievement in and of itself, the last time this happened was nearly 3 decades ago when George H.W. Bush failed to win re-election against Bill Clinton circa 1992, his victory might not be considered substantial enough to merit inclusion in the anti-populist playbook. Benjamin Moffat, a senior lecturer at Australian Catholic University and the author of that work entitled Populism, noted that perhaps the best example for anti-populists to follow is French President Emmanuel Macron, whose unlikely ascent circa 2017 was driven in large part by the fact that he billed himself as a political outsider running against unpopular mainstream parties. Macron was the anti-establishment figure of his race, albeit sans any of the divisive and nativist populist baggage of his rival Le Pen. So, Ben Moffat observed that lining up behind a sensible, non-ideological candidate, I don't think is a winning formula. Anti-populists also need to prepare for the next possible iteration of Trumpism. With the Republican Party now ideologically situated alongside Europe's more extreme right-wing parties, it stands to reason that the Republican Party would, even in the event of this Trump loss, continue in his footsteps. With Ben Moffat observing that there are people who have gone to Trump's side who will emulate him, and they may very well do a better job. Moffat himself noting that Trump could find himself overtaken by an ideologically aligned leader who is less brash and more polished than himself. Such was the fate of Geert Wilders, the far-right Dutch politician who but yesteryear lost about half of his supporters to a new populist figure, Thierry Baudet. Baudet and his Forum for Democracy party learned all of Wilders' tricks and have done a better job thereof. Biden appears to be aware of this challenge, reaffirming in an address, before this weekend, Friday into this weekend, that his presidency would represent all Americans, irrespective of whom they voted for. With Biden saying, "We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart." Oh yeah. It'll take more than unifying rhetoric to sway the more than 70 million Americans who cast their ballots for Trump this year. For them, the populist-personated elitist promise was a convincing one. In 4 years, they will be swayed by it once again. If we provide them that opportunity. And while there be the troubling question of what Donald Trump might do when he loses this election, as he has, the more enduring question concerns what his people will do. The election is a morality play in which Biden must defeat not only Trump, but Trumpism. In the course of the 1,459 terrible and just as often terrifying days since the last presidential election, people began to view the date November 3rd, 2020 as a distant finish line at the end of an ultramarathon. Runners know us that endurance is a matter of setting small, achievable goals, and against the headwinds in this generally hostile climate, Democrats, and more broadly people concerned with democracy, have oft seemed to be pacing their strides, counting down the miles to the midterm elections, and then from the midterms to the 2020 election. The congenitally conservative New Hampshire Union leader, in offering its endorsement of Joe Biden, noted that Biden may not be the president we want, but in 2020 he is the president we desperately need. He will be a president to bring people together and right the ship of state. That statement fit into the closing theme of Biden's campaign. This election is only secondarily about competing policy ideas. It is fundamentally a contest between decency and indecency. In his appearances in the closing days of this campaign, Biden has taken to standing before a banner that reads, "Battle for the soul of the nation." Normalcy, we've come to understand, was what was on that ballot. And true to form, Donald Trump unwittingly played into the script that Biden had written for he, barnstorming the country in a spree of indulgence, holding mass rallies amid pandemic, offering up his own people as collateral damage in his drive to maintain power. A truly anti-godly sacrifice of mass. With Trump claiming at each stop on his Hotspot 2020 tour, Hotspot being but a play on the burning zones of disease. We're rounding the corner! We're rounding the corner! The fatalities from the coronavirus have dwindled to almost nothing. Donald Trump Jr. lied to Fox News' Laura Ingraham last week. Or was it the week before last? On a day when more than 1,000 Americans succumbed to COVID-19. Yeah, last week. Now, Trump decried American carnage in his inaugural address, but he seeks re-election whilst enabling that very thing. So it seems that the bizarre, dysfunctional, and dangerous times we live in have been distilled into a morality play, with a cast of 330 million people. The disastrous impacts of Trump's coronavirus denialism be already apparent. Nearly 8 months after lockdowns began, hospitals in many places are once again at capacity, and case numbers are spiking like a symptomatic fever. This would be dangerous enough, but we've seen the consequences of Trump's other forms of denial come to bear this year. His absurdly agnostic climate change perspective, while wildfires made my golden state of California look like the set of an epic disaster movie. His irrational rejection of the importance of the Affordable Care Act, while millions of Americans suffer through the effects of the pandemic. His magical belief that the economy can prosper despite all the latter concerns. But there be another form of denial that may be just as crucial to our future. Science is increasingly worried that the virus will become endemic, a permanent part of our lives going forward. We should hold the same concern about the anarchic forces of Trumpism. All presidential tickets are alliances of convenience, but that be even more profoundly the case for the Biden-Harris ticket, which has won the support of a broad array of voices, from moderate Republicans to Democratic Socialists. This unlikely coalition is held together by the belief that the former vice president and the California senators represent the nation's best and likely sole hope for a return to normalcy. In a scathing speech in Pennsylvania aimed at Trump's many deficiencies, Barack Obama noted how exhausting it is to have to constantly think about this president and what absurdities he may be up to. Biden, Obama said, would offer a welcome respite from this. But the idea of turning the corner on the volatile contempt that Trump has unleashed is just as unduly optimistic as Trump's own fool notion that the novel coronavirus is just going to one day disappear. One day it'll just disappear. In recent days, the president has downplayed the significance of the plot hatched by a Michigan militia group to abduct Governoress Gretchen Whitmer and gang rape her to death on camera, and has said that a caravan of his supporters in pickup trucks that surrounded and tried to obstruct a Biden-Harris campaign bus on a busy Texas highway to the point of running it off the road and threatening the very lives, almost taking the very lives of everyone within it, did absolutely nothing wrong. in Fort Worth on Friday into this weekend. A group of Trump cultists drove through a black community in what was self-evidently an attempt to intimidate voters. Today, another caravan drove through the only predominantly minority community in California's Marin County, just north of my Golden Gated San Francisco, shouting racist epithets. There be a troubling question of what Trump will do now that he has lost the election. The more enduring question concerning what his people will do. Bereft of representation in the White House, but still clinging to conspiracy theories, the cult of QAnon be likely to become a more dangerous movement during a Democratic administration. Trumpists could let their fury explode in any of 1,000 ways. The Texas highway incident was particularly ominous, raising yet again the question of Trump's most extreme supporters' willingness to commit acts of violence on his behalf. For 8 years, many Americans feared for Barack Obama's life, simply because he was both a black man and the president. And it was clear that some portion of the public would never reconcile itself to those two facts. But such is the state of affairs that it now seems only prudent to share some of that concern for an older white man who is the former vice president and who won the nomination in part because many black voters thought that he'd be the Democrat most palatable to white voters. For all these reasons, the hope is that return to normalcy rhetoric is something that Biden says publicly, but doesn't truly believe privately. Sincere belief would ignore not only the lessons that 4 years of Donald Trump should have taught us, but also the lessons that should have been gleaned from Biden's 8 years in the Obama administration. On issue after issue, Obama sought to carve out a non-ideological middle ground in order to bring Republicans on board and negotiate his deals. And as Republican intransigence on immigration, climate change, health care, and the Merrick Garland Supreme Court nomination attest, the Grand Old Party was not opposed to Obama's policy ideas. It was opposed to the person of Barack Obama himself as a black man manifest. Trump made that opposition to the person of Barack Obama and his legacy the central theme of Republican policy. The closest they have to an ideology is anti-Obamism. There be no reason to believe that the situation will change once Biden takes office, and there be many reasons to believe that it will not. For the past 4 years, people on the left have assailed Republicans for cowering before Donald Trump. In fact, they were cowering before the people behind him. A Republican Party still beholden to that insane extremist group will now continue to reflect its prerogatives of anti-Obamaism. This is not to say that voting for Joseph Biden and Kamala Harris made no difference. But, as with the pandemic, we've learned to manage our expectations when people talk about magical cures for complex problems. It is not an exaggeration to say that our very survival depends in some large measure on Donald Trump having been defeated in this election. But we should not conflate democratic victory with any return to normalcy. It won't be. And we should recall that normalcy, as we called everything before Trump's regime, is what got us here in the first. But one salient fact, never to be forgotten or ignored, be that black people voted for democracy, while Trump cultists chose white supremacy. In fact, even more white people this election voted for a racist and wannabe dictator than ever before. If there be warning to be taken that the fight against Trumpism will outlast Trump, it be that revelatory fact. At a Detroit vote count center, Wednesday, midweek last, the contrast between what was happening on either side of its glass doors could not have been more distinct. Outside, a throng of fish-belly white Michigan Republicans tried to shout their way past security guards into an area where mail-in ballots were being counted, chanting, "Stop the count! Stop the count!" They looked like extras from The Walking Dead as they pressed against the windows and doors, banging on them with their cracker fists. Like President Trump, who sued Michigan and other states to get more poll watchers to observe, they wanted to thwart democracy itself. Meanwhile, the poll workers inside, many of them black, went about their solemn business of recording the votes and protecting democracy. With the largest black population by percentage of any major American city, Detroit helped make the difference for Joseph Biden, who won Michigan. That was also the case in Wisconsin, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, where black people overwhelmingly had old white Biden's back. Biden became president because black people voted to make Donald Trump the first one-term president in nearly 30 years. They cast their ballots to defend democracy, while a majority of white people again chose white supremacy. While more black voters went for Trump than did in 2016, the wide majority voted for Biden and Senatoress Kamala Harris. By early estimates, more than 90% of black women and 80% of black men voted the blue ticket Democratic. White voters supported Trump in even greater numbers than ever before, including 55% of white women, up from 52% in 2016. Despite what they knew about Trump's view of legitimate rape, as he perceives it. With everything Trump has dragged this nation through since January of the 2017 year on the Christian calendar, a whole lot of white folk looked at the pandemic carnage, rampant racism, collapsing economy, and federal dysfunction, and said, "Please, sir, may I have some more?" If the 2016 statistics on white women were a shock, this year's numbers merit a withering eye roll. but not a bit of surprise. White affinity for Trump runs deep because so many white people share his overwhelming sense of resentment and victimhood. His enemies be their enemies in the whites of their eyes. They don't care about his incompetence, his dictatorial aspirations, or his endless mendacity. What they see is the great white hope, a male father figure who can finally break democracy's spine, stunting even cursory attempts to move it toward fulfilling its lofty promises. Equality be damned! They want white supremacist authoritarianism forever. As in 1984, the novel. You wish to see the future? Imagine a jackboot smashing your face for eternity. Why more people of color cast their ballots for Trump this time is a legitimate question, yet post-election analysis that fails to scrutinize why more white voters flock to this president continues to ignore the corrosive elements that have undermined this nation for centuries. Those elements now want to keep every vote from being counted. If Trump had waltzed to victory, he wouldn't be filing lawsuits all over the place. Much the way he promoted voter suppression and intimidation, he again wants his supporters to interfere with the democratic process. His goal remains unchanged: to delegitimize the election and ramp up social discord. Trump is a thief, screaming that he is the one being robbed. In Arizona, an open carry state, anti-democracy protesters with guns and placards complained of voter fraud, a phony Republican cult talking point always pushed by Trump. They waved American and Trump flags, but there be little doubt about which one they pledge their allegiance to. They love only an America that benefits white people alone. For them, Trumpism trumps democracy. I'd bet that a Venn diagram of those trying to stop vote counting and those who say protests against police violence and racial injustice are un-American is a circle. This is a tantrum that, if Trump has his way, will bring the country to a standstill or worse. He doesn't care about what's right, only what's right for him. Democracy is nothing more to him than collateral damage. But, as usual, black people will not allow that. Blacks have vanquished Donald Trump. Blacks will see a black woman as vice president, the first woman to hold that position. When blacks vote in their best interest, it be in the nation's best interest. Blacks are democracy's most ardent guardians, and that's why people like Donald Trump work so hard to disenfranchise blacks. Hope runs in their very veins. Resilience fills their lungs. Blacks want from this nation as much as blacks give it. Biden achieved his lifelong dream of becoming president. And he must be reminded early and often who got him there. This nation's unpaid bills are long overdue. Let America finally be as invested in saving black people as blacks are in saving America from itself. In terms of the third victor of this electoral cycle, the Democratic dreams of Senate majority pretty much disappeared. The balance of power in the Senate is still even, with 47 races called for each party. The last time I checked. Now, honestly, I almost weary at this point. But there still be much left to explain. With the equal balance of power in the Senate, that anachronistic reactionary body set up specifically to dismantle democracy, it's not good news for Democrats, who will likely lose out on a majority. However, both Senate races in Georgia between Republican incumbents and Democratic challengers could go to high-stakes runoffs. Republicans were overperforming in House races, in large part because of finally fielding female candidates. CNN projected that at least 13 non-incumbent Republican women had won their contests before I faded into the weekend. The Party of Democracy lost at least half a dozen congressional seats and failed to flip state legislative chambers in Texas, North Carolina, and other places where gerrymanders have bolstered Republican power. That means Republicans will still be in position to dominate the drawing of district boundaries in those states after the current census. Moreover, even as Democrats made gains in parts of the Sun Belt, Republicans reinforced their hold on Florida, largely on the strength of their appeal to Latino voters in the Miami area. Democrats also fell well short of their goals in Texas, where they had hoped to pick up several House seats. Some of those defeats were caused by the Democrats' failure to engage Texas's Latino population, which is large but prone to low turnout in elections, because they're so scared to death of the whites with all the guns. But the party's candidates also lost races in the Dallas and Houston suburbs, where they had hoped to build on the gains they made among white voters in the 2018 midterms. Nevertheless, the gains that Biden did make, eroding Trump's margins in working-class areas like northeastern Pennsylvania and Macomb County, outside Detroit, inspiring larger turnout of black voters in Philadelphia, Metro Atlanta, and other major areas, major cities, and bolstering his party's support in suburban areas from Charlotte, North Carolina, to Milwaukee to Phoenix, created a strong coalition that his party can now hope to build upon. Whether the Democrats will be able to follow through on that will depend on major blocks of voters that will be up for grabs over the next 2 years. The first tests will come with those Senate runoff races in Georgia, which will feature Republican Senator David Perdue against Democrat Jon Ossoff in a regular election for a 6-year term, and Republican Senatoress Kelly Loeffler against the Reverend Raphael Warnock in a special election to fill the remaining 2 years of the term of retired Senator Johnny Isakson. Of top concern for both parties, what happens with those suburban voters who voted for Democrats in 2018 and 2020 because of their revulsion to Donald Trump? Many are former Republicans or moderately conservative independents. Have Democrats converted them or just rented them for a couple of elections? If the former proves true, the party can hope for further consolidation of its majority. But if it's just the latter, Republicans could be in position to retake the House in 2 years, since the party out of power typically makes gains in the first midterm election of a new presidency. Keeping the loyalty of suburban voters while still motivating the party's more liberal core will pose a significant challenge to Biden and Democratic congressional strategists. Already this week, the party's ideological strains were on public display as centrist lawmakers like Representative Abigail Spanberger of Virginia lashed out at progressives for having pushed issues such as defund the police that she said had endangered her re-election and caused the party's losses in more conservative districts. But this brings us back to what I've learned about the markets. Biden without the blue wave may still be a win for emerging markets. A Joe Biden presidency, checked by a Republican-controlled Senate, may be just what emerging market investors are looking for. While the Democrat is seen pursuing policies conducive to trade and the environment, a divided Congress may stop him from firing a fiscal bazooka. That means more exports and faster growth for developing nations, as well as a boost for riskier assets from a more accommodative Federal Reserve, according to investors and analysts that I've consulted, or rather, my son's husband has. Emerging market risk spread, well, it falls below 400 basis points, or it did so into the weekend. Emerging market stocks are heading for their best weekly performance in 5 months after a turbulent week dictated by the possible outcomes to the United States presidential election. Investor demand for riskier assets has risen amid speculation that Biden will win the presidency, which he did, and with the final results, well, they were still uncertain. U.S. policymakers left interest rates near zero on Thursday, this week last, and made no change to asset purchases. The MSCI Emerging Market Stock Index gained for a fifth day on Friday into the weekend, solidifying the highest level it reached since 2018, and erasing all its post-pandemic losses the previous day. While counting continued in these United States, a similar measure of developing nation currencies added 0.2%, paced by the Indonesian rupiah and the Thai baht. The Turkish lira bucked the trend, weakening the most among EM, or emerging markets currencies. And I was relayed by my son, through his husband's own researches, what market participants had to say. Charles Robertson, chief global economist at Renaissance Capital in London, said it's arguably the best news since the taper tantrum of 2013 and commodity price collapse of 2014 hit many in emerging markets so hard. EM, that's emerging markets debt, and currencies should perform very well. The big problem in recent years was dollar strength, driven in part by Trump's protectionism. Fewer trade wars should reduce the bid for dollars, allowing currency appreciation and improving external debt ratios to gross domestic product. Charles Diebel, money manager at Mediolanum International Funds in Dublin, said it means that you have a president who is more normal in his approach to trade. EM is supported by its correlation to the weaker USD, the United States dollar, so it is good for exports. With U.S. Treasuries likely to be in range, it allows EM to adopt a slightly more dovish tone, and we'll see inflows on a yield pickup basis. Simon Harvey, a foreign exchange analyst at Monex Europe in London, said you'll see some currencies outperform, notably the Mexican peso and the Chinese yuan, from a reduced trade risk. We'll see a marginal boost to risk appetite. EM currencies will also receive some tailwinds from lower United States yields and protracted expectations of the Fed normalizing policy. This favors the Rand and LATAM, or Latin American currency. Madalena Polan, a global emerging market economist at the Legal and General Investment Management in London, said, I would expect less headline risk and lower volatility. I would expect President Biden and his team to be more predictable than Trump and more prone to a multilateral approach. But attempts to limit China's impact on the American economy will likely continue as they have bipartisan support. Kerry Craig, the global market strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management in Melbourne, said the implications of a widening American deficit, possibly more predictable U.S. foreign policy, and lower bond yields is a weaker U.S. dollar, all of which are positive for emerging markets and notably Asian assets. Meanwhile, as inflation expectations reduce and the anticipated rise in yields in DM government bond markets are capped further, it will be emerging market bonds where investors seek out income and relatively higher spreads. The DM, of course, would refer to developing markets. Of course, in the old days, it would have meant Deutschmarks, but those days are gone, well, for the moment at least. I hope someday they come back. Germans have saved their Deutschmarks the way people in the South save their Confederate dollars. Now, Luca Paolini, the chief strategist at Pictet Asset Management in London, said, "A Biden win with a split Congress is perhaps the best outcome for riskier asset classes in the medium term. Trump's corporate tax cuts will stay in place, while fiscal stimulus should turn out to be sufficient, not excessive. What is more, policy making should become less erratic with Biden in the White House, which could reduce stocks' risk premium over time." And Kunjal Gala, lead global emerging markets portfolio manager at Federated Hermes in London, said, "A Biden presidency is likely to be pragmatic with a focus on globalization and hence positive for emerging markets. However, pressure on China is likely to be sustained as Biden could possibly unite with allies to counter China. Regardless of the political outcome, the emerging market structural growth opportunity remains intact, driven by an aspiring, growing middle class, rising digitization, reforms, and infrastructure development." And Jikai Chen, the head of Asian equities at BNP Paribas Asset Management in Hong Kong, said, "In the event of a Biden victory, it will potentially bring relief to Asian equity investors as U.S. policies will likely return to the prior norm versus the current administration's unpredictable tactics. This reduces the political and policy uncertainties between the two largest economies and allows investors to focus more on company fundamentals." Now, he, of course, is in a very vulnerable area of the world, Hong Kong, and is therefore, I would say, courageous in even being able to look to the future. Because, of course, the future has to be terrifying for people in Hong Kong. This is why so many people have left, many of them going to my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Now, Jikai Chen, again, the head of Asian equities at the BNP Paribas Asset Management in Hong Kong, said, "We are mostly invested in companies where we have a very good visibility on the earnings outlook and derived the vast majority of their revenues from domestic demand." And finally, Trieu Pham, obviously a Vietnamese, a strategist at the ING Group NV in London, said, "Local currency bonds, many long end, are likely to do better now versus the blue wave scenario, given the more limited scope for higher long end UST yields. This should be particularly the case for low yielders, be it Central and Eastern Europe or emerging markets in Asia." And of course, now tech is back in the game. Tech stocks could rally another 15% this year with a Biden win and split Congress. After a tumultuous few weeks for the sector that saw the tech-heavy NASDAQ fall over 5% last week, some analysts are more bullish than ever before about tech stocks as a market-favored election outcome is looking more likely. A Biden presidency with a split Congress. The stocks en masse soared Wednesday, midweek last, as the probability of a so-called blue wave, where Biden won the White House and Democrats controlled both the House and the Senate, appeared to have waned. But with the odds now leaning more toward a Biden win and a divided Congress, and with Republicans maintaining control of the Senate, markets appeared relieved at the promise of gridlock, an environment that would likely stymie major policy changes. For tech in particular, this Biden plus split Congress scenario is a Goldilocks election outcome for tech stocks, because the chances of major legislative changes to antitrust law now are off the table in the eyes of investors, which posed the biggest risks to tech stalwarts with a ripple impact across the sector. Now, Wedbush's Dan Ives wrote in a note on Thursday that while lawsuits like the Department of Justice versus Google and potentially others on the horizon remained a long-term threat, with litigation likely to go for years, for now the Beltway versus Big Tech regulatory environment looks less onerous, and stocks are reacting accordingly in snapback fashion. Given the environment, mega cap and IT or informations technology stocks, as analyzed by UBS professionals, who wrote their own analysis out in a note that was issued Wednesday midweek last, it read that the IT stocks were also benefiting from less likelihood of higher corporate taxes. Now, Wedbush's Ives, that's the Dan Ives I was referencing, is even willing to put a price on it. The Tech Bull estimates tech stocks could rally another 10% to 15% into year-end, boosted by some of the biggest names in the markets. In particular, Ives sees benefits for leaders including Apple, Microsoft, and Alphabet to trade higher by 2021. According to the Street's view, or so says Ives, a Biden presidency will likely take a relatively more friendly tone on China technology and policy issues, which could ratchet down tensions and rhetoric between the United States, between the Sino-America for the sector, the United States-China interaction. That would be a major bullish sign for the likes of Apple, Cisco, and semi-names which are caught in the crossfire on this ongoing Sino-American battle with 5G front and center. Now, apart from China, Wedbush is bullish on Apple in general for what Ives calls the iPhone 12 5G supercycle and its services business that is thriving in this environment. He sees Microsoft's Azure Office 365 continuing to be a major beneficiary of the acceleration to cloud amid the pandemic, a trend he considers to be still in the third inning of playing out among enterprises. Despite the antitrust woes, Alphabet's advertising, search, and Google Cloud platform saw relative tailwinds in the September quarter. All this is about going back to the leaders. Though the votes are still being counted, or rather recounted at this time, at the insistence of Donald Trump, and some Senate races remain tight, Lisa Shallett, Morgan Stanley Wealth Management's chief investment officier, argues that big trade is now going back to the leaders at the beginning of the year. You're back to the work-from-home guys, back to the FANGs, the FAANGs, back to defense. That's what she told Fortune magazine midweek. While I was just preparing to burn bandwidth, and others, like LPL's Jeff Buchbinder, agreed, saying, no matter what happens in the White House, if we get a split Congress, it's a continuation of this environment with the COVID threat. We're still going to have the stay-at-home, work-from-home environment that's so good for technology. And that said, tech stocks have had a torrid run throughout 2020, and some firms like JP Morgan have recently cooled to tech stocks, suggesting the markets are primed for a broadening in leadership that would likely happen irrespective of the United States elections winner. However, bulls like Wedbush's Ives argue with a nirvana potential election scenario and fundamental drivers for tech names gaining momentum, they continue to be bullish on owning the secular growth stories for 2021. Certainly, Apple shares have soared roughly 6% since Tuesday, while shares of Microsoft and Alphabet jumped around 7% and 6.6% respectively as of early midday trading Thursday, when I last checked. The big investors might be reluctant to publicly express their forecasts for Tuesday's poll That was still being discussed at the time, but the prevailing view was that the Joe Biden victory would be good for most developing countries and offer opportunities they hadn't yet even priced in. Charles Robertson, the chief economist at Renaissance Capital, which is an EM, or Emerging Markets Investment Bank, said emerging markets are going to do better out of a Biden presidency, and he argued that equity and bond markets had not yet taken account of that eventuality, with big investors still stung by their failure to anticipate Donald Trump's victory in 2016. Mr. Robertson actually went on record to say, "I don't think anyone's really prepared to bet in a big way. The 2016 shock was so significant that people aren't positioning massively for it because they simply don't trust the polls. I think we will see a lot of money reallocated to EMs across the board in the event of a Biden victory," which has since come around. And both EM equity and bond funds suffered net outflows so far this year of 25.8 billion United States dollars and 9.2 billion US dollars respectively. That's according to Morningstar data covering both passive and active investment cycles, although the selling has primarily been driven by a switch out of risk assets amid the coronavirus pandemic. Now, Gary Greenberg, the head of emerging markets at Federated Homes, however, has attested that while other factors have had an impact, there is a perception that EM markets would have fared better were it not for Trump, whereas Timothy Ash, an analyst at Blue Bay Asset Management, argued that the Trump presidency has not been good for global trade growth due to his misadministration's protectionist stance. Ash, so noting that EM, or emerging markets, is a proxy for global growth, and a Biden win means more global growth and trade. Now, historically, the valuation of emerging market assets has often been driven by the strength of the US dollar. When the greenback is weak, investors typically pull money out of the United States and put it into areas such as EMs, the emerging markets, where the returns of local currency denominated equities and bonds look better in dollar terms. When the dollar is strong, this trend works in reverse. Federated Hermes head of the emerging markets, Gary Greenberg, said a blue wave, a clean sweep of the presidency, House of Representatives, and Senate would have resulted in a larger federal stimulus package than a Trump presidency would ever deliver. This would not only lead to a weaker dollar, but also stronger United States growth. This would be another plus for EMs had it taken place, particularly base metal exporters such as Peru, South Africa, and Indonesia, and cyclical economies like Chile, South Korea, and Mexico, several of which Hermes had been adding to its positions in, with Mr. Greenberg saying that with a blue wave, we would have started to see global confidence start to build. U.S. policy would have become more predictable and rational, with Mr. Robertson's view being that a Biden-induced weaker dollar would allow developing world central banks to keep interest rates lower, thereby aiding growth. Meanwhile, a more predictable trade policy should give companies more confidence to invest across the emerging world. However, Mr. Robertson also said a blue wave could have unleashed such a large fiscal stimulus that investors might have wanted to be in the United States itself for the growth story, potentially drawing money away from EMs. Well, even if EMs retained their appeal, the impact of a Biden victory would be likely to differ between countries, with the impact potentially largest on Russia's equity market, given that foreign investors have had an outsized exposure to Moscow for some time. Mr. Greenberg attested that, "I'm not sure Russia is the place to be if Biden wins, or Turkey. Countries with aggressive rhetoric and actions will not be tolerated." And it's easy to go down the list of authoritarian states and see them all as losers. Russia, Saudi, Turkey, Brazil. Turkey has some unfinished business with Biden, who was vice president during a 2016 coup attempt against President Recep Tayyip Erdogan that many Turks think was backed by the Obama administration. Nevertheless, President Biden would try and have a reset with Turkey, given its importance as a potential strategic partner, and a desire to instead focus on Moscow. Now, Timothy Ash, an analyst at Blue Bay Asset Management, has gone so far as to say that Russia is a strategic opponent of these United States, whereas Turkey is not. It's a long-term ally. Himself adding that Russia was a bigger threat than Red China in terms of its undermining of Western democracy. Beijing's relationship with Washington will, however, be by far the most important one for passive emerging market equity investors, including Hong Kong and United States-listed Chinese stocks. The Communist Chinese Empire now accounts for a record 42.6% of the widely tracked MSCI EM index, while Russia's weight is 2.6%, and Turkey's just 0.3%. And China is thought likely to remain in Washington's crosshairs, whomever occupies the White House. A Biden administration is more likely to try to build multilateral support for its stance against an expansionist Red China than if Trump were to remain in power. But there's not going to be much of any let-up with Red China. The theft of intellectual property is the key issue. So, on stage, this surface world, who won the election? Analysts concur. It was won by Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. According to foreign policy experts and market commentators, an election that has confirmed America's deep societal fissures, and which may yet wind up the subject of legal challenges, delights the American empire's geopolitical rivals, Red China and revisionist Russia. Richard Berry, a financial markets commentator at GoodMoneyGuide.com, Wednesday, midweek last, said that trois presidents have emerged as clear winners of the United States election. Unfortunately, they're sitting in Moscow and Beijing. Berry predicted a period of intense volatility in these United States and global equity markets that could last days or weeks. To quote his T, "We should expect a torrid time on the markets as millions of Americans awake to a nightmare all too reminiscent of the Bush-Gore paralysis of 2 decades agone. Although the current uncertainty and the potential legal wrangling between the campaigns of President Donald Trump and his Democratic challenger, now legally the 46th president of these United States, Joseph Biden, may paint American democracy in a poor light, it is actually the stark political polarization that may hobble the ability of these United States to be a beacon of democracy in the long term, providing space for the Communist Chinese Empire and revisionist Russia to disparage American leadership." Donna Aline, a senior fellow at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, the IISS, told Fortune magazine that to the extent Red China and the Russian Empire view foreign policy as a zero-sum game, they may be happy to see American democracy brought down to size through a contested election. Peter Kammerer, a columnist for the South China Morning Post, recently wrote that both Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping have held on to power by convincing their citizens that their systems of governance are superior to the decadent, degenerate, declining democracies of the West. The shouting matches at debates, the horrific mismanagement of the COVID-19 outbreak, during which mask wearing and social distancing, common sense procedures have been ridiculed, the collapse of the American economy, and the extraordinary jobless figures have made it easy for the Communist Chinese and Red Russian leaders to contend that democracy is broken, corrupt, and damaging. Not only do Red China and revanchist, revisionist Russia benefit from United States political divisions, but both empires have an interest in exacerbating domestic conflict in these United States, with the goal of making it ever more difficult for America to operate internationally. Janusz Bugajski, a senior fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis in Washington, D.C., has gone on record to attest that Kremlin disinformatia, or disinformation offensives, increasingly mimicked by Beijing, have two strategic goals: to paralyze American democracy and incapacitate national elections that challenge their global aspirations. That's what Bugajski wrote in The Hill earlier this year. But both Aline and Bugajski note important differences between Red Russia and Communist China's aims. Bugajski writing that for Moscow, in an ideal world, well, their ideal world, Trump would be re-elected with a freer hand to disregard his national security team by forging a direct partnership with Vladimir Putin, lifting economic sanctions, sacrificing Europe's east to Russia's influence, and withdrawing American forces from Europe completely. Now, United States intelligence agencies have concluded that Russia tried to interfere in both the 2016 and 2020 presidential elections, specifically each time to boost Trump's electoral prospects. Aline said the point of Russia's disinformatia campaigns was most likely less about getting Trump elected than about sowing division and casting doubt on the American democratic process itself. Aline saying that in terms of propaganda, a delegitimized and deeply divided America has less standing to criticize Mother Russia, and Russia loves that. Communist China, according to Bugajski, may be less supportive of a Trump presidency if the upshot be an intensified trade war and an American campaign to discredit Beijing, but this will not signify support for presumptive Democratic nominee Joe Biden, who is likely to focus on China's dismal human rights record. Instead, Beijing's objective will be to deepen public distrust in the electoral process and denigrate American leadership. And Aline concurred, herself so noting that while China initially viewed the Trump presidency hopefully on the correct assumption that Trump would de-emphasize human rights completely, Beijing was stung by Trump's willingness to engage in a bruising trade war with China and his efforts to hobble technology companies with ties to the Chinese government. So Beijing came to see the downsides of an unpredictable and erratic American foreign policy as dictated by a madman. That said, he noted, to the extent that Red China is increasingly asserting its power both in Asia and around the world, and interested in forging a new relationship with the United States in this context, then it is easier to cooperate with the United States if it is cut down to size. Quite a bit. As for the suggestion broached by some security analysts that the Communist Chinese Empire might try to take advantage of any uncertainty over the American election results or possible constitutional crisis to do something radical, such as launching an invasion of my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, or trying to grab other disputed territory in Asia, Aline said that this would be a very dangerous maneuver, especially given Trump's unpredictability. He thought it was unlikely that Beijing would take such a risk. But nevertheless, keepest your eye on my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Taiwan is one of those flashpoints that has never flashed. The battle over the island may be a Cold War relic, but it will shape your future. The dispute over my island's fate has had the potential to erupt into conflict between the Communist Chinese Empire and these United States for decades. But the feared Chinese invasion has never come. The situation has remained deadlocked so long that Taiwan's quandary often drifts into the background of Asia's affairs, overshadowed by seemingly more pressing concerns such as North Korea's nuclear ambitions and inflamed tensions between India and Pakistan in Kashmir, with both nuclear-armed nations threatening to go head-to-head, border to border in nuclear war, which would be the equivalent, an apt allegory would be Canada with a nuclear arsenal and the United States going head-to-head and staring each other down in brinkmanship, to where Canada's smaller population feels the nuclear option be its only option. In that sense, of course, the Indo-Pakistani conflicts have far outweighed concern in terms of immediate impact on the world by their potential for devastation. But not anymore. My true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, island China, is ascending. It was always important to the world, far more important than any of you have ever understood or could even imagine. But with an erratic President Donald Trump distracted by the coronavirus pandemic, as well as his own ill health, and already disengaged from Asian affairs, along with the fact that he is now a lame duck president seeking anything to retain a commitment to an emergency state and a declaration of martial law and a total hold on power through military governance, in essence a coup d'etat. Concerns have been mounting about America's commitment to defending the Pacific region, the center of the Pacific, in terms of true gravity in Pacific centrality, being island China, my native Taiwan. The Communist Chinese Empire, by contrast, is becoming ever more aggressive and assertive, having achieved a clampdown in Hong Kong, where it put a far-reaching and ultra-restrictive national security law in place, with few, if any, tangible repercussions from the international community. As a result, some Formosologists, or Taiwan watchers, and my island's leaders themselves, are worried that the risks of war breaking out over control of my island are rising, either caused accidentally or even purposely launched by Beijing. Thus it was that Taiwan's Foreign Minister, Joseph Wu, did say it is becoming more alarming. He said he was very concerned that Beijing would use its long-standing claim to Taiwan as a very good excuse to launch an attack. And so warning lights are flashing in Washington, District of Columbia as well, with Senator Josh Hawley and Representative Mike Gallagher each introducing legislation in recent months to bolster Washington's rather ambiguous defense commitment to my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. With Gallagher noting in statement that no longer can anyone harbor the illusion that the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, would ever unify peacefully with Taiwan. In a confrontation as old and tense as this one, with its numerous scrapes and scares, discerning when to hit the panic button can be hard. Tensions over Taiwan date back to 1949, when Mao Zedong's communists defeated Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists in a bloody civil war, and the nationalist Chinese, the blue Chinese, in disambiguation from the communist Reds, re-established themselves off the Chinese mainland to island China, where the nationalists re-established the rival Republic of China in Taipei, where I was to be born. The Communist People's Republic of China has never relinquished its claim to island China on Taiwan, which Beijing considers no more than a renegade province, leaving the prospect of war hanging over the region of Pacific Asia. Perhaps this current bout of jitters is just another round of political posturing and saber-rattling. The Communist Chinese Empire, however, is clearly turning up the pressure on nationalist Taiwan. In recent weeks, the Communist Chinese military has conducted exercises and drills unusually close to Taiwan, in the air and at sea. Yestermensis, or last month, Beijing made it clear it denied the existence of an unofficial boundary in the Taiwan Strait, the Black Strait as we know it, that has ensured a degree of stability along the heavily fortified waterway all these years. And a spokesperson for Red China's defense ministry recently warned my Taiwan, those who play with fire are bound to get burned. Of course, he could just as well be speaking of himself. Some formosologists, the Taiwan experts, aren't even convinced that dictator Xi's aim be outright war. Xi Jinping would be taking an incalculable risk by invading my Taiwan. If, more likely when, his assault failed, or was protracted and costly, the maneuver could backfire badly. Richard Bush, a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution and a long-time formosologist or Taiwan expert, believeth that dictator Xi's intensified pressure is not a prelude to war, but part of a less risky long-term strategy to undermine confidence in Taiwan's government and its ability to hold out against the Communist Chinese Empire. He's so saying, you tighten all the screws that you have to intimidate. Nevertheless, the heightened alarm exposes the uncertainty in global security created by shifting power balances and the breakdown in the American world order under Trumpism. Since the end of World War II in the Pacific, circa 1952, when peace went into effect between Japan and the Anglo-American allies, whereas state of war, is still ongoing between Japan and the Russian Empire. Asian affairs, though not always peaceful, have at least been somewhat predictable. Washington forged a system of alliances, supported by consistent foreign policy principles and an American military presence, that solidified American power in region and offered enough stability for Asian nations, including mainland China, to prosper. Now that order is being challenged. A resurgent Chinese empire is contesting American primacy in Asia and attempting to reassert its historical stature as the region's predominant power. In Washington, meanwhile, isolationists, misled by Trump, are questioning the purpose and value of Cold War-era commitments in Asia and around the world. That mix is fostering doubt that the American security system can or will even hold. Taiwan is one of the seams in that system that could split under the strain of this geopolitical confusion. Both Beijing and Washington are tugging more forcefully than they have in decades, driven by political change at home. The biggest shifts have come in communist China, where President Xi Jinping has refashioned the communist government by accumulating more power than any other dictator since Mao Zedong himself. Wu has attested that he believes that this development be a key cause of the new tensions in and of itself. Xi Jinping's power grab to consolidate all power in his person. He's so noting that the communist Chinese political system has changed. The political power has rested in a single person, and that has all kinds of dangers. To justify his power grab, Dictator Xi has presented himself to his domestic audience as the ultimate defender of Communist China's national interests, and the man who will make his China great again on the world stage. Xi's one-man rule has also created a situation in which the buck stops nowhere else. Things go well, and he can win all the kudos. Things go wrong, and he absorbs all the blame. At the moment, things are far from right in mainland China. Behind the Great Wall, the coronavirus pandemic left the nation badly rattled and mired in what is likely its worst economic downturn since pro-market economic reforms began in the early 1980s. Those troubles could make his Taiwan an especially tasty target, a way of bolstering Dictator Xi's standing at home and burnishing his credentials as a nationalist. Shelley Rigger, a long-time Taiwanologist or Formosa observer at Davidson College, told myself that this scenario, or rather this is the scenario we have all been worrying about for decades. A desperate Chinese dictator who depends on showing strength somewhere. From Beijing's perspective, Taiwan is also drifting in the wrong direction, away from China. The belief that Taiwan should at some point reunify with the mainland was once widely held on my island itself, and the notion of becoming a fully separate country was highly contentious. But in outlook and in sentiment, Taiwan society is more and more intent on charting its own course, with a greater number of its citizens supporting independence and identifying themselves as Taiwanese as opposed to Chinese. This spirit has filtered into Taiwan's politics. President Tsai Ing-wen, Presidentress Tsai Ing-wen, now in her second term, has sought to build support for Taiwan around the world and decrease our island's reliance on, and vulnerability to, the communist Chinese economy. She is also striving for a closer relationship with the United States. And Wu said his government would like to pursue a trade agreement with Washington. Beijing has found Tsai especially threatening and has treated her with utmost hostility. That maketh the prospect of negotiations to tamp down cross-strait tensions most unlikely. Dictator Xi has set up preconditions for talks between the Twa governments, including an acceptance of the one-country Twa systems formula used so unsuccessfully in Hong Kong that Tsai has reasonably rejected. With Wu observing that we certainly hope that the Chinese will see also the need to engage Taiwan for the sake of peace and stability in this region. But he added, I don't see that the opportunity for the discussions, the engagement between the two sides, will comest in the near future. Now toss lame duck Trump, outgoing from his office into this bubbling cauldron. His misadministration shift to a more confrontational stance against Beijing has been both positive and negative for my Taiwan. On the one hand, Washington has very publicly ratcheted up support for my island China. In August, Trump dispatched Secretary of Health and Human Services Alex Azar to Taipei, the capital of my nation, this being the highest level American official to visit my true homeland and heartland in more than 40 years. Azar's arrival infuriated Red China's dictators, their technocracy of bureaucrats, led by their dictator in the person of Xi Jinping, who all consider such delegations trespassers in their own backyard. 12 Beijing's military exercises near Taiwan were timed to recent visits by American officials. The rising tensions have also increased the chances that Taiwan will get dragged into an unexpected or unintended flare-up between the Twa superpowers, for instance in their square-off in the South China Sea. But Trump has made the most impact with what he hasn't done: firmly uphold the United States-led global order. The concern over Taiwan be byproduct of the doubts Trump has fomented in foreign policy circles about America's resolve to stand by its global commitments. Trump has established a lengthy track record of reneging on all agreements, disparaging international institutions, and bickering with allies. In the case of my native Taiwan, the question be far more urgent. Would Donald Trump defend my island? In the past, communist Chinese leaders had to assume that starting a war with my Taiwan equaled starting a war with these United States. But the answer to that question now be more uncertain. Davidson's rigor observeth that Trump's unpredictable leadership can make things harder for Beijing, but it can also make things easier for Beijing. If you look at the pattern of the Trump misadministration, there is reason for people in Red China to think they can get it done now, that this is the time. Some of these risks are short-term. As the Chinese economy recovers, the domestic political pressure on dictator Xi be easing up. Trump could be out of office within a matter of months, and a new Joe Biden administration may reinvigorate America's Asian alliances and reduce the uncertainty over American intentions. But the tensions over my Taiwan be unlikely to ever abate. Relations between the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire will almost certainly remain sour, whomever lives in the White House. Trump may have done irreparable damage to the American-led order, and his political movement will persist beyond the November election. My Taiwan will not concede to Beijing's demands. and Dictator Xi will remain the fiery neo-nationalist. Whether the aim be war or not, Dictator Xi's treatment of my Taiwan is part of a more assertive, more aggressive set of policies both at home and abroad. Wu has linked Beijing's increased hostility toward Taiwan to its tempestuous border dispute with India, its crackdown on the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong, and its detention of untold numbers of minority Uyghurs, the Caucasian Muslims of Turkic ethnicity in China's western Xinjiang region, properly Eastern Turkestan. If you put all this together, we see that the authoritarian government of Red China is trying to expand its global influence. Taiwan happens to be on the front line. That makest my Taiwan the ultimate test for Washington in all Asia. If Beijing does dare to attack my island, what happens next may well determine whether the Communist Chinese Empire or the United States reign supreme not only in the Pacific, but over the world. Failure by Washington to stand by my Taiwan will unravel the American alliance system in region and destroy all American power along with it. The battle over my Taiwan may be a Cold War relic, but it will shape your future. Remember that our culture of Confucianism, and Taiwan is the only nation among all the Confucianist nations, Confucianism having shaped all Far East Asia, that recognizes Confucianism as our state religion. It is our state religion on which Gene Roddenberry based his concept of the Vulcan philosophy of Kolinar. We will be the source of your Vulcan intervention, which, as in Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek franchise, when humanity had destroyed itself, destroyed its civilization in nuclear exchanges, and was on the verge of mass starvation and extermination, the Vulcans offered intervention that not only saved humanity but brought humanity to the stars. The Vulcans did this so that the barbarian humans, the masters of warfare, who never ceased to wage war, would wage war on their side against the Romulan Empire. Their genetic relations, separated irreconcilably by politics. Thus, the United Federation of Planets be by extension a Vulcan Empire. Its first war being against the Romulans, Gene Roddenberry's allegory for the Communist Chinese, with the Vulcans paralleling the Taiwan experience. This is the future that be yours, should you stand by us. Otherwise, there be no hope, and the descent to barbarism will be irreversible. Just as the Vulcans had the Society of Logic that redeemed humanity, becoming so influential in their salvation of the human race that in the Gene Roddenberry Star Trek franchise, humanity reset its calendar with year one starting humanity's chronometry, or its measurement of time, anew, based on the Vulcan intervention. Every year in the United Federation of Planets, thereafter being subsequent year one and first contact with the Vulcan race that saved mankind Thus it will be that Taiwan is the hope for whatever future America may hope to have. I cannot overemphasize the importance of this reality. And with that, of course, educating yourselves in that reality be my struggle be your struggle, and my enemies be your enemies. Report, my gang stalker, Richard K. Cole, Jr., the Lance Corporal dropout from the United States Marine Corps who never served his full tour of duty, instead jacking out as a coward with a 70% disability rating, who goes by the stage name of Stuart Allison in the Marine Corps gay porn videos that he has produced, his gaming avatar being Gunner65, where he prays for young boys online. Under said avatar, report his channel on YouTube for all its violations of community standards. Make it certain to report his gay lover for the same on his Points on the Curve channel, which is simply a ripoff of my own arc of narrative that I have basically integrated as the subtitle for critical omissions. I use that term so often. Make it certain, of course, that these people are reported and ultimately taken down from YouTube for the damage they are trying to do. I'm a person who's risked everything to bring you information, to bring you analysis that would otherwise be completely unavailable to yourselves, based on experience no one else has had. People like John McKenzie, the gay lover of Richard K. Cole Jr., attempt to attack, defame, and discredit that. They only get away with it if you stand by and do nothing. They attempt to intimidate you from even accessing my information, having left threats against my listeners in threat of my own YouTube productions. What I report doesn't matter. There has to be enough reports before action is taken. Make certain to file yours. As well, make certain to file the equally serious, if not more so, reports to the Office of the Inspector General at the Veterans Administration concerning Richard K. Cole Jr.'s forgery of documents, his violation of the Privacy Act, all else that he has done to defraud the American public. Make it certain that he is meted justice for all that he has done. Inform both the FBI and the Veterans Administration Office of the Inspector General that his case needs to be reopened for VA disability fraud and unemployability fraud, since he presents himself through his boyfriend, John McKenzie, as a professional private investigator, an investigative journalist, and a historian, as he does on his own blogspot, make such claims. He is therefore totally employable, and there's no point in paying him your tax dollars so that he doesn't do any work and instead expends his life time attacking myself, my affiliates, and my audience. Making sure he pays the price and works for a living just as I do. Report to both the VA and the FBI in separate reports. His violation of the Federal Privacy Act, his publication of private facts, his broadcasting of false information, and his open dissemination of feloniously forged federal military and veterans documentation, his altered federal military and veterans documentation, and his false federal military and veterans documentation illegally writ on government letterhead to defraud yourselves, the American public. You would report these via telephone, toll-free, to the Veterans Administration Office of the Inspector General at 1-800-488-244. That's 1800-488-244. That's 1800-4888-244. You would report such telephonically to the FBI at 1-855-TEL-FBI. That would be 1-855-835-5324. Once again, that's 1-855-835-5324. You would submit your complaints electronically at va.gov/OIG/hotline. That's VA for Veterans Administration, GOV for Government, /OIG for Office of the Inspector General, /hotline. va.gov/OIG/hotline. You would submit your reports electronically to the FBI at fbi.gov/contact-us. That would be FBI-gov, fbi.gov/contact-us. Remember, his place of residence, his estate, is in Prattsburgh, New York. Prattsburgh being spelled Prattsburgh, in upstate New York, near the border of Canada. So, as I've said, my enemies be your enemies. This is an individual who has threatened myself for years at this point and has to be brought down. I may not be baseline human, but I'm enough of a human being where I deserve to be treated better than this. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow at his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war, and subscribe to his YouTube mega channel at youtube.com/c/Megator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being property manager thereof, who be Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com, where for word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Megator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. And he, of course, is our personal hero for having saved my legacy online no less than thrice, 3 times, when each time it was scrubbed from the internet. And this was done, of course, by various plots carried out by the networks that strive against myself and my bringing the exposure of truth as a public informant unto you. He took it upon himself to download the majority of my productions published on YouTube into his own personal hard drives. From whence we were able to reconstruct my legacy online when it was scrubbed each and every time, thus presenting himself as the bridge between the Akashic records and the data matrix of the material world within the Malkuthian or material plane of cyberspace. Of course, cyberspace itself is immaterial, but within this material dimension is where we encounter myself in my virtual form interacting with yourself now in context of my legacy that would not be here without the man, the Megan Man, who essentially serves as my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my virtual person online or of all life from the surface of the earth, which be the objective of the cult of the kings of Edom, the Red Gods. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there. A footnote on my bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can find out the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man. Spread the word, far and wide, to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage those you educate and enlighten about my existence to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, or on my GoFundMe, which be entitled Urgent Contribution, Studio Supplies, or Professional Studio Supplies, at GoFundMe.com. Now, people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma ad Mesa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophalocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. Ye can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button. This will take you to PayPal. Click the red donate button to take you to where you can use either your credit or debit card to send me money without PayPal taking out their cut. And, of course, where the red button will take you is to the showsdd.com page, where you can access our audio archives by signing in. Because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin-Zujen Takabashi Hideko Dietrich, was assassinated, murdered nigh immediately aftermath San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform for rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selina Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drex, Dietrich's or Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd. He being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own exposition. And of course he's trailering a new production, currently still in production. You'll find it trailered at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, and it is entitled The Thousand Year Reich-In-Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hannibut Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich Aguvies, the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead their resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that you, D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That'd be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday night, aimed click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly and above, well, beyond all else, subscribe and support at DouglasDietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Make certain, of course, to hit our new GoFundMe, just freshly launched. And you will do this, of course, when you look up GoFundMe.com, urgent contribution, professional studio supplies organized by Douglas Dietrich. With that, I'll be saying goodnight unto all of you who support myself. For those of you who do support myself, my love be unto thee. Blessed be thy day.